Good morning. I'm Nadia El Cheikh. I'm professor of history at AUB, and I'm the principal investigator of the Andrew Mellon Foundation research grant entitled The Arab Oral History Archive, Gender, Alternative Histories, and the Production of Knowledge. I'm delighted to welcome you all to this international conference convened under the auspices of the Andrew Mellon Foundation grant to mark the completion of our project and to celebrate the launch of the new digital archive on the AUB University Libraries platform. This multi-year project set out with a twofold aim: to produce new collections of oral histories and to engage oral history methodologies and archives in order to create and preserve inclusive, critical, and situated bodies of knowledge about the region from within the region. At its heart lies a commitment to feminist practices of oral history for grounding women's voices, experiences, and epistemologies as vital to understanding our shared pasts and imagining alternative futures. The project has culminated in the creation of a new archive housed at the American University of Beirut University Libraries. This new archive is now accessible through an open access, sustainable, state-of-the-art digital platform developed and hosted by the AUB Libraries, ensuring that these voices and stories reach broad audiences for research, teaching, and reflection. Throughout this project, we collaborated closely with the Arab Council for the Social Sciences, the ACSS, which led the fieldwork for the Women of the 1970s sub-project, organized workshops, and developed and supported the publications that emerged from this project. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Seteney Shami, Director of ACSS, for her exemplary partnership, and to Dr. Hoda El Sadda, whose pioneering work on oral history and women's archives in Egypt provided both a model and an inspiration. Dr. El Sadda led the sub-project Arab Women from Generation X, Women of the 1970s, bringing it to remarkable fruition. The second sub-project, Gendering an Archive of Resistance, Dar al-Fata al-Arabi Publishing House, was led by my co-principal investigator, Dr. Kaoukab Chebaro, Head of Global Studies at the Columbia University Libraries. Kaoukab previously served as Associate University Librarian for Archives and Special Collections at the Libraries of AUB. I would like to pause here to extend my heartfelt thanks to Kaoukab. Your dedication, intellectual rigor, and perseverance have truly been the backbone of this entire grant. You are the inspiration and the backbone of this grant. And most of all, thank you for your unfaltering friendship, which has sustained and inspired me throughout this journey. Thank you also, Reema Shebeitah, for your dedication in supporting the project with enthusiasm. My gratitude also goes to Dr. Pierre Karam for his administrative support in managing the grant during my leave, and above all, and most importantly, for your friendship, Pierre. In its most recent phase, the Gender Archive has collaborated with the Asfari Institute for Civil Society and Citizenship at AUB, notably on workshops, small research grants, training modules, and this international conference. I would like to warmly thank Lina Abou-Habib, Director of the Asfari Institute, for her unwavering and generous support, as well as Carla Ail and Hala Yanni for their outstanding professionalism. Carla and Hala couldn't have done it without you. Our deep thanks also go to the university libraries, where this new gender archive is housed. I'm grateful to Dr. Luqman Mahou for his institutional support, and to Mona Asi and Elie Kahale, whose exceptional commitment and expertise made this ambitious project possible, often under extraordinarily challenging circumstances. Thank you. My thanks also go to the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at AUB. Thank you, Dr. Boujaudi, for your presence, for fostering a vibrant intellectual environment that supports innovative, collaborative, and interdisciplinary scholarship. Despite the formidable challenges of recent years, economic collapse, political instability, global pandemic, wars, the project endured, sustained by the Mellon Foundation's vision and by AUB's institutional support under the Office of the Provost. Thank you, Provost Dawi, for your support, unwavering support, in helping us navigate these multiple crises and for your presence with us this morning. Together, we have succeeded in building a sustainable, open access platform that will serve as a vital scholarly resource. Ultimately, this project embodies what we at AUB strive for, producing knowledge that is inclusive, critical, and grounded in the realities of the region. By housing this archive in the university libraries, AUB ensures that these voices, the voices of women, the voices of the marginalized communities, will continue to be heard and studied for years to come. Thank you all again for being here. I now give the floor to the moderator of the first session, Lamia Moubayed, President of the Institut des Finances Bassel Fleihan and advisor to the Prime Minister.
Good morning, and thank you, Nadia. It's always a very particular moment and emotional one to be here, and especially today. When Nadia asked me to moderate this panel, I didn't really get it. I'm into governance and public finance, and of course, I'm with a lot of angle on gender issues of governance with the Asfari Institute. And then I understood that what she read in my book was exactly what some echoes a little bit the story of this project. So my own book, which I published like 2 years ago, is about oral history. Started with the recounted history of my own mother on the political history of a region in Lebanon is now known as the southern suburbs. So Layla أو معنا أن تكون في غير بيتك. So I'm very happy and thankful for Nadia. It's an extreme honor to be here. We're at the intersection of memory, of gender, and of knowledge. And this is not a simple discussion, I guess. So I'm very honored to welcome you all. I will not state the bios of each and every particular woman here. They are in your pamphlet, but I'm happy to welcome Nadia El Cheikh, the notorious historian of women, Dr. Seteney Shami, Director General of Arab Council for Social Science, Dr. Hoda El Sadda, Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Cairo University, Nadia El Rahi, feminist, researcher and writer, Reema Shebeitah, I hope I'm pronouncing Shebeitah, her name right, researcher, Dr. Kaoukab Chebaro, Head of Global Studies at Columbia University Libraries, Dr. Hana Sleiman, lecturer in modern Middle Eastern history at the University of Edinburgh, and Hasna Mikdashi, independent researcher. We'll finish with the male figure, Elie Kahale, who is Director of Digital Initiative and Scholarship at the American University of Beirut. So stating the names for the record and to welcome them to this immense discussion. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests here at the Asfari, but also online. For centuries, history has largely been written from a male-dominated institutional perspective, often sidelining women's lives and experiences. And their stories and contribution as well were often deemed unimportant to official documentation and often left unrecorded, dismissed, or too ordinary, too personal, even too emotional to count. So oral history, this is why oral history is a powerful tool to reclaim this narrative. And as historian Gerda Lerner said, the exclusion of women from the record of the past has resulted in a distorted view of the human experiences. And this is not only about history, this is also about hiding voices. Hiding voices, societies pay, and they pay a price for hiding these voices. And the cost is not only moral, it is also economic. And it's also economic because there is an immense value that tags women's work. I will not go into the story of unpaid labor, of care and education, etc., but there is a hidden cost here that is worth noting. So it's not a historical only oversight, it is an economic blind spot, which is translated into lost data sets, but also missing policy insight, and sometimes silence innovation. So what is unrecorded cannot be leveraged, and cannot be leveraged. This absence of documentation, absence of voices means we have missed opportunities for research, for education, for cultural industries, for policy design, so it touches all our work. This is why we need to actively preserve these stories. Oh, and we do more than correcting the records. We need to build new forms of wealth, and this is what this project is doing. So in this sense, we're building capital. And this is where my field gets into business of oral history. So we need to transform this into public resources and public value, and this is what the project is doing. So this brings us to this part, this session, and I'm very happy to welcome our first two panelists. So please, the floor is yours, Nadia.
In 2018, Kaoukab Chebaro and I applied to the Mellon Foundation to request support for a project entitled the Arab Oral History Archive, Gender, Alternative Histories, and the Production of Knowledge. In January 2019, we were thrilled to be awarded a $1 million grant towards supporting the creation of a transformative gender archive and the development of a research and training hub focused on gender research, oral history, and archival practices at AUB. The archive is composed of two sub-collections, as I mentioned before: the Arab Women from Generation X to mid of the 1970s, which gathers testimonies from women across 6 countries: Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, and Syria, shedding light on their experiences as intellectuals, activists, and citizens during a transformative historical moment. The other project is Dar al-Fata al-Arabi Publishing House, an emblematic site of cultural resistance and creativity. These two sub-projects will be discussed in greater detail this morning. The main goal of the grant was to build more inclusive, as I said, and critical body of situated knowledge by collecting and preserving the oral histories of women and marginalized groups, and established at AUB a sustainable open access digital archive, positioning the university as a regional hub for feminist and multidisciplinary engagement with knowledge production. In a region where archives documenting subaltern and marginalized communities are scarce and often inaccessible, this initiative responded to an urgent scholarly and ethical need. These invaluable collections are now housed at the AUB University Libraries, ensuring their long-term preservation and accessibility. Yet, from the outset, the broader political and economic context in Lebanon posed formidable challenges. Shortly after receiving the good news of the grant, in early 2019, the country was plunged into unprecedented turmoil. By October of the same year, Lebanon faced a deep socioeconomic crisis, followed by informal capital controls that made financial management nearly impossible. Soon after, the COVID-19 pandemic further disrupted every aspect of our work: field research, workshops, travel, and in-person collaboration. Despite these cascading obstacles, the project teams displayed remarkable resilience and creativity. They adapted their methodologies, shifting to remote interviewing, mastering new digital tools, and cultivating trust with interviewees in virtual spaces. This was no easy feat, given unstable internet connections in Lebanon, recurring power cuts, and the challenges many participants faced with online communication. Nonetheless, the team succeeded in preserving the intimacy, respect, and reciprocity essential to feminist oral history practice. Following data collection, researchers collaborated closely with transcribers to manage, preserve, and document the interviews, capturing essential metadata and preparing transcripts. The project continued under increasingly difficult circumstances. On August 4, 2020, Beirut port explosion took place. And then we have the economic collapse, which is ongoing as we speak, hyperinflation, regional instability, including at the time the wars in Syria and Gaza, and at the beginning of the wars in Gaza. Many researchers endured personal hardships, illness, caregiving responsibilities, financial strain, as the Lebanese pound lost nearly all its value. Yet through it all, the dedication never faltered, the perseverance, adaptability, and sense of collective purpose are deeply inspiring. These challenges intensified with the war in Lebanon in the fall of 2024, which forced the postponement of this very conference, originally scheduled for November 2024. But we did not stop. As soon as the ceasefire was declared, and with the support of the Asfari Institute, the project launched the Arab Research Scholars Program, offering small grants to AUB researchers undertaking oral history projects focused on marginalized communities. The program also hosted a workshop on feminist oral history, introducing participants to the ethics and techniques of feminist oral history. Through all of this, the project became much more than a research initiative. It evolved into a living lesson in feminist ethics and epistemology, an exploration of what it means to produce knowledge amid precarity. The Gender Archive thus stands not only as a scholarly resource, but also as a testament to intellectual and human endurance, an archive born in crisis, dedicated to preserving voices so often silenced in dominant narratives. Despite the challenges, our teams succeeded in building a durable, open-access repository that preserves women's voices and subaltern narratives. This achievement enriches the intellectual and archival landscape of the region while challenging exclusionary models of knowledge production. It embodies the transformative potential of feminist collaboration and collective resilience in reimagining how histories are written, remembered, and shared. This project also exemplifies how AUB, as a regional intellectual hub, can foster innovation, resilience, and critical reflection even in times of profound crisis. It stands as both a testament to the transformative power of feminist collaboration and a lasting contribution to the university's mission, generating knowledge that is inclusive, accessible, and deeply rooted in the lived realities of our region. Thank you.
I might say that this is the most beautiful testimony of this very difficult period that we all lived. And actually, what we say, we used to say, we inscribe things in stone. What the importance of this project is that now it's inscribed in space and everybody can access it. So thank you for making such a wonderful gift of this project to all of us and to the next generations. Thank you, Nadia.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to, on behalf of the Arab Council for the Social Sciences, to this conference on the Gender Oral History Archive. As Nadia has just outlined, a conference that had to be postponed, planned, replanned over and over again due to the devastating context and conditions that we are living in this part of the world, in Lebanon, but also beyond. It's also a pleasure to celebrate a major achievement of a rewarding collaboration between the ACSS and AUB. It has been wonderful to work with Nadia El Cheikh, with Kaoukab Chebaro, with Hoda El Sadda, with Reema with Lina Abou-Habib, and so many others. So thank you all. We are enriched by working together. This conference, the papers you are presenting, the narratives and voices that you are representing remind us of the importance and the necessity of listening and hearing different voices as we write and rewrite histories of the present and of the recent past. The voices make and remake history as they blend together the personal and the collective, the intimate and the societal. Sometimes they subvert officially sanctioned accounts, sometimes they reflect on them, and sometimes they shift our gaze from events that have been deemed central and shine a light on what has been marginalized, labeled as incidental or insignificant. They make the invisible visible and audible. This is an archive with recordings. And they blur and make fuzzier that which has been sanctified as truth and reality. An archive is at its best and most powerful where it is not tightly organized and streamlined. It is by definition incomplete and contains bits and pieces that do not fit neatly together, but open doors to whole new questions and to new explanations. Michel de Soto spoke of two ways of apprehending and experiencing a city, as a tour and as a map. An archive is a tour through history. It helps produce maps, but at the same time reveals the many different possibilities that underlie and overlay these maps. It is wonderful that the AUB Library will host this archive and make it accessible to the public, adding to the many valuable collections that it already has, a kind of work which is sorely lacking in our region, in fact, and we could talk about that much more. The ACSS part of this project has included helping organize the project, as mentioned, on oral histories with women of the 70s generation across 6 Arab countries. It has also included the formation of a working group called the Gendering the Archive Working Group, which organized several training activities on oral history from gender perspectives, as well as a regional workshop which culminated in an edited volume. We have posters from these articles and this book, I think, outside, and I hope you will have a chance to interact with these posters and their content. The edited volume of essays and the edited collection of the oral histories have been published in Arabic by ACSS. And as you see in the program, we will invite you all to a book launch tomorrow afternoon at the National Library, a short distance from AUB. All this was led and curated by Hoda, helped by Reem Judy, and I thank them both for their dedication and talent, as well as the members of the working group and participants in all the activities. This project has also contributed to several programs at the ACSS. It inspired a program called the New Paradigms Factory, which is a writing and mentorship program for activist researchers, and produced 3 volumes of essays entitled Gendered Resistance. In addition, Hoda has taught an online course on gender studies through the ACSS program that's called the New Generation of Arab Social Scientists, and an online course of 5-6 weeks, I believe, with students from 16 universities from Lebanon, Palestine, Egypt, and Tunisia. So a remarkable opportunity, I think, for these students to both to work with Hoda and to get to know each other and to network with each other. Hoda also authored an important report on the state of the humanities in the Arab region. This 4th report is in a series we publish called the Arab Social Science Monitor. In these and many other ways, this project has helped the ACSS develop its programs and outputs in the humanities broadly, and on gender and archival work more specifically. There is a region-wide flourishing of work around archives and an interest in archives, and one has to wonder why and what it means. Part of the answer lies in the digital tools that enable the documentation and representation of different kinds of artifacts, voices, bits and pieces, as I call them. But there are other impulses at play, and I think this conference is going to explore what these impulses are and what they mean and their significance in the short term and in the longer term. As meta-narratives fall, as national and global institutions are hollowed out, and as trust in an equitable future is shaken to the core, perhaps this impulse to record lived experiences in the voices of individuals is necessary to rebuild some hope and trust in the collective. This archive and this conference is about the voices of women. But I would just like to say something that I'm sure all of you know. They are not just women, and they are not women as a category. They are individual women, but they're also speaking for communities, for networks, for families, and for societies at large. So this is not a niche project, as both of you have already expressed. It is an essential block of understanding everything that's around us and our lives. We will learn from you on these questions and more in the coming 2 days. Once again, thank you so much for joining us on this journey. The project is at an end, but I think the questions are just beginning. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nadia and Dr. Shami, for this wonderful intro to the project, its insights, its details, the heart of it, and also the perspective for the future. It's a fantastic work. And again, congratulations to every single one of you and to every single person who did contribute from any perspective to this wonderful work. So we now we would like to start with session 1, and we turn our attention to the remarkable generation of women from the 1970s, women who did not just live through a transformative decade, but also actively shaped it. Through the courage of these women, their choices, their activism, there are so many stories. They kind of redefined what is possible and maybe what is possible for us today. So this session will be dedicated to recovering their vital story, and we will hear from 3 extraordinary women who explored and navigated this body of work. And I'm very happy to welcome them, Dr. Hoda El Sadda, Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Cairo University, Reema Shebeitah, Researcher, Social Inclusion and Gender Mainstreaming Expert, which she will be joining us online, and Ms. Nadia El Cheikh, Dr. Nadia El Cheikh, also she's not yet a doctor, she's student in PhD student in anthropology, but already done a lot of work at the University of Toronto, and also a researcher at the Arab Institute for Women at the Lebanese American University. So again, welcome online and on campus. We'll start with you, Dr. Hoda El Sadda. تفضلي وأهلا وسهلا فيك في بيروت.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I always have to say that because it's true, I'm delighted I'm here in Beirut, my favorite city on earth. And I'm really pleased to introduce the Oral History Archival Project that documented narratives of Arab women from the generation of the 1970s from 6 Arab countries, Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Iraq, Egypt, and Jordan. The oral narratives are housed here in the Gender Oral History Archive at AUB, and as Professor Sheikh said, they are open access and available for researchers, students, and the general public. The importance and need for a gender oral history archive that can be preserved and maintained and sustained became a pressing issue in the last 10 years, and the subject of many, many discussions between researchers, academics, and NGO workers. And I remember, thinking about talking about this, I remembered conversations with Kaoukab Chebaro, of course, with Hana Sleiman, about how can we do that. And it's not just, even though we witnessed since 2011 in particular, a significant increase in archives and archiving, powered by the technological revolution and inspired by the wave of revolutions that spread in the Arab world. So we witnessed that. So we have a lot of archives that emerged actually in the last decade, 15 years ago. Many of them were created by individuals, small groups, or NGOs in the region. Most of them were alternative archives that countered mainstream and hegemonic archives. And they aim to produce counter-narratives about the world, about gender relations, wars, and revolutions. But as we recognize the energy behind these new archives, we also noted the disappearance of many, either by design, neglect, or lack of support, because archives need support. Archives require sustained care and maintenance. And AUB, I remember 2017, 2018, this moment, not sure exact date, was actually finalizing the GOHA archive, which is a wonderful archive of Palestinian oral histories, which was launched in 2019. And here was the expertise and the strong institution that could sustain large archival collections, and that's a fact. So I remember and acknowledge the enthusiasm and the support of Nadia El Cheikh and Seteney Shami for creating this oral history archive. It is a real pleasure that we're able to celebrate the launch of this important project, despite all the setbacks and the unavoidable delays. As Nadia mentioned, wars, conflicts in the region, a global pandemic, we really saw it all. Now, the work started in 2020, and all the interviews in this collection were conducted before the war on Gaza in 2023. But then again, the catastrophic events in the past 2 years added further delays to the process of revisions of the narratives and the launch of the project. The Arab women from the generation of the 70s collection consists of 110 oral narratives. The target group was women who were engaged as young adults or later in their careers in political or social movements in their countries, either as key actors or supporters in their respective professions and positions. The aim was twofold: to contribute to the production of new historical sources that document the histories of the Arab world through a gender lens, and by making these sources available, encourage original research that adds new knowledges about the politics of gender in the Arab world. I was very fortunate to work with an exceptional team of researchers who conducted the interviews and contributed to the development of the conceptual framework and project in general. The team consisted of Dima Karacha from Jordan, Nair Rahi, she's joining us on Zoom, from Lebanon, Ali Al-Rayani, who was from Egypt, Nahlan Dadawi was from Iraq, Joel Hatem, Lebanon, and Reema Shebeitah, who's also joining us from Palestine. And we'll hear from them very shortly. Very briefly, I'll try to respond to two questions: why the generation of the 70s and why a gender archive? The concept of generations is used in the Mannheiman sense as a theoretical lens in the documentation of the social, political, and intellectual trajectory of a cohort of individual actors who shared and lived through dramatic experiences as a starting point to write a history based on personal narratives and to counter the macro narratives of mainstream nationalist histories. It's also notably used by individual narrators in the interviews, actually, as a means of self-identification and to situate a posteriori their stories within public narratives. In this project, while drawing on Mannheim's insights, the concept of generations is used as a cultural construct, discursive formations, to use Foucault, taking into account critical engagements with Mannheim's concept of generations. Hence, while there is a focus on interviewees from the generation of the 70s, there is due consideration to how the generational discourse is used, experienced, or identified with by different actors. Arab women of the generation of the 70s have lived through and witnessed some radical transformations in the modern history of the Arab world. This is the generation that came to maturity and young adulthood in the 1960s and started their careers in the 1970s. They had access to education, employment, and the political sphere by virtue of laws passed in the 50s and 60s, though their citizenship rights remained curtailed in the private sphere as family codes, most countries in the Arab world, family codes discriminated against women with varying degrees. Tunis is always the exception, of course. And they lived and participated in the Arab national independence experience in a variety of ways. They experienced the defeat of 1967, the consequent disillusionment with Arab nationalist projects. They participated in or were witnesses to the student movements worldwide and regionally. Their careers coincided with transformative events in the 70s. economic and political, and changes in political systems and socialist systems to capitalist systems in many countries, Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco, to mention some examples. So recording the experiences of these women whose voices and experiences have been marginalized in mainstream history can potentially enable a better understanding of our recent past, a more nuanced understanding of key historical shifts in the Arab region. Moreover, these new narratives illuminate the processes and developments that led to the continuation of and/or emergence of new ideas and attitudes regarding the post-colonial nation state, the diverse trajectories of women's movements in the Arab world, and the changes in gender roles and attitudes. This generation of women have vivid memories of the social political upheavals, as I mentioned. They share unique experiences, very different from later generations who became active in public life in the 80s and 90s. So this change is understanding the intellectual and political trajectories of the generation of the 70s in the context of activism in authoritarian post-colonial states can potentially contribute to a conversation between generations that addresses the dynamics of power in specific national contexts and ways of strategizing and building alliances. It's also noteworthy that activists of the 70s generation led and populated the new human rights civil society organizations that emerged in the late 80s and early 90s in many countries in the Arab world. Again, understanding their intellectual and political trajectories does shed light on key changes and developments in attitudes, ideological standpoints beyond mainstream histories and orthodoxies. It goes without saying that any discussion of the Arab world or women in the Arab world needs to take into consideration very significant differences between histories, contexts, and political systems. Hence, the above narrative requires differentiation by country, by key historical moments, in addition to other differentials that take into account analytical categories such as class, geographical location, education, level of public engagement, many things. However, I argue there is an argument to be made for talking about a generation of Arab women while taking into consideration differences, but with attention to the commonalities, the shared perceptions and experiences of women who shared a language and cultural traditions, dreams of independence and progress, and an idea of a common future for Arab countries. Second question, so the question, why a gender archive? Why are we talking about gender? So new approaches to archives and archival knowledge have moved away from the view of archives as neutral repositories of documents and manuscripts that enable objective research in search for historical truth, to a view of archives as powerhouses where struggles over memory and history are integral to the raison d'etre of archival work. The archive has become a central metaphorical construct in the work of cultural theorists who located the archive at the center of power and authority, rendering the control of the archive as a condition of rule and political power. Highlighting the workings of power in archives has resulted in a radical shift in perceptions of archives and archivists. It is no longer possible for archivists, for example, to hide behind claims of objectivity and neutrality because, I'm quoting, power recognized becomes power that can be questioned, made accountable, and open to transparent dialogue and enriched understanding. Archives have therefore become sites of political and social contestation as marginalized groups in diverse contexts challenge the authority of the archive with a capital A and construct their own alternative archives that tell different stories that have been excluded, undermined, or distorted in official archival narratives. So it is still the case that women's voices and narratives have been excluded in national archives. Their stories and experiences have been marginalized or considered unimportant. So archiving the peripheral, the fragment, and the marginal raises new epistemological questions about what counts as knowledge, what knowledges are worthy of preserving and archiving, who is the knower, and who has the authority to define knowledge. Such archives challenge dominant narratives, give credence and historical value to the voices and points of view of marginalized groups or communities, and consequently subvert pretensions of objectivity and impartiality posited by custodians of archives that claim to safeguard the history of the nation or the state. And this is a general comment. Women's archives, which house women, oral narratives, and women's cultural production, have and still play a key role in empowering women's rights movements and activism in many countries in the world. They tell stories of strength, agency, achievement, but also disillusionment and unhappy stories. But they always expose the dynamics of power, the processes of exclusion and marginalization to which women are and have been subjected, and the misogynistic authoritarianism behind the thinking and epistemological paradigms that deem women's experiences and life narratives unworthy of inclusion in mainstream histories. So writing women's stories, recording their memories, unearthing women's hidden knowledge production have all contributed to a revisionist movement in recording various histories and cultural traditions. I'm coming to an end. So just worth noting that documenting Arab women's narratives continues to be scarce, or at best scattered and not easily accessible. And this is the case despite the boom in the construction of archives in the last decade. Most of the existing archives do not have the institutional capacity or the human resources to accommodate and house large amounts of data. And in addition, of course, to limited resources and political upheavals, social transformations, they face many challenges. And this is still the case. We've seen how in many Arab countries, laws that regulate civil society have resulted in enormous sustainability challenge for non-state archives. In Palestine, of course, the Israeli occupation, the deliberate destruction of Palestinian institutions, and the attempt to erase Palestinian memory and culture is, of course, a challenge to all of us, but also a call to do things differently and to see what we can do about it. So, final word, against all odds, here we are, with a very rich collection of narratives by women within our reach. I can assure you that the stories are powerful and inspiring. I wish I had time to share some of them with you, but I encourage you to visit the website and discover. And I leave it to my colleagues, Reema and Nay, who will share with you examples as well as reflections on the experience. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hoda, Professor. This is a wonderful, these two questions are extremely interesting, and I particularly resonated on the question of archives and power. And for those of us who lived Beirut, since you're in love with this beautiful city, we all remember that in 1982, when upon the Israeli invasion to the city, the first thing they did was to go to Caracas, where there was the Palestinian archive, and to destroy it completely. Yeah. So yes, هيدا المساحة من الصراع اللامرئي, as we say in Arabic. So thank you very much, and the floor now is to Ms. Reema Shebeitah. Are you with us?
صحيح أنا معك.
أهلا وسهلا. تفضلي.
أسعد الله صباحكن وصباحكم جميعا. يسعدنا أن أكون معكم اليوم ولو افتراضيا في هذا اللقاء الذي يجمعنا على الذاكرة والرواية. وأود أن أبدأ بشكر صادق طبعا للدكتورة هدى الصدى. دكتورة هدى الصدى التي منحتنا الإلهام والفرصة والتوجيه لنكون جزءا من مشروع التاريخ الشفوي الجندري نساء في السبعينيات، وللمجلس العربي للعلوم الاجتماعية والجامعة الأمريكية في بيروت على احتضانها هذا العمل الريادي الذي جمعنا معا كباحثات من فلسطين والأردن ولبنان وسوريا والعراق ومصر. كنت أتمنى أن أكون معكم اليوم ومعكن طبعا في بيروت وجاهيا، لكن بسبب الأوضاع المعروفة في فلسطين أشارككم عن بعد، ومع ذلك أشعر أني أشارككم من مكان لا يقل أهمية من قلب فلسطين التي شكلت أرضاً خصبة للذاكرة النساء وروايتهن المتشابكة مع الحلم والمقاومة. عندما بدأت رحلتي مع المشروع في سبتمبر 2020 لم أكن أعرف الكثير عن التاريخ الشفوي، كنت أظنه مجرد تقنية مقابلات أو وسيلة لجمع الشهادات، لكن سرعان ما اكتشفت أن التاريخ الشفوي هو طريقة في النظر إلى العالم، هو أن نعيد للتاريخ صوته وأن نسمح للذاكرة الإنسانية أن تروى ما لم يكتب في الوثائق الرسمية. أدركت أن ما نفعله ليس فقط تسجيلا لأصوات النساء، بل إنقاذ لجزء من الوعي الجمعي العربي من الضياع، وأننا نكتب تاريخا لا من فوق بل من الداخل، من الحكاية ومن الهمس ومن التجربة اليومية التي صنعت المعنى دون أن توثق. بدأنا العمل كما قالت طبعا دكتورة في وسط جائحة كورونا، لكن تجربة الإغلاق في فلسطين كانت مختلفة تماما. في الوقت الذي كان فيه العالم يعيش الحجر للمرة الأولى، كان الفلسطيني يعيش الإغلاق داخل الإغلاق. إغلاق صحي فرضته جائحة عالمية، وإغلاق سياسي وعسكري هو جزء من حياته اليومية منذ عقود. مدن وقرى مقطعة الأوصال بجدار الفصل العنصري وحواجز عسكرية تتحكم بالوقت والمسافة والمصير. جنود يمتلكون حق إطلاق النار دون قيد أو محاسبة. فيما بينما كان العالم يختبر الخوف من المرض، كنا نعيش الخوف من الفيروس والاحتلال معا. كانت التنقلات بين رام الله ونابلس والقدس مغامرة محفوفة بالمخاطر، ليس فقط بسبب الوباء، بل لأن المرور من حاجز إلى آخر يعني مواجهة غير متوقعة مع الجنود. لكن لقد كان الإغلاق بالنسبة للعالم حالة طارئة، أما بالنسبة للفلسطينيين فهو جزء من استمرار لحالة دائمة، مجرد تبديل للسبب لا للواقع. ومع ذلك وسط هذا الانغلاق المضاعف ولد المشروع كنافذة نحو الخارج. تحولت الشاشات الصغيرة إلى جسور بين المدن والبلدان. أجريت مقابلاتي عبر زوم مع نساء من رام الله ونابلس والقدس، ومع أخريات في عمان ولندن وحتى في إحدى الجزر الإيطالية. تحدينا المسافات والرقابة والعزلة، وخلقنا أرشيفا حيا يربط الذاكرة الفلسطينية بالجسد العربي الواسع. وحولنا العزلة إلى مساحة للتواصل والتوثيق والمقاومة الرمزية. كانت أولى مقابلاتي مع دكتورة إصلاح جاد، أستاذتي التي أكن لها كل التقدير والاحترام. عرفتها كباحثة وأكاديمية، لكن في المقابلة رأيتها امرأة تجمع بين الفكر والميدان، بين الأمومة والمقاومة. تحدثت بصدق عن معنى الانتماء، عن دور النساء في تأسيس الحركة الوطنية الفلسطينية والنسوية، وعن التحولات التي عاشتها الأجيال منذ السبعينيات وحتى اليوم. كان حديثها عميقا ومليئا بالتساؤلات أكثر من الإجابات، وهذا ما جعل المقابلة بالنسبة لي مدرسة في التفكير النقدي وفي الصراحة الأكاديمية والإنسانية معا. ثم جاءت مقابلة سلوى أبو خضرة المقيمة في عمان، امرأة تجاوزت حدود الجغرافيا وأسست في الكويت حضانة دار الحنان في السبعينيات، التي لم تكن مجرد حضانة بل كانت مساحة وطنية تربوية تعلم فيها الأطفال النشيد الوطني الفلسطيني، وتحولت إلى بيت صغير يحمل هوية فلسطين في الغربة. من خلال قصتها أدركت كيف أن المقاومة لا تكون بالسلاح فقط، بل قد تبدأ من مكان بسيط، من رعاية الأطفال، من الأغنية، من بناء الوعي الصغير الذي يكبر مع الزمن. أما الدكتورة سعاد العامري فقد أجريت معها المقابلة وهي في إحدى الجزر الإيطالية. هربت من ضيق الإغلاق في رام الله لتجد مساحة للتأمل والكتابة. تحدثت عن العمارة بوصفها شكلا من أشكال المقاومة، عن كيف يمكن لحجر قديم في قرية فلسطينية أن يصبح فعل بقاء في وجه محو الذاكرة. أسست مركز رواق للعمارة والترميم، وعلمتنا أن الحفاظ على البيت والتراث ليس حديثا للماضي بل دفاعا عن المستقبل. ولم أنسى أبدا مقابلة لنا أبو حجلة، ابنة الشهيدة التي قتلت برصاص الاحتلال في ساحة منزلها. لنا لم تكتفي بالحزن بل حولته إلى معركة قانونية استمرت 11 عاما في المحاكم. كانت تعرف أن العدالة بعيدة، لكنها أصرت أن تطالب بها، لأنها آمنت أن الحق لا ينتزع إلا حينما تصر على المطالبة به حتى النهاية. كانت شهادتها درسا في الصبر والإصرار والكرامة الإنسانية. وفي كل مقابلة كنت أجد نمطا جديدا من المقاومة، مناضلات، سياسيات، عسكريات، أكاديميات، فنانات ومربيات ونسويات. بعضهن قدنا العمل العسكري في السبعينيات، وبعضهن قدنا حركة التعليم أو الدفاع القانوني أو العمل الاجتماعي. كان كل صوت بينهن يكمل الآخر، كأننا أمام نسيج من قصص التي تصنع هوية فلسطين الأنثى القوية العنيدة الحنونة والمستمرة رغم كل شيء. لم تكن التجربة بالنسبة لي مجرد بحث بل رحلة في اكتشاف الذات. كل مقابلة تركت في أثر، ومن هذه المقابلات أيضا من وحيها قمت بعمل مقال منشور في مجلة المقاومة الجندرية العدد السادس للمجلس العربي للعلوم الاجتماعية بعنوان النساء والسردية الوطنية الفلسطينية، نساء في سردهن رأسهن وطن. هي بتحكي كمان عن التاريخ المسكوت عنه، تاريخ النساء في الوعي الوطني. كنت أنهي المقابلة وأشعر أني أحمل جزءا من روح الراوية معي، قوتها، صبرها وشكوكها وحتى لحظات ضعفها. غيرتني هذه التجربة كباحثة وامرأة فلسطينية. علمتني أن حفظ الذاكرة ليس ترفا، بل واجب وطني وأخلاقي، وأن التوثيق فعل مقاومة، لأن الاحتلال لا يريد فقط الأرض، بل يريد أيضا أن يعيد كتابة الرواية. واليوم ونحن نرى ما يجري في غزة تحديدا وفي الأراضي الفلسطينية كاملة، ندرك أن المشروع لم يكن مجرد توثيق للماضي، بل استشراقا للمستقبل القاسي الذي نعيشه الآن. الوجوه التي قابلتها تشبه وجوه الأمهات والجدات اللواتي يروين اليوم قصص الخسارة والبقاء تحت القصف. الأصوات اللي وثقناها بالأمس تعود اليوم من جديد في غزة، تحكي عن الفقد، عن الإصرار على الحياة، عن النساء اللواتي يدفن أبنائهن ثم يعدن لتوزيع الخبز وتنظيف الركام وتعليم الأطفال. ما يجري اليوم في غزة ليس حدثا منفصلا عن تاريخ النساء الفلسطينيات، بل هو امتداد مؤلم لذاكرة مستمرة. الذاكرة بدأت قبل النكبة ولم تتوقف، ذاكرة النساء اللواتي واجهن الموت بالحكاية ويكتبن بأجسادهن وأصواتهن أن الحياة تستحق أن تروى. ولهذا أرى أن التاريخ الشفوي اليوم لم يعد ترفا بحثيا، بل صار واجبا وطنيا وإنسانيا، أن نوثق، أن نسمع، أن نحفظ، لأن كل ما لا يقال يقتل مرتين، مرة بالرصاص ومرة بالصمت. في ختام هاي الرحلة بحب أحكي إنه المشروع التاريخ الشفوي ما كان مجرد بحث أكاديمي بالنسبة لي، كان تجربة إنسانية وسياسية ونسوية عميقة جعلتني أرى فلسطين من جديد، لا كقضية بل كحياة. أيضا التاريخ الشفوي ليس فقط توثيقا لما حدث، بل إحياء لما يجب أن لا ينسى. وعندما تروى الذاكرة بصوت النساء تصبح أكثر صدقا وأكثر بقاء وأكثر قدرة على شفاء الذاكرة الجمعية من الصمت والنسيان. وشكرا لكم ولكن جميعا.
شكرا لك ريم. هذه الكلمات، التوثيق فعل مقاومة والأرشيف فعلا مساحة صراع. شكرا لكل عمل يصب في ذاكرة الأجيال المقبلة. ننتقل يعني من الكلمة المؤثرة والأفكار المهمة جدا التي تقدمت بها ريم إلى المداخلة الثانية السيدة ناي الراعي. وانتقلت طبيعيا للعربي بلا ما أحس. So I moved to Arabic so smoothly. I think it's the language of the heart always. So Nay, please, the floor is yours.
صباح الخير. أنا كمان رح أحكي عربي بس مش بجمالية فصحى ريما. صباح الخير، سعدني كتير أني أكون معكم حتى ولو كمان افتراضيا إلكترونيا. بدي بس هيك ودي رسالة حب ودعم وشكر للدكتورة هدى، لأنه من وراها هي بتحكي إنه نحن مجموعة باحثات كنا على قد الحمل، بس هي لو ما هي ما كان وصل المشروع لنهايته. أنا رح أحكي عن 20 مقابلة اللي عملتهم بلبنان بال 2021. رح أحكي عنهم من منظورين. رح أحكي عنهم من منظور أول شيء فكرة إنه نحن كنا عم نشتغل على هدول المقابلات بال 2021، وآخر شيء انتهينا إنه عم نكتب المقدمات أو التوليفات بعد ما ابتدت الإبادة بغزة بآخر 23. فرح أحكي شوي الشيء اللي شفته على ضوء الإبادة والشيء اللي كنت أوريدي شايفته قبل ما تصير الإبادة. رح بلش بأنه لما بلشت الإبادة وكنت عم بتطلع على النوتس اللي عندي من هدول المقابلات، كثير بين انه عند هالنساء كان في هاجس ومركزيه للقضيه الفلسطينيه بشكل عام. لو ما كنت عم بكتب هذا الشيء باخر 23 وكل اللي عم بيصير بفلسطين، يمكن كان اخذني وقت وجهد زياده لحتى لقيت هيدي المركزيه او لقيت مركزيه فلسطين كثيم اساسي. فوحده من الاسئله الاساسيه اللي كانت بهيدي المقابله للنساء كانت انه تحكي لنا عن حدث اساسي او حدث كبير صار بحياتهم. ما حدد السؤال إذا هذا الحدث مهني أو سياسي أو شخصي، بس أغلبية الراويات اللي أنا حكيت معهم كانوا عم بيجاوبوا، كل أجوبتهم كانت عم تحكي عن أحداث مفصلية بالسياسة بالمنطقة، طبعا لأنها كانت فترة أصلا عم تغلي وفيها الكثير من الوعد والفوضى والعنف بنفس الوقت، بس كل الأجوبة كانت على أحداث مفصلية سياسية متعلقة بفلسطين، يلي مش بس أثرت على خياراتهم السياسية وخياراتهم المهنية، وإنما كمان على مشاعرهم وعلى خياراتهم الشخصية. فعم بطلع بهدول النوتس كنت لشوف، وبين إنه الصراع لأجل تحرير فلسطين، إن كان من ناحية العمل النقابي أو العمل السياسي أو حتى الناس اللي حكيت معهم اللي هن بمجال التعليم العالي أو بمجال الإحصاء الصحي مثلا، كله كان متمحور حول هذا الشيء. وكان كمان في وعي حاد للعداء مع إسرائيل. فهيدول الأحداث كانوا متنوعين، أبرزهم وأولهم هو نكبة 48. من بعدها كان في أحداث متعلقة بلبنان تحديدا، يعني الاجتياح الإسرائيلي لجنوب لبنان ب 78، الاجتياح الإسرائيلي لبيروت ب 82، يلي بين بكثير روايات مثل رواية جمانة مرعي، مثل رواية نهلة شهال، جيل مقدسي، عايدة نصر الله، حرب إسرائيل على لبنان بال 2006 يلي حكت كثير عنها الراوية نجلة حميدة، منى فياض، مود اسطفين، وتحرير الجنوب بال 2000 يلي كمان بين بقصص أو بأحاديث نهلة شهال ومنى فياض. بس الحدث اللي كان فعلا مركزي واللي كتير بين كحدث مفصلي بأحاديثهم هو نكسة 67، واللي تلاها من اللي تسمى بفشل المشروع الناصري أو استقالة جمال عبد الناصر، خصوصي إنه في كتير نساء عرفوا عن حالهم على إنه الناصريات، لهلا بيعرفوا عن حالهم إنه ناصريات، دلالة على أهمية هذا المشروع السياسي حتى بعد هالقد وقت بحياتهم. وبالتالي دلالة يعني انهيار هذا المشروع قديش كان أساسي بسردياتهم. فمن هذا المحل في المظاهرات اللي طلعت ببيروت من بعد استقالة جمال عبد الناصر، كانت الشرارة اللي أطلقت الوعي السياسي لكثير من النساء اللي أنا حكيت معهم بهذا الجيل بلبنان. بس شوي كان مثير للاهتمام إنه كان في تواطؤ بين الأمل والهزيمة. كان في فكرة إنه عم ينحكى عن بقصص مثلا هدى زريق ومريد دبس وبهية البعلبكي، كانوا عم يحكوا إنه حتى لو هيدي اللحظة كانت مثل صفعة أو هيدي أو ضربة على الرأس أو مثل إهانة، هدول كلهم كوتس جايين من المقابلات، كانت كمان بنفس الوقت حافز لهالناس يزيدوا نشاطهم السياسي. فمن هون عم اقول انه هيدي لحظه كان فيها تواطؤ متناقض اذا بدكم بين الامل والهزيمه، لانه في كثير نساء مثل ما كنت عم اقول مثل هدى زريق مثل بهية بعلبكي شافوا فيها بوتنشل او فرصه لحتى يتحفز الشغل. بس كمان ال 67 مش بس كانت لحظه مفصليه بالسياسه، كمان كانت لحظه عاطفيه ونفسيه كثير عميقه. يعني مثلا أغلبية النساء حكيوا عن هاي اللحظة بالذات بكتير دقة، مع أنه كنا عم نحكي بعد 40-50 سنة على الموضوع. مثلا كتير بقي بذاكرتي حديث أردى أكميكجي مثلا، اللي هي كانت بالمدرسة بالأردن وقت إسرائيل احتلت الضفة، وكانت أول مرة بتسمع راديو وعم يحكي بالعبري، وبقت بذاكرتها وما في انسى قديش كان تعبيرها حاد وموجود كأنه امبارح. وكمان يعني هيدي التأثيرات العاطفية والنفسية لهيدي اللحظات الكبيرة، مش بس النكسة، كمان الحرب اللبنانية واللي تلاها أثرت على المجال الرعائي عند بحياة النساء. يعني مثلا في كتير خيارات أخذوها هيدي النساء، خاصة بالإنجاب من عدمه، خاصة بالسفر بالأولاد لمكان تاني، خاصة بتشجيع الأولاد إنه أصلا يفلوا ويتركوا البلد لأنه فيها القد دمار، فيها حروب متتالية، في انعدام instability. يعني وبهالمحل في قصص كتير كانت مثل حي للتلاحم بين الشخصي والسياسي. ووداد حلواني مثلا اللي هي غنية عن تعريف المجال اللبناني، يلي زوجها انخطف من ميليشيات بالحرب اللبنانية ب 82، وعلى إثرها هيدي المرأة اللي كانت أم لطفلين صارت قائدة لحملة للمطالبة بمعرفة مصير 17,000 مفقود. ف وداد وغيرها من النساء مثلا عزة شرارة بيضون تحكي عن كيف بالحرب اضطرت تترك بيتها 7 مرات، واثر هالشيء النفسي عليها، وكيف هيدا الشيء، هيدي التجربه الشخصيه كثير ادت لانها تاخذ قرار انه تعمل البحث الدكتوراه تبعها عن صحه النساء النفسيه. هيدي وغير طبعا غير تفاصيل من مثل ما قلت، مثل الانجاب من عدمه، مثل الهجره، مثل التنقل بين الدول. هيدي اذا كنت عم بقراها بالبريزم تبع الاباده بغزه. بس في كمان اشياء، في ثيمات طلعت اذا نحن عم نقراها بكل الاوقات لهيدي الانترفيوز او لهيدي المقابلات، وهي ثيمتين كبار. اولا علاقه النساء باحزابهم، تحديدا لانه بالستينات السبعينات والثمانينات كان عدد كبير من النساء اللي انا حكيت معهم كانوا ناشطات بعدد من التنظيمات اليساريه تنقلوا فيها، مثلا اتحاد شيوعيون، الكوميون العرب، لبنان الاشتراكي اللي بعدين صارت منظمه العمل الشيوعي، والحزب الشيوعي. وباغلبيه هيدي القصص كان الاحساس العام، ولو ما انحكى بالكلمات المباشره، هو نوع من الخذلان، يلي صح انه ما بين بالكلمات المحدده، بس ظهرت اثار منه بمثلا نساء بتقول تحكي عن فقدان للثقه اللي حست فيه من بعد فتره من تجربه العمل السياسي، او قرار بانه شخص تبتعد شوي عن هذا المجال او تاخذ فشخه لورا تهتم بقصص ثانيه من بعد فتره من العمل السياسي الحاد. وهيدا بعتقد انه عادة متأصلة بالأحزاب اللبنانية اليسارية تحديدا، وكلهم يعني، بس اليسارية لأنه بنعرف تجارب من الأحزاب اليسارية الموثقة عن خذلان هالأحزاب للنساء، وعن الاستفادة من طاقة هالنساء بقصص معينة، وبعدين لما يصير الوقت للقرار تنحط المرأة على جنب أو تندفش على جنب. وهذا الشيء بعده قائم لليوم، على سيرة مثل ما قالت ريما انه لما بنفكر بالاشياء اللي عم بتصير معنا اليوم وبنفكر كيف الاشياء اللي صارت قبل كثير بتشبه، كثير عم تتكرر يعني. ففي شغله تانية بتجي مع قصه الاحزاب اليساريه اللي هي الفلك المتوازي عند عدد كبير من النساء بين نقل من العمل الإغاثي أو عمل بالجمعيات النسائية والتنمية للعمل السياسي، أو العمل بالسياسي بعدين النقل على الأحزاب، على المنظمات النسوية والإغاثة. وهيدا إذا بدلنا على شيء، بدلنا على إنه في تلاحم حتمي بالتراجكتوريز بين العمل النسوي، التنمية النسوية والإغاثة النسوية والعمل النسوي بشكل عام والعمل السياسي، لأنه ببلد مثل لبنان، ببلداننا بالمنطقة، لا مستحيل الفصل بين حقوق النساء بشكل عام وبين البنى السياسية أبرزها يلي بتقمع ويلي بتهدد ويلي بتقصي. وتاني شغلة شفتها وقبل ما أختم، إنه مثل العادة هيدي كمان، لأنه أنا قدرت أشوفها بحياتي وبحياة النسويات من جيلي، إنه في عادة عند النسويات إنه تاخذ مسؤوليات مفترض على عاتق الدولة تكون. يعني مثلا نساء خصوصا بالأزمات وبالحروب، نساء مثل رباب الصدر، مثل نهلة حيدر، مثل بهية علبكي، مثل نعمة كنعان، حكيوا كثير بسردياتهم عن مختلف الطرق اللي هن كانوا فيها عم بيجربوا يلاقوا اشغال يدعموا عائلات لبنانيه بالحرب الاهليه، بالاجتياح الاسرائيلي لبيروت وبالاجتياح الاسرائيلي للجنوب. وكيف جربوا انه يعملوا قصص، يلاقوا اشغال ويلاقوا فرص علم، الشيء اللي المفروض الدوله تعمله. وهيدا كان انه ما ننسى انه احنا هدول المقابلات كنا عم نعملهم بال2020. يعني انا كنت عم فكر كل الوقت نحن شو كنا عم نعمل بهالوقت، من الانهيار الاقتصادي لسوء اداره جائحه كوفيد لانفجار المرفأ، وكيف كنا نحن على طول بالواجهه بالوقت اللي نحن مش الدوله. فكمان هيدا تكرار. وبالاخر بس تانهي، انه صح في كذا حدا من النساء كانوا يقولوا عن حالهم انه نحن من زمن التروما، وانه صح انه في نفحه تفاؤل بكثير مقابلات، بس كمان كان في هيك نفحه تعب يمكن شوي. بس السرديه اللي طلعت لإلي اقله لما انا رجعت قريت هدول المقابلات وكل الوحي اللي اجى لا على راسي لما كنت اسمعهم، وكنت انه اعمل مقابلات وابقى على كذا يوم فكر فيهم، هي رسالة صمود وأمل، وإنه صح إنه في شعلة انضربت شوي، انطفت بركي شوي، بس وصلت. وبس هذا اللي بقوله. يعطيكم العافية.
كتير حلو ناي ختمتك رسالة صمود وأمل، وبعتقد أكيد يعني بعتقد حياتك تغيرت من وراء المقابلات مثل ما فهمنا منك. شكرا، وفتحتي كمان طاقات لأبحاث بعتقد كثيرة جديدة عن يعني علاقة النساء اليوم بالسياسة، أو شو نوع بنسميه intergenerational transmission اللي صار من خلال هالتجارب هيدي التجارب السبعينات وكثير من المواضيع الأخرى. هلأ فينا تماما بما أنه كنا كتير جيدين بالوقت وكتير efficient وبلشنا مأخرين وخلصنا قبل بوقت، نفتح exactly 20 minutes للأسئلة، وفيها تكون input مش ضروري سؤال. يعني if you have any comments about what you just heard, these are very rich interventions with extremely interesting insights. So any comments, question, contribution are welcome.
I'm Suzanne Kasim. I'm a participant in this conference. And I have a question for
Could you
both.
Please just introduce yourself,
Hi.
Where you come, what you do?
Yes, hi. I'm Suzanne Kasim. I'm participating in this conference. I am a postdoctoral researcher at Ca' Foscari University of Venice. I have a question for Reema and Nai about the interviews you took, because also Hoda mentioned the different how class affected people's experience, and I was wondering how that reflected in your interviews. Thank you.
بسمة شيباني من University Libraries. اشتغلت بالميتا داتا تبعت الجوها كلها. أنا كتير impressed بكل المقابلات، لأنه سمعته اضطريت بشغلي إنه أسمعهم كلهم، فكانوا يعني عن جد أثروا فيي كتير، وحسيت بالأمل اللي قلتيه من شوي. بس أنا هلأ بعد 7 أكتوبر عن جد أنا ما عاد في عندي ولا أمل. فأنا بظن إنه صار بدنا نعمل جوها جديد، مش لل70s، للوضع يعني بعد 7 أكتوبر، لأنه حنشوف يعني انطباعات تانية تماما مختلفة عن جيل السبعينات. فبندعو المجلس العربي للعلوم الاجتماعية انه يعمل هيدا يعني بروجكت جديد لبعد 7 أكتوبر بكافة المنطقة العربية. أنا ما بحكي بس عن منطقتنا، لأنه عن جد نحن disappointed وعنا تراجع لورا سياسيا، اقتصاديا، اجتماعيا، على كل الأصعدة. وكمان العالم بشكل عام أثر على اللي عم يعملوا الناس كتير برامج أركايفينج اللي عم بيصير بغزة، وعم بيصير مش بس بغزة، بجنوب لبنان وبسوريا، بكل المنطقة، كأنه في سايكس بيكو جديد كلنا بنعرف. وفوق هيدا كله العالم كله عنده هلأ awareness جديدة ونظرة جديدة. الحمد لله يعني صحيح ماتوا 200,000، بس القضية الفلسطينية رجع طلعت بس لفترة. هلأ من جديد لما عم نشوف شو عم بيصير ترامب ومشاريع وكذا، عم نرجع لورا على كل الأصعدة. فبدنا مشروع جديد. وشكرا.
Thank you. This is a great suggestion. مع انه اليوم عندنا a very important change اللي هي the election of the new mayor of New York. I think maybe we would know more a little bit about this fantastic change in scenery in the US and how it would impact all of what we're living. So the last intervention, and then we move to our responses.
Just a question. I'm Maria Bashur Abu Nasser, and also participating in this conference, and very excited about learning more. And just this initiative is wonderful and very inspiring. I just have a question. I'm not sure to whom, to the interviewers, to the project managers. How did you said you have 110 interviews from 6 Arab countries? So I'm just wondering about the kind of selection process that was done to select these narrators. Thank you.
Thank you. That's to you, Nadia, I think, and to Hoda. Okay, great. So we'll take the turn by responding. Maybe, I don't know, Professor Sheikh, Dr. Shami, and then to the intervention. So we'll give you the floor also to react. But maybe we start from our online participant or line panelist, please. Nay, you would like to go first?
Sure. I will address بس the question on class لأنه بعتقد it's a fair question, and I found that a number of the women I spoke to who were more in the education and in higher education, who had the opportunity to pursue doctoral studies or graduate studies, and who had opportunities to leave the country, who had opportunities to like move across cities. So there was that, and there was also another group of women who were more working class or coming from a working class background, who were more entrenched in like the political struggle, so to speak, who were also highly educated, but who had probably different choices around mobility and around moving or not from Lebanon during the war, and around choosing to work in syndical entities, choosing to work in like services-oriented governmental entities. So I think there's that, and that's worth pointing out. But it's certainly something that we need to like put more thought in. Yeah, but that's off the top of my head, basically. I don't know if it answered Suzanne's question, but
بس بدي أحكي عن موضوع الكلاس بشكل عام، إنه إحنا لما عملنا المقابلات كان في مجموعة عنا من الداخل الفلسطيني، وكانوا مجموعة كمان من الخارج، يعني من النساء اللي اشتغلت مع منظمة التحرير سواء بالخارج أو حتى بشكل عام خارج فلسطين. التعليم كان تقريبا متشابه، يعني كلهم حاصلات على درجات علمية كانت عالية. كان عندنا من المخيمات، كان عندنا من المدن والقرى داخل فلسطين. كان الاختلاف يعني بشكل يعني محوري بالنسبة إلي كيف كنت بالوعي النسوي، يعني إنه كيف إنه القضايا النسوية وكيف إبرازها باتجاه يعني واعي، مش إنه مثلا إنه باطني، يعني غير معرف. انه كانوا كثير من اللي اشتغلوا بالانتفاضه الاولى كمان من النساء يعني بيشتغلوا هذا الشغل، بس جزء كبير ما كان عندهم الوعي النسوي. اللي انا شفته مختلف انه اللي اشتغلوا مع بالمنظمه وبالعمل يعني السياسي كان عندهم وعي اكثر بموضوع الحقوق النسويه من وكيف انه ممكن يعني عملها ادراج سياسي. مع انه كمان كان عندنا اشكاليه كثير كبيره بهذا الموضوع لاحقا لما تاسست السلطه الوطنيه الفلسطينيه، بس كمان بالنسبه بجميع يعني المستويات الثقافيه والاجتماعيه والداخل خارج، كان في دائما جامع واحد، يعني هم واحد، اللي هو كيف انه احنا ممكن نكون موجودين كفلسطينيه قادرين على البقاء، يعني مش بس انه ايش ممكن يعني نحط كحقوق كذا. فكان هذا دائما الهاجس اللي عند كيف انه احنا نكون موجودات، كيف انه احنا نتعلم، كيف انه احنا يكون في عندنا وضع اقتصادي مقاوم للاحتلال. هذا بالنسبة إذا كمان أنا فهمت صح يعني موضوع أو قدرت أجاوب عليه بشكل أو بآخر. كمان بس ما شكرا كتير عن جد، يعني جهد كتير مقدر، ويعني يعطيك ألف عافية. عن جد هي مقابلات كتير غنية وكتير مؤثرة وكتير كمان تبعت للأمل. بس بدي أحكي لك شغلة، زي ما كانت النكبة أو 48 قضية جوهرية ومفصلية في تغيير الوعي الفلسطيني والعربي وحتى النسوي، كمان هي بعد 8 أكتوبر، بدناش نحكي 7 أكتوبر، بعد 8 أكتوبر أو بعد أكتوبر 2023 كان كمان محوري وتغييري، وكان قاتل بشكل كتير كبير لقضية الوجود والصمود، وكيف إنه نكون موجودين أو يكون إلنا، يعني إحنا بنحكي عن حرب إبادة شاملة كانت وقاتلة، وكان بس محورها تقضي مش بس على الوجود، كمان على الثقافة، على الهوية، على حتى الحلم وحتى الأمل. واللي بدي أحكي لك إياه إنه من هون رغم كل هذه الصعاب، ومن قلب فلسطين كمان بحكي لك، صحيح إحنا مش يعني من غزة بس، كمان اللي بصير كمان بالأراضي جوا الضفة الغربية كمان ما هو كمان استنزاف وعملية طرد وعملية إقصاء وتشريد. بس كمان اللي بدي أحكي لك إياه إنه لسه حيضل في أمل، لأنه طول ما إحنا موجودين على هاي الأرض وما بدنا نتركها وما راح نتركها، راح يضل في أمل، راح يكون في تغيير، في كتير تغييرات وفي أشياء كتير نحكيها، بس كمان إحنا موجودين عشان نحكي الرواية الفلسطينية والعربية كمان مرة ومرتين وثلاثة.
بس بموضوع الكلاس كمان مرة إنه كان واضح لإلي إنه بالنساء الراويات اللي جايين من خلفية working class إذا بدكم، كان أغلبية النضال تبعهم أو غالبية الوقت في سياسة، بس في كمان هم معيشة واقتصادي وهم وصول لفئات مهمشة، بالوقت يلي النساء يلي كانوا بركي أكثر قدرة على السفر، اللي هن من مستوى اقتصادي مختلف أو اجتماعي مختلف، كان الهم أكثر إنه نحن كيف بنغير نوعية التعليم، كيف بنحكي عن مواضيع معينة، كيف بنحكي كيف بنفوت خطاب معين بالسياسة. فكان في هيدا اللي هو شيء مباشر واكسبلسيت. وبالموضوع
عم تفتحي لنا مجالات توثيق.
بس شغلة أخيرة عفوا لأنه ما رديت على بسمة. أول شيء شكرا أنه انجبرتي تسمعي كل شيء، ونيالك كمان للمزدوجين لأنه نحن ما سمعنا كل الباقي الدول. بس أنا برأيي يعني بعيدا عن الحديث عن الصمود والمقاومة اللي هن طبعا هو حديث مفروغ منه، بس أنا بعتقد إنه بكل حقبة زمنية رح يكون في عالم مدبرسة ورح يكون في عالم عندها أمل، ودايما الناس اللي عندهم أمل رح يكونوا قليل، والناس اللي مدبرسين رح يكون معهم حق كمان يكونوا مدبرسين لأنه الوضع صعب او يكونوا فاقدين الامل. بس انا بلاقي انه دائما في مجموعه عالم عم تحفر بالصخر، وهذا رح يبقى معنا على طول بكل الظروف. يعني وذر صار في سايكس بيكو جديد او قديم او عاشر او رقم 100، رح يبقى على طول في عالم عم بتقول لا وعم تشتغل باتجاه هالشيء. بس هيك.
شكرا ناي. واللي من للي ما بيعرف كلمه دبرسي جايه من كلمه ديبرشن. عنا يارا بس بعتذر، بدي ما بعرف اذا عنا وقت ناخد يارا، بس لانه بدنا نترك كمان رد للدكتوره هدى، بعتقد ناخد ردك وبعدين ننتقل ليارا وبعدين بننهي السيشن.
بالعربي ولا بالانجليزي؟ اوكي بالانجليزي. All right, so very briefly, selection criteria. We had selection criteria when we started out, mainly generations, right? So women in the generation of 70s. Do we have younger women? We do. But I'm just explaining that, I mean, the criteria are there, and I'll explain, but they were not inflexible because of so many things. So the criteria basically generational, but also women who've been involved in a particular field in public life. So we really wanted diversity of experiences and fields. I mean, that was really the focus. We tried diversity of ideology. I will admit here that it didn't happen. So for example, if you look at the Iraqi collection, most of them are from the communist movement, from communist parties. It just so happened. In Egypt, there's a near absence of Islamist women. So I'm just explaining that, you know, but so we started out by really wanting to have this diversity. It didn't happen. So the question actually is why it didn't happen. It's a combination of things. It's a combination of the researcher. It's also a combination of realities. Who wants to speak to you? And also accessibility and very practical considerations. So there were a lot of women we wanted to talk to, but they were either not available, or Zoom made things easier. You know, you were able to reach women who were not in the place or in the country. But so we started with the very key. So the main criteria were generational and women involved in the public sphere in many different fields. And then there were a lot of variations that depended on a lot of things, but that's a topic for research.
We have a lot of topics for research in this conversation. So last question, Yara, تفضلي.
إيه، مساء الخير للجميع. سوري يمكن صباح الخير عندكم. I'm joining you from the University of Sydney. وأنا كنت previous faculty member بالجامعة الأمريكية ببيروت. شكرا جزيلا على هيدي يعني كل اللي قدمتوه. I'm very interested to know if any of the participants that you have interviewed have actually shown any signs of normalization of going the extra mile. I know ناي كنت عم تقولي إنه نحن بنعمل أكتر ما بتعمل الدولة. So have you seen any forms of where women have normalized this notion? I don't like it, but it's called usually in the literature the superwoman, the woman who can do it all. I'm just very curious to know that, and thank you so much.
I think that the discussion or the discourse around that from the women I've interviewed was more like, that's the situation that we're in. That's what we did, and like we talk about it, like that people reflect on it as like a given and as something that they've done. But only when I compare and when I reflect on my own experience and the experience of my generation of feminists, it isn't that we can do it all and like we're better than the state. It's that we want the state to intervene. They just don't want to. They want to be selectively present to oppress us and to exercise violence against us in different ways. But they're like, for example, when the Beirut port explosion happened and we were in Gemese basically trying to tend as feminists and as alternative political groups, we were trying to tend to people's needs, trying to basically like sweep floors and do things that were not like it's at best at the role of the municipality, if not the state. And we would see members of the internal security forces and the army just hanging around and like coming in and taking a manouche and eating and chatting with people, and it's without necessarily adding any value or like pitching in any way. So it's not that. And I didn't ask explicitly about that exactly, but the discussion mostly was like, we did this because we were there and there was war and there was nobody else doing it and people were in need and people came to us because we have some kind of influence in the community, and not necessarily because they thought they're better or like they thought they can do more than the state. But the reality of the situation is we always end up shouldering these burdens because we see a gap and we run to like basically towards trying to fill it, when the entity that's supposed to do that is basically absent. I don't know if this answers the question, but yeah, I didn't ask explicitly about that superwoman concept that you spoke about, but that's what I got.
Thank you very much, Naya, and thank you, everybody. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to thank you for your wisdom, for your courage, for your insight, but this fantastic commitment that you have taken upon yourself, and thank the project Two Pillars and everybody who is there to listen, contribute, and think together. And إذا بتسمحوا لي, I'd like, because I'm very much inspired by what have been said, to just end on a little paragraph from my own book on archives, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind, بالعربي. So بتقول ليلى, لأنه الناريتور is my very politically mom. بتقول: أما الأرشيف يا ابنتي ذلك الوطن المنسي إلا من الفقهاء كان وسيبقى ميدان معارك من نوع آخر، معارك السرديات وتطويع الحجج والبينات والاستيلاء على الذاكرة أو اغتيالها، ولنا في ذلك حديث آخر يا ابنتي وربما أكثر. شكرا للجميع. For the third session, the oral history of Dar al-Fata al-Arabi, a philosophy of aesthetics of resistance. We have 50 minutes for this session, and we are now moving towards it. So in this session, we will embark on a journey, a very nice journey actually, to recover the story of a truly revolutionary project that shaped the minds and imagination of an entire generation. If I might say, Dar al-Fata al-Arabi was much more than a publishing house, right? So we will discover with us why it is a visionary experiment in cultural resistance. And this Dar was founded in 1974. It's a pioneering pan-Arab institution that transformed the landscape of children's literature and education across the Arab world. And I'm witness to that as a mom. So from Beirut to Cairo, between 74 and 94, it produced a remarkable collection of books that sought not only to entertain, but to awaken the imagination, to inspire, and to educate in a different way. So through the groundbreaking oral history work of our speakers today, we will explore the philosophy, the aesthetic vision, the political context that defined Dar al-Fata, and we will see how its legacy built on the labor of writers, of artists, of intellectuals, of friends of the Dar, many of whom women, created an alternative world for children, leaving behind a crucial and often overlooked chapter in the region's gendered cultural history. So join me in welcoming to this session Dr. Kaoukab Chebaro, Head of Global Study at Columbia University, Dr. Hana Sleiman, Lecturer in Modern Middle Eastern History at the University of Edinburgh, and Hasna Mikdashi, an independent researcher. And Hasna was somewhere here, but please welcome to the table. Okay, so the floor is yours, Dr. Kaoukab.
Thank you very much. I've been waiting for this day for the past 6 years, and I'm not exaggerating. And there were many good and false starts, and we made it. So it feels so good to be here with you all. It feels so good to be in community and in gratitude for the next 2 days, listening to each other. And I want to thank everyone who is here. It's really heartwarming to see this amazing energy around oral history and around archiving in our region. It really is a way to repair what violence destroys in the soul. And we can benefit from each other's community, mind, intellect, and heart. I will be presenting today, and before I start, I just want to say a few words about housekeeping and logistics, starting by thanking so many people who made this project possible in the past 6 years. I don't have time to thank them all, to name them all, but they know who they are. I would like to single out a few, mostly Dr. Nadia El Cheikh, the co-PI on this project, who was really the leader, the heart and the mind of this project, and kept this community together for the past 6 years through thick and thin. I'd like to thank my colleagues too at ACSS, Dr. Hoda El Sadda, Dr. Seteney, and the libraries who worked very hard on archiving and indexing and helping with the indexers and all the standards, ensuring that this is up to the highest standards. This is an unusual project in the sense that it is basically not only an attempt to collect oral histories, but it also pays attention to the afterlife of the oral history, to archiving it and to availing it to researchers. The two people I'd like to thank most are my co-conspirators, Dr. Hana Sleiman and Dr. Hasna Mikdashi, who I met actually because of Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. This is how our journey started together, and there is a big story there. We can talk about it in the Q&A. I dedicate my presentation to them, and I also dedicate this presentation to the 18,500 children killed in Gaza in the past 2 years. May the future of Gaza's children be filled with beauty and creativity and art, not bombs and killing. So our presentation will have 4 sections. First, an introduction about DAF, what it is, the Oral History Project, and what we aim to do, and the methodology we adopted. I will present that section. Then I will hand it over to Dr. Hana to present the next two sections, one on the socio-political context DAF operated in Beirut and Cairo, and the fact that it adopted a specific philosophy of education, which we think is quite unusual and interesting. Then I will come back to conclude with a section on the artistic vision of the first and second artistic directors. And these three sections are a way to demonstrate the value that we believe lies in documenting this project. So along my speech and my presentation, there will be the slides here. They are not meant to match exactly what I am saying, but they will provide some context and hopefully will give you a sense of the beauty of the books. And so don't worry if you don't get it, you know, as a one-to-one correspondence. Just enjoy it. Okay, so let me start. So first, the project. What is it and how did we conduct the oral history project? So our main aim was to document Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. We collected 52 testimonies from artists, writers, administrators, intellectuals, and readers across many countries, including Lebanon, Egypt, Palestine, Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, France, Sweden, the UK, Canada, and the US. All were stakeholders in DAF. Our objectives were twofold. One, we wanted to preserve the memory of DAF by collecting oral histories. And second, we wanted to examine the transformative effects and the meaning, the impact that generated the encounters with the books and posters that DAF produced. One participant described DAF as embodying a dream of liberation for an entire society, whose reverberations extended far beyond its two-decade lifespan. We wanted to understand that meaning and that dream. As we will see shortly, the oral history interviews sought to capture the historical events, but also the affective textures, intellectual commitments, and revolutionary hopes of an entire generation. So DAF was a pioneering publishing house for children's literature, and it was founded in Beirut in 1974, and later operated out of Cairo from 1977 until 1994. It's among the first institutions of its kind in the Arab world, alongside Baghdad, Dar Thaqafat al-Atfal, 1975. DAF was conceived as a radical alternative to the didactic, moralizing approach exemplified by Kamel al-Kilani, Maktabat al-Atfal. It rejected derivative adaptations and moralistic instruction, and it sought to speak directly to Arab children of the present. Palestine, as both a liberatory symbol and political decolonial cause, was at its center. And it aligned itself with the PLO's cultural and educational agenda. At the same time, it positioned itself within the wider context of third worldism, international solidarity, and anti-colonial liberation movements, situating itself at the crossroads of local pedagogical innovation and transnational revolutionary aspirations. DAF was an aspiration of liberation. It was a dream, but it also practically achieved a lot. Throughout its existence, it published more than 220 works across 25 specialized series and distributed over 1 million copies throughout the Arab world, Europe, Africa, Asia, and to limited extent the US. Its contributions were both quantitative and qualitative. It broke the flat and didactic approaches of its predecessors and spoke to children's lived realities in the Arab world. It pioneered new artistic and pedagogical forms and introduced age-appropriate pedagogical methods that appeal to children, games, interactive exercises, and highly curated age-appropriate series focused on specific subjects. It was committed to artistic design and high literary content in equal measure. It gathered at its peak an extraordinary constellation of writers, artists, and designers. Intellectually and politically, it placed Palestine and liberation in all its forms, individual, political, social, at its core. Its vision was straightforward: to generate forms of collective resistance and anti-colonial identification, the creation through cultural practice of the Arab child, the revolutionary subject of the future, one who is capable of resistance, critical thinking, and building a decolonial future. It was also a plural space. DAF's participants did not always agree on strategy or audience or methods. Debates about pedagogy and the role of politics in children's literature reflected a de facto pluralism of the 70s, reflecting its milieu and moment in history. And it is very much so, we can think of this as a moment in history. It's very much a 70s project, a pre-Oslo project, an exceptional moment of a prise de parole by an entire generation and an attempt to reclaim narrative agency directed towards the future and change. The Oral History Project, methodological and intellectual orientation, a gendered lens. The fact that Dar al-Fata al-Arabi addressed itself to the children of the future made it, in our view, a perfect candidate for a gendered lens. Let me explain what I mean by that. It goes beyond merely adding women's voices to existing historical accounts, to actually cross into rethinking what constitutes historical significance in the first place. Gendered oral history provides a methodological framework that licenses the expansion of the historical register, in part by placing emphasis on cultural production, education, and care, areas often omitted from nationalist and institutional archives, and feminized as unworthy of scrutiny. Our choices to focus on children's publishing as a cultural production of resistance complicates narratives of resistance that privilege more overtly militant or political arenas. The case of DAF demonstrates how resistance and liberation were not only envisioned via pedagogy, cultural and artistic production, but equally by the effective labor of imagination and care directed towards future generations. In addition to an expansion of the domains of inquiry, this methodology also involves a reconfiguration of the oral history interview itself. Rather than treating it as a one-sided extraction of information or testimony, we sought a real dialogical encounter built on trust, reciprocity, and care. This approach foregrounds the shared production of knowledge and resists hierarchical distinctions between researcher and narrator. Ethical commitments shaped every phase of our activity. Transcripts were returned for review. Seeking consent was an ongoing issue, and we aimed to give back in whichever way we could. The participation of Hasna Mikdashi, DAF's former executive director, as an insider, facilitated trust and enabled deeper testimony, modeling how gender practice integrates care into the research project. Equally important was the adoption of a life story methodology that takes silences, contradictions, and aspirations to be historically meaningful. Following Portelli's insight that oral history reveals, quote unquote, less the events than their meanings, we were less concerned with fact-finding than with understanding what participants believed they were doing, what they hoped to achieve, and why. The method emphasized the aspirational dimension of DAF by clarifying how it was seen not only as a publishing house, but as an embodiment of collective hopes for cultural renewal, decolonization, and justice. Edward Said's call to value fragmented, nonlinear narratives told by quote-unquote memoirists and unregimented historians resonated with our gendered oral history methodology. The DAF archive emerges as a mosaic of aspirations and tensions and embraces plurality and contradiction. It illuminates the political as well as the cultural and the personal, and through its attention to contested memories, silences, and affective registers, it challenges positivist historiography and permits a more complex response to the evidence it gathers and examines beyond binary narratives of triumph and defeat of this important period of our Arab history. Practical decisions and challenges. Transcription of the interviews, rather than indexing at the level of the oral segment of the interview with the OMS synchronizer tool, was chosen to accommodate collaboration with the Egypt-based women of the 70s team who lacked full access and experience with OMS. Transcriptions preserved spoken dialect to maintain orality and resist standardization. Ethical negotiations around ongoing consent were continuous. Some participants withdrew, others restricted transcript use, saying, I don't sound like this, or I sound too formal. while others embraced the opportunity to preserve their narratives. Extensive indexing and metadata was added to support researchers' needs. A team of indexers worked tirelessly over the two projects, ours and the Women of the 70s project, over many months to synchronize approaches and unify approaches to metadata, which is extremely important. The project, you have heard about the COVID-19 pandemic and Lebanon's economic collapse, so we shifted to remote interviews, and that was for us, we were lucky that we were almost 2/3 of the way and just for 1/3 of the interviews, but that also necessitated some other types of negotiations. We can go into more details. I think there is quite a bit of interesting questions around the afterlife of the archive that we adopted here, and I think our colleagues from the libraries will talk a little bit about the platform and the metadata, but I will stop here and hand it over to Hana, and again our 4 sections, the 3 aspects we want to get into are questions around why we think DAF is important to document and what we learned from the oral history interviews, what the perspectives of the interviewees really gave us. And these are, 1, the socio-political context of the 70s and 80s in Beirut and Cairo as a witness, and then the fact that DAF was closely tied to and motivated by a philosophy of education developed by the PLO to create the child of the future. Both sections will be presented by Hana, and then I'll come back finally to talk a little bit about DAF's attempt to create a revolutionary artistic pedagogy of liberation. And throughout our talk, we will weave in some testimonies from the oral history interviews. Hana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kaoukab. Thank you, everyone at AUB, ACSS, the libraries, Asfari Institute, and especially Kaoukab and Hasna. We all have a lot of feelings this morning, so I'm not going to dwell on them so we get through the morning without crying, hopefully. So I'll start with the historical context of Dar al-Fata, and then I'll talk about the PLO's philosophy of education and place Dar al-Fata in it. So beginning with the formative phase of Beirut of the 1970s, Dar al-Fata emerged in 1974 in what is known as the long 1970s, but it relocated many of its operations to Cairo in 1977 due to the civil war, but it kept an office in Beirut until it closed in the mid-90s. And its formation was defined by anti-imperialist Arab movements, by global third world solidarities, and by vibrant cultural experimentation. It was inseparable from the upheaval that had taken place up to that point around Palestine, starting from the Nakba of 48, the Naksa of 67, Black September, Nasser's death, and the October War of 73. Palestine was very much at the core of Dar al-Fata. However, all this turmoil did not necessarily mean pessimism, to pick up the theme of hope and pessimism, but because political setbacks also fostered revolutionary optimism, and Dar al-Fata became a focal point for much of this effort. The PLO's relocation to Beirut following Black September transformed Palestinians into revolutionary agents, or fidaiyin, while the city itself became a hub for leftist cultural consciousness. This led Fawaz Trabulsi to dub Beirut and Arab Hanoi a center for revolutionary intellectual and cultural activity that was distinct from the narrative of the Paris of the East in the long 1960s. Beirut's openness to political and cultural networks connected Dar al-Fata to transnational communities in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, and the city drew intellectuals such as Edward Said, Iqbal Ahmed, Faiz Ahmed Faiz, Jean Genet, and others. At the same time, local and international publications were being published out of the city. We can think of Al-Hadaf, Lotus for Afro-Asian writers and others. And these circulated critical ideas and artistic discourse across transnational networks. Additionally, the revolutionary ethos of Global 1968, whether across Paris or Mexico City and elsewhere, resonated strongly in Beirut's cultural scenes, cafes, galleries, and publishing houses, and it created a space for experimentation and dialogue around the same lines that challenged hierarchies, critiqued education and family norms, and fueled civil rights and anti-war activism around the world. Writers, thinkers, and illustrators flocked to Beirut, escaping repression in their home countries to take advantage of the city's freedom. And this included many of the key writers, intellectuals, and artists that ended up working with Dar al-Fata. And I won't name them, but we will see a lot of their star names pop up on the screen. Within 9 months, this collective produced 62 books and debuted at the 1974 Arab Book Fair to international recognition. Nawal Aboud, who illustrated several books for Dar el-Fata as a young graduate, recalled, and I quote, "The constellation of artists and writers at Dar el-Fata was formative. We learned from each other constantly, blending literary, artistic, and political thought in ways that reshaped our sense of possibility." End quote. Dar el-Fata was also influenced and in dialogue with international human rights frameworks such as the UNESCO's 1974 Declaration of the Right of the Child and others, and it thus integrated education, play, and protection into its work, promoting scientific literacy and youth agency. Gender and women's liberation were central pedagogical pillars too. We recall the words of Munir Shafi, who in his interview said, quote, "We saw education, liberation, and gender equity as inseparable. DAF reflected this in every project," end quote. And finally, Dar el-Fata drew on Beirut's abundant material and intellectual infrastructure to produce high-quality books and posters. This included printing houses, ink and paper suppliers, technical presses, and skilled artisans, while cafes and galleries functioned as collaborative spaces where writers, artists, and intellectuals experimented with new aesthetic and pedagogical forms. And lastly, under the PLO's patronage, which provided legitimacy, protection, and resources, in addition to engagement with the Palestinian refugee communities in Lebanon. And the oral history collection, the interviews, emphasized that this combination of material, social, and intellectual processes enabled the publishing house to function as a hub of revolutionary cultural production, blending pedagogy, aesthetics, and solidarity. In his interview, Ahmed El-Labad, who is the son of the famous Egyptian artist Muhyiddin El-Labad, reflected, quote, "For us, Dar el-Fata was not just a publisher. It was a laboratory where ideas of liberation, education, and aesthetics were tested. Beirut provided the sensory richness, the material, and the networks that made it possible," end quote. And perhaps Labad is a good segue into the Cairo phase of Dar el-Fata, which was just as formative, and with this emphasis on pedagogy, adaptation, and creativity under the years of Sadat in Egypt. So following the outbreak of the Lebanese Civil War in 1975 and the closure of the airport for nearly 2 years, Dar el-Fata relocated to Cairo, and the move was pragmatic and gradual. Some of the books were already being published in the offices of Rosil Youssef, and some of the employees were already there, like Dr. Mohammed Mikdashi and Ms. Hasna Mikdashi had already relocated. And under these circumstances, Cairo offered a stable and resource-rich environment for the continuation of its mission. Like Beirut, the city possessed a deep-rooted culture of publishing and a tradition of publishing, vibrant intellectual networks, and robust infrastructure of presses, distribution, and printers. Egypt's publishing heritage, which includes many prominent magazines we're all aware of, provided continuities and anchoring for new projects, while cultural spaces, cafes, galleries, and clubs acted as gathering places for artists, writers, and intellectuals, and universities, most notably Cairo University and AUC, offered access to intellectuals, poets, and artists, novelists, whose contribution enriched the house's output and provided readership for the books. Firiel Ghazul, the Iraqi literary critic who also worked at Dar el-Fata, reminds us, quote, "Cairo remained throughout the 1970s and 1980s a crucible of Arab intellectual life where cultural production negotiated political limits while nurturing aesthetic experimentation," end quote. So the early 1970s in Cairo had also been marked by very strong student activism in support in Palestine and calls for political freedom. And as Sadat consolidated his authority through the Infitah policy and the Camp David peace accords, the political landscape shifted and repression deepened. In September 81, Sadat ordered the arrest of more than 1,500 opponents, including communists, Nasirists, Islamists, and cultural figures. And some of these figures were writers, intellectuals, and artists who worked with Dar el-Fata, such as Ahmad Abu Ghazi, Salah Isa, and others. This meant that Dar el-Fata had to contend with a different climate than the leftist secular haven that it had found in Beirut in the early 70s. Sadat's normalization with Israel ushered in a political atmosphere that constrained cultural expression, especially works engaging with Palestinian liberation resistance and Arab nationalism. And Edward Said notes, observed that the peace process introduced what he called a hierarchy of permissible discourse in Egypt, marginalizing voices that insisted on full Palestinian rights. These dynamics were dramatized at the 1981 Cairo International Book Fair, where Israel had participated in the book fair in a booth that was directly adjacent to Dar al-Fatah's booth in the fair. And this resulted in an altercation with then Israeli ambassador Eliyahu bin Alisar, and maybe you should ask Hasna about this in the coffee break. She'll tell you a very interesting story. But let's call it an altercation for now. And this resulted in this escalated into a demonstration by Palestinian and Egyptian participants in the book fair, which led to the ambassador's removal, and eventually the Israeli booth had to be moved. But Dar al-Fatah was in the fair, but also in Cairo, a hub for protesting. In the fair, it was a hub for protesting Israel's participation in an Arab book fair, and more broadly, protesting normalization. In his interview, Ghanem Bibi, who was an editor for Dar al-Fatah in Cairo, recalled, quote, "Opposing normalization was no longer merely solidarity with the Palestinians, but was linked to Egypt's future direction and role in the region," end quote. For Dar al-Fatah, the book fair incident underscored the difficult socio-political climate around Palestine and questions of liberation and freedom that it had to negotiate very carefully from that point on. While challenges abounded, what distinguished Dar al-Fatah's Cairo years was not only its mere survival, but its transformation into a more structured, smoothly run pedagogical institution. Cairo's intellectual diversity and social commitment of many of its writers and thinkers to decolonial, critical, and liberatory pedagogy allowed the house to sharpen its mission. Samia Mahrez notes, quote, "Intellectual work was not divorced from pedagogical responsibility. Writing was imagined as a form of teaching and an engagement with society at large," end quote. So Dar al-Fatah very much embodied this ethos by structuring its publishing program around thematic series designed to cultivate critical thinking, ethical consciousness, decoloniality, and social responsibility in young readers. Series such as قصص قصيرة عربية and حكايات شعبية, علوم وحياة, and then مكتبة التاريخ and World Heritage, all of these series exemplified this approach, and each series was overseen by an expert committee of editors and led by chaired by an expert. And this was to ensure pedagogical appropriateness as well as scientific content. So Dar al-Fatah's success in Cairo owed much to the synergy between its leading team and the collaborative ethos they cultivated. Under Abdel Fattah al-Jamal's editorial direction, the Dar merged literary excellence with political purpose. He tapped into his wide connections among prominent leftist Arab intellectuals, and he recruited them. He organized editorial committees, and he sharpened the catalog into a coherent pedagogical program. Adli Rizallah, as art director, drew on Egypt's modern illustrations and caricature traditions, particularly the Egyptian school of Labad and others, to create visually sophisticated designs that conveyed ethical and political complex messages with subtlety and humor. Equally vital was Hasna Migdashi's executive leadership, who coordinated between artists, editors, and visiting intellectuals, and she kept the team together and fostered a culture of trust and creativity, very much like she has kept our team together and cultivated all of these things in us. Her meticulous, often invisible labor epitomized the feminist ethics of care and the infrastructure of solidarity and relational labor that underpinned the success of Dar al-Fatah's revolutionary experiment in education and publishing. The Cairo years were marked by remarkable productivity and intellectual vibrancy. Between the 70s and the 90s, Dar al-Fatah produced more than 120 titles distributed across the Arab world, sustaining its focus on Palestinian identity, Arab heritage, and decolonial education. Drawing on Cairo's rich literary networks and the city's tradition of satire and caricature, the publishing house adapted its pedagogy to new constraints. Unlike in Beirut, where slogans of resistance at the time could be explicit, Cairo demanded indirect messaging and communication. And the publishing house thus turned to allegory, metaphor, and humor, cultivating critical consciousness through subtle means. Hilmi Touni emphasized in his interview, quote, that every visual element, color, composition, exaggeration, was a way to communicate ideas without risking direct confrontation, end quote. Children's literature became a medium for teaching young readers to read beneath the surface, sustaining what Sabri Hafiz aptly described as a dialectic of constraint and creativity in Cairo. I'll move to the final section on my part, and I'll try to do it quickly.
So basically, regarding the philosophy of education, I just want to point a couple of things about it that made it like really interesting, and then maybe Hana can comment on how it was implemented in DAF. So we have to think about the 70s when there was this great emphasis on education as a means of liberation, and where many studies across the Arab world were being offered, specifically through the Alexo, but also specifically within the Palestinian context, where we had many internal studies within Palestine as well as in the diaspora, thinking about the major dilemma that Palestinians and Arabs were seeing. One was the decolonization of the curriculum, the creation of a new subject, a subject who's capable of decoloniality and critical thinking and change, but also within the specific Palestinian context. We have a seminal study by Dr. Abu Laghd and others, Najla Nusayr internally, talking about the different challenges that Palestinians were facing, both under occupation as well as in the diaspora. How do you educate citizens for change and revolution rather than, within the existing curricula under occupation, which erase identity and suppress and repress and negate the existence of this nationalist aspiration and dream? And within the diaspora, how do you fit the education of refugees within curricula which are geared towards citizens of countries and creating a successful citizen rather than a revolutionary subject? So the birth of this 1972 philosophy of education has to be very much seen within this context, and it tried to address some of these points. It was very much inspired by Marxist ideas of realism. The reality is something objective that we can see. Revolutions are necessary for progress, and the idea of community and working together and putting the common good at the forefront of the education was basically a way to get us towards change. And then we see DAF being the brainchild of the very people who wrote that philosophy of education, a year later suggesting the creation of a children publishing house that would take those ideals very seriously, and in fact would be one of the main success stories of the Strategic Planning Center and the Education Committee, because some other attempts were only partially implemented, including the attempt to develop a curriculum, Maddat Falastin, that addresses the history of Palestine in the UNRWA schools or inside even the occupied territories. And Hana, maybe you can speak a little bit about how DAF implemented those ideas.
So in the interviews, there's a lot of discussion about the relationship between the 1972 philosophy of education and Dar al-Fata, in that Dar al-Fata was an embodiment and operationalization, I can never pronounce this word, of the philosophy. And you can see that there's almost direct attempts to take this theory that was developed in a revolution in the midst of people in exile to implement it through, I guess one of the main points is taking seriously the child as a political and ethical entity that we need to speak to and engage with rather than condescend to and teach. And a lot of I guess the best way to illustrate this in a few minutes is through some of the examples we saw earlier in the slides. Majallat al-Ha'it that said Naftuna Arabi, our oil is Arab. And there was Alif Ba'iyat Falastin, which is a very famous poster and book. And both of these were produced by Al-Labbad. Then we have the History Library, which reframed Arab history as a continuous struggle against foreign domination. They tried to represent whether Wa'ad Balfour or the biography of Qassam, which wasn't actually published, in ways that relate past to present. My personal favorite series is the scientific series, which produces a history of Arab and global sciences in a humanistic vision and in a very creative way that includes cutouts. So there are all of these creative formats that are condensing very theoretically and scientifically dense material that takes seriously the brain of the child, the Arab child of the future, and tries to form them along these lines that Kaoukab discussed. That revolution is necessary for progress, that history is a material process of dialectical progression, and the way to change that is to look at the child. The last thing I will say is that although the philosophy was very important, it was not dogmatic, because there were many disagreements among those in Dar al-Fata on how to implement it. Some thought that it wasn't, like Jabir Sulaiman and Qasim Aina. They reflect on how some thought it was too liberal, others thought it was too radical. So with every phase and with every kind of process, you get a different sense of what the Dar al-Fata is. Kamal Bulata, for example, he advocated for naming the Dar al-Fata Atfal al-Mustaqbal because he wanted to emphasize futurity over identity, al-Fata al-Arabi. So there are all of these rich conversations that were happening at the time that are reflected in the oral histories, and they present a pluralist experiment shaped by what they called the collective mind. This very important point that people, all those engaged with Dar al-Fata, came together to form one giant, creative, collective mind that was able to give us all of these beautiful and stunning books. And I'll end here.
Thank you, Hana. And I'll go very quickly over our last section, which focuses on the aesthetics and the attempt of creating a new subject. Following what Rancière says, there exists a specific sensory experience, the aesthetic, that holds the promise of both a new world of art and a new life of individuals and the community. So we have to think about the attempt at creating beauty as a way to unleash imagination and the creation of new worlds. And this being a children publishing house, of course, you know, there is the focus on the content, on the literary content, and we could go on and on about, you know, the exactitude and the importance of narratives, following Ghassan Kanafani's important stress on the use of words and being exact, and the fact that, mentioning also the fact that it was Dr. Ihsan Abbas who headed the first editorial committee, so you can imagine the level of exactitude that went into this. 200 stories were commissioned from different schools through different competitions, and then they were submitted, and then there was an editorial team who would go over this. I don't want to stress this too much, but what I want to stress in ending, in conclusion, is the aesthetic approach and focusing on the two first artistic directors, because I think this is quite innovative that one project would take aesthetics so seriously as a liberatory way of enacting the new subject and transforming us and creating possible worlds. And we have two very different, equally influential artistic directors, Kamal Bulata being the first one, and then followed by Muhyiddin al-Labad. And we can see the plurality that Hana spoke about in enacting this vision of creating the child of the future. So I'll go quickly over these two complementary but different artistic visions of Kamal Bulata and Muhyiddin al-Labad, which offer a compelling example of the political power of art and the creation of beauty to affirm the dignity of those harmed by war, exile, and colonial violence, and to help recreate other worlds. For Bulata, I'm quoting, to create beauty for those who have been denied it is to insist on their right to be seen. For al-Labad, beauty was, again I'm quoting, a way of repairing what violence destroys in the soul. Their shared vision, echoing Saeed's insight that, quote unquote, the aesthetic is never ornamental but constitutive of resistance, positioned beauty and imagination as central to political liberation. Samia Mahriz has aptly called this a pedagogy of tenderness in the midst of destruction, in which artistic form becomes a vessel for care, resilience, and radical hope. While both emphasize the integration of text and image a la Gropius, their artistic trajectories produce two distinct yet deeply complementary visual languages. Commenting on the unity of content and form, Boulata said, deciding what art fits with what kind of text was not a matter of slapping image and text together. The style of writing had to be congruent with the illustration style. And here we see a different approach to, for example, the editorial team, who may have prioritized text. So Boulata's vision was mostly a modernist, abstract, contemplative, and child-centered vision. It drew from Arab Islamic visual heritage and was shaped by the Palestinian condition, and specifically by Boulata's twice forced exile and by the plight of Palestinian children in the camps. Labad's vision, on the other hand, emerged from Cairo's urban visual culture and employed satire, symbolism, and irony to speak to children living amidst rapid urbanization, consumerism, mass media saturation, and political censorship. A few words about each. So Boulata is a Palestinian artist who was trained at the Accademia di Belle Arti and the Corcoran School of Art. He was exiled in 1948 and then again in 1967 when he couldn't go back. He was in Beirut for an exhibit and couldn't go back. And for him, art was a form of moral reparation in the face of fragmentation and loss. The very act of drawing was an ethical gesture. To make a line beautiful, he wrote, is to say that life too can be ordered and meaningful. His abstraction was never decorative. It was an ethics of proportion, of care and contemplation, restoring coherence to a dismembered world and inviting dialogue and community. He was deeply influenced by Jean Piaget, Anna Freud, and Robert Coles, the Harvard psychiatrist, and his approach resonated with Freire's notion of dialogical education. He treated children as co-teachers and co-creators rather than as passive recipients. He wanted to go into the camp and he would say, like, these were the happiest moments in my life. I would go swooning and learning from them as much as I was teaching them. And he wanted even to create an editorial team composed entirely of children. Of course, that didn't go well with Dr. Ehsan Abbas, but he tried. He also adapted the logo of DAF from a child's drawing from a refugee camp exhibit that had been curated by his friend Mona Saoudi. Yes. So through his very short tenure, he was there only for 6 months. He designed the DAF logo. He introduced the square book format, a very intimate format that we can just reckon was influenced by his childhood in Jerusalem, because he was obsessed with the square and the circle of the Dome of the Rock. And he also spoke about relationality and the intimacy of holding a small book in the cramped quarters of the refugee camps. He also collaborated with his friend Tamari on a new typeface called Al-Qudus, which was rooted in Kufic calligraphy and emphasized modern clarity. That was never implemented. He drafted templates before he left to go back to the States to get his visa, his green card. He drafted all 67 titles and left all the templates with the drawings with the secretary who became his friend, and he was never to come back to be replaced by Muhyiddin al-Labad. Muhyiddin al-Labad, again, a few words about him. He's a veteran caricaturist from Rose al-Yusuf and Sabah al-Khair, and he was steeped in Cairo's layered visual culture, its street graphics, its folk art, its popular prints, and its advertising. His experience under Egyptian censorship taught him to encode critique with nuance and humor and polyvalence. For him, design is not decoration, quote unquote, it is a question posed to the eye and to the mind. The Arab child, again, quote unquote, must learn to doubt what is printed, he insisted, and to imagine what is absent. This epistemic skepticism was the core core of his liberatory pedagogy. Al-Labad was deeply interested in notions of freedom and in decoloniality. We had to get rid of Mickey Mouse, he said, not because we hate him, but because he occupies space in our imagination that belongs to our own characters. That was not mere rejection, but reclamation. To decolonize the image, according to him, is to reclaim our right to describe ourselves in our own colors and shapes. He saw important aesthetics as a form of epistemic violence that robbed children of visual agency. His illustrations invited children to read between the lines, to decode irony, and he brought a whole team of Egyptian artists and designers who had worked with him, including Adli Rizallah, Helmi Touni, Mahmoud Fahmi, Bahgat Osman, Nazir Nab'a, Ahmed Higazi, and Nabil Tag. And they all stayed first in Hamra here, and they say they never saw the city because they were so busy working. And then when the war started, they relocated to Cairo. So anyway, I just want to end here by saying that, and we can go on and on. What is really interesting is how they saw each, the concept of the child and what they are building differently, but in complementary ways. One, Kamal Boulata saw the child as a compatriot, as a colleague, as someone who is imbued with moral qualities from which the artist and the adult can learn as much as teach and interact with. And Al-Labad thought that the children were not angels, they're not devils either, they're just like playful people who are very curious and eager to be challenged into asking the right questions. The impact of the beauty of the books is what we saw in the oral history interviews and the transformative power of something managed and produced with so much care. And I'll just quote a few testimonies from the interviews. The books, this is from Najla Nusayr, who was a teacher and worked also with the PLO Planning Center. She recalls, the books respected the child and his mind so that the child would infer, imagine, and love his country and language. Safa Nab'a, the daughter of Nazir Nab'a, says, the small square books felt made for me, and she's recalling this as a child. Another interviewer stressed that the books made us feel that we mattered, that we could make something for ourselves, not just receive it. And yet another interviewee said, imagination is more important than knowledge. It taught us to believe in ourselves. Finally, one favorite quote of mine was the following. One interviewee said, I couldn't believe something so beautiful was meant for me as a child. And also, when I saw the DAF books for the first time, I realized that beauty itself could be political. Through these testimonies, DAF's liberation lay not only in political content, but in the form of care itself. Beauty, tenderness, and humor became languages of survival, transforming the agency of Palestinian and Arab children and empowering them to imagine and build other worlds. As Boulata said, to care for the image is to care for the child who sees it. In that act, DAF made beauty itself an act of resistance, a means of keeping hope alive amid devastation. The oral history documentation project we conducted reveals a complex and evolving view of the Arab region in the 70s, one that moves us beyond binary narratives of triumph and defeat. It provides a sharp lens on the two formative cities where DAF thrived, Beirut and Cairo, and also on a pre-Oslo moment of hope and revolution. But most important, it discloses a pluralistic vision of intergenerational dialogue and aspirations, a belief in the power of revolutionary education, an attentiveness to the crucial importance of what notions of childhood a society operates with for building their future, and their impact on that project of change. A dynamic discussion of generational responsibilities to one another across time, as well as to the power of aesthetic approaches to achieve political, social, and individual transformation and liberation. We hope it is a good resource for researchers and that you will avail yourselves of it. Thank you.
No words to thank you for this wonderful work and for this wonderful presentation, extremely inspiring, very moving, and certainly a deep dive into a sense of a nostalgia that is quite missed. I would like to say a few words, if you allow me, about Hasna Mikdashi, who did choose not to be sitting with us, but being in the audience, and it's very much like her because she is more than a director. She is a builder of mind and a guardian of meaning, and I'm sure that being at the helm of such a wonderful Dar al-Fata al-Arabi, she has a lot in her heart and probably not able to speak. So a tribute to all those who made Fata al-Arabi and those who are making also its memory alive. So thank you very much. So I'm going to have a hard time moving to the next subject, but we need to move on. So our schedule shows that we should take Elie Kahale, Director of Digital Initiatives and Scholarship, AUB, but I'm happy to open for a couple of questions for a discussion, and also leave the moderation floor to Nadia El Cheikh. Thank you. So floor open for questions.
Thank you for this great contribution. I would like just to ask you, maybe I missed it, what were the circumstances of it stopping? Of DAF stopping the editorial? Why did it close?
Thank you very much. This was really beautiful and moving. I've recently read a recent book by Luisa Passerini, where she talks about, she interviews artists, Italian Afro-descendant artists, and she combines the analysis of their artwork with the oral history. So it's a methodology that seems to be in the air, no? And this transnational, and this is really beautiful. But my question is about how you, and this is a question I asked also to Luisa, because I find it very difficult to understand, how you combine the word of speaking, the orality, with the art, which is totally visual, and it's supposed not to be in need of words. When you are in front of a draw or an artwork, you are supposed to engage with it without words. Instead, what you're doing is bridging the gap between these two spaces, and you fill gaps in narratives of history as well, because you give voice also to untold subjects, children's, that are normally erased from history, perhaps even more than women. So I was just curious to know how you navigated these challenges, because this was, the way you presented it was really beautiful. Thank you.
My name is Lina Dada. I'm a master's student at AUB History. I grew up reading these books. My dad, who was very pro-Palestinian, I'm from Fata originally, so he was so pro-Palestinian and a real model of the 60s and 70s. I grew up reading these books, especially القنديل الصغير. I didn't know who was Ghassan Kanafani, but now I know that these stories shaped my character and my political and social awareness. Funny enough that I even introduced my kids, who are 20 and 23 now, to these books. And you can still find Dar al-Fata books in their libraries, in their small libraries at home. And I used to read for them every night. So I think this was very important. And even if Dar al-Fata stopped now, but I think we can still use the books to create awareness and to educate our children and our grandchildren and for all the rest of the generations. This is all what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you so much for such a really visually stimulating and rich presentation. It really took my breath away. I'm working on another oral history project on UNRWA teachers. For the past few years, we've been interviewing UNRWA teachers under the theme of education as a form of resistance. So this ties in, it dovetails in just seamlessly. But one of the main questions that we've had, and maybe Hasna can answer us too, is to what extent were these books distributed to UNRWA schools? To what extent did they actually were they used in the classroom? And given the constraints imposed on UNRWA schools by the Lebanese state, the suppression. Did you have any in your oral histories with the authors, did you have any of that sense of their use and their impact on the children?
Thank you for everyone for your questions. Lina, the question of why it closed is a very interesting one. There's a procedural answer, and then there's my interpretation, which I solely am responsible for. The procedural answer is that maybe Hasna can tell us more when she comes back. A bit of a stumbling funding and a stumbling infrastructure, and then things seem to have stopped at some point without the infrastructure to revive it. My interpretation, and I think you agree, we'll see, is that Oslo happened and that entire world, that moment ended. A moment of liberation, a moment of a revolutionary aesthetic and pedagogy to liberate all of Palestine and to ensure the right of return, ended with Oslo, and Palestine was now the West Bank, maybe Gaza, and right of return went out the window. And Dar al-Fata was a testament to a revolutionary Palestine liberation organizing. Like all of these core components of the broader platform were so fundamentally transformed by then that there was no longer the political will, but also kind of the revolutionary ethos to do that. So my interpretation is that it succumbed under so much pressure, initially in Lebanon and then in Cairo with normalization, and with the PLO's normalization was kind of the final nail in that coffin. So this is why Dar al-Fata is interesting, because it is a mirror of that moment. Maria, I don't think the interviews discuss UNRWA schools. They do discuss, there's an interview with Annie Kanafani that discusses the distribution of Dar al-Fata's books in their kindergarten networks and in other kindergarten networks also. Bashur's interview also discusses some readership, so maybe you'll find things there. I know that I accessed them as a child through the network of libraries and NGOs in the Palestinian communities. So, yeah.
If I may, thank you, Hana. I'll just go with Maria's question and then I'll go back with the question of distribution and the goal of giving the books to every child. There was a program called A Book for Every Child that people took very seriously and fundraised for. And there was a serious attempt to make the books both beautiful as well as cheap and affordable. So they wanted the kids to buy the books with their own pocket money. And there was quite a bit of attention being made to the context of the camps. And you see a lot of the content visually as well as literary, that is very sensitive to the placement of the kids in the refugee camps. That shifted. I mean, it wasn't like a monolithic attempt to just focus on that. And you had a plurality of visions and aims. The question of distribution in the camps in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan, Cairo to some extent, to the children of Palestinian refugees, exiled, was slightly easier to deal with than with sending the books under occupation. And there was a serious attempt to also do that, which was only partially successful. But again, this is like an evolving situation. It is not a monolithic situation. So we have like the 70s, very much like it's a moment of a prise de parole, and that's why, you know, people felt like there was so much, and this goes back to the question about why it ended, because it's very much, I mean, we can see it is, of course, Oslo, but it's also a moment of these revolutionary 70s that was a transnational fervor of believing in revolution as a way to create the new subject, the new Arab subject. That project died when, along the way. How and why is a question for researchers to really look at. Yeah. There were a couple of questions that I don't think we addressed. There was the question about the orality and aesthetics. Thank you very much. Yeah, Masirini's book is fascinating, and her work is fascinating. You know, I think documenting the experience of artists through oral history is, I believe, and this is my personal opinion, is a very good fit in a way. And our first interview with the first artistic director, Kamal Boulata, we were very lucky to catch him right before he died, and it was our first interview. To me, stands as a model of what an oral history encounter can bring in terms of unraveling subjective memories, subjective experiences that then transcends and cross into collective memories and intersubjective memories. So we had some really, I would say, groundbreaking moments in that interview when Kamal Boulata saw for the first time some of the works he had designed and believed, because his heart was broken, that he was never called back as the first artistic director to come back and take the helm. He believed that some of the designs he had submitted were never enacted, and he never cared to look back and look at this, you know, the various series. And it was really, I mean, I would invite you to listen. I don't know, I mean, this is the other problem about access. The interview is in Arabic, the transcript is in Arabic. We would love to be able to translate those to make them more accessible. But it is really a very revealing moment when you see someone revisiting that visuality and like describing the book that he wanted to design and illustrate and help the child, you know, in the camp illustrate. It's a book about a boat that goes in the horizon. It's a wordless book, and at the end, like the child is looking, like her back is to us, and she's looking at the boat disappearing in the horizon, and then at the end she picks up the boat, the paper boat, and she brings it close to her heart, and it's basically like a metaphor for everything that we cherish, that somehow, like if you can hold on to it, it's close to your heart. And Boulata had advocated for this book to be published wordless, and it wasn't, and he thought it never was enacted. And when he saw it published with some words, that was a transformative moment about like seeing his art, you know, helping the child illustrate this, you know, with the design transformed in a moment of history with words and other things. So oral history can really help us delve into that, the mind of the artist and the experience of the artist. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I see more hands, but we need to move on. I want to thank again Kaoukab. I want to thank you, Hana, so that you gave us a wonderful presentation of the wonderful work that you gave. So thank you again, and we will move on to the last person on the panel. The last panelist for this morning is Elie Kahale, Director of the Digital Initiatives and Scholarship, AUB University Libraries, who will actually show us how to navigate the website, how to find these interviews, and explain to us the work that they've had to do to accomplish all of that. Thank you, Elie.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for organizing this event. I would like to apologize if of my voice or if I cough or anything. It's because I'm not used to this weather during this period of the season. Thank you for all the people that work on the GOHA, all GOHA team. A big thank for everyone. But a special thanks to all my colleagues in the library and I'm going to name them: Mona Asi, Basma Shibani, Elie Abu Haidar, Dani Awad, Hisham Zahnan, and Sarah Jawad, for their full dedication and contribution to this project. So, from the storyteller voice to the librarian shelf, this describes the historical evolution of how information and narratives are preserved and transmitted, the transition from ephemeral oral tradition to permanent written records and organized library collection. This journey is a fundamental aspect of human cultural development. For millennia decade, before the invention of writing, human societies relied on oral tradition to pass down history, discoveries, art, beliefs, and their ideas. Knowledge was shared through word of mouth, including stories, myths, songs, and poetry. Once writing was discovered, knowledge took a new form. It could be recorded, copied, and safeguarded in libraries. Written text became humanity's primary means for preserving memory. However, by the early to mid-19th century, oral history began to re-emerge due to major technological advances that made it possible to capture and store voices once again. So as you can see, the technology advances supporting oral history in mid-50s, portable tapes recorded were used by early modern oral historian Alan Nevins. From the spoken word to written text, now back to recorded voices, library remained the guardian of humanity evolving memory. This statement by IFLA, documentary works in all formats, including digital, are a key part of our cultural heritage, working with preserving and safeguarding them in order to provide access to future generations. It's at the core of the work of libraries globally. This statement by IFLA in support of the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, which calls on member states to strengthen effort to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. The library and archives are more than just record of the past and a repository of books and documents. They serve as custodian of cultural heritage, preserving manuscript, archives, rare collection, and that tell the story of our society. Library safeguarding knowledge and history, ensuring that generations can access the intellectual and cultural achievement of the past. They act as a collective memory of communities, linking past, present, and the future through cultural achievement of the past. Actually, libraries began several decades ago housing oral history collection to preserve marginalized voice and supplement traditional archive in recognition that official records exclude many communities. This is why library archives took interest in oral histories to capture untold stories, traditional records often overlooked. Hence, it's a commitment to preserving digital diverse source of knowledge, especially with technological advances, starting from tape recorder and later using digital tools that made collection and preservation feasible. So the main reason for AUB libraries and archives to take part of oral history project, as we previously mentioned, is the preservation mandate, ensuring that oral accounts are not lost and remain accessible to future generations. Equity and representation, giving space to voices absent from print-based archives, such as minorities, women, workers, diaspora, and others. Educational and research value, oral history enriches research, teaching, and community engagement. And we have the public engagement. Oral history projects often serve as bridges between the libraries and the community they serve. So AUB Library and Archives were partnered in several oral history projects in the last few decades. So for example, the Kames Oral History Collection, the collection comprises interviews with leadership, with leading Arab and public figures, offering valuable insight into the political, educational, and cultural life of Lebanon and the Arab world during the late 1960s and early 1970s. Betty Anderson Oral History Collection, the collection features oral history interview conducted as background research on the history of the American University of Beirut. Ras Beirut Oral History Collection, the collection features interviews with original family of Ras Beirut, capturing the memories of residents who experienced the neighborhood vibrant life before the Civil War. And we have the AUB 150s Oral History Collection that includes interview with student, faculty, and administrators reflecting on university life between the 1950 and 2016, capturing memories of campus experiences the Lebanese Civil War and its aftermath. The Palestinian Oral History Archives, the project offers access to extensive archive of 1,000 hours of testimony from the first generation Palestinian and their communities in Lebanon. It documents personal narratives centered on the Nakba, daily life before 1948, and the experience of displacement, including the story from the Ain al-Halwa camp following its 1982 destruction. And now finally GOHA. GOHA Oral History Project is among the first oral history collection to be hosted on our new digital collection framework. This platform, which was officially launched around a year ago, it initially featured over 1 million pages of digitized periodical, newspaper, manuscript, and documents, and other material. It has since grown to include more than 2 million pages, making a significant milestone in the preservation and accessibility of our cultural heritage. AUB Library are building open access platform that to make archives globally accessible. For example, our digital collection is mainly open access, except when copyright is still applied, and it hosts manuscript, visuals such as posters and postcards, books, and more. Our online exhibit provides curated exhibits that are accessible worldwide at any time, and these repositories primarily support researchers, educators, and the general public. To access our digital collection, you can go to our library website. I will show you if we have time, and just click on digital collection, or you can just go to the library.aub.lb/digital-collections. We adopt IIIF standard and IIIF supported viewer to enhance access, interoperability, and scholarly engagement. This allows researchers to explore interviews, transcripts, and photographs and related documents within a unified open standard environment that ensures long-term preservation and universal accessibility. Moreover, adopting IIIF reinforces the library's commitment to open scholarship, digital sustainability, and inclusive bilingual access, allowing the voices and memories captured in oral history to be discovered and used globally. By using the IIIF presentation API and its audiovisual format, we were able to make our oral history collection fully IIIF compliant, and our interoperable manifest includes the interview, be it audio or video, which in certain cases is in multiple recordings, along with its full transcript and metadata. Okay, so my colleagues and subject matter experts are presenting the significance and value of the GOHA content. I will mention some numbers and facts. We published and made available from the Arab women of the 70s and Dar al-Fata Arabi around 161 interviews. They spanned for a total of 300 hours. So if you want to listen to all of them, uninterrupted listening, you need more than 12 days. And a special note regarding proper names and subject, to facilitate searching and accessing interview by interview names and various formats, we adopted the controlled transliterated Romanized form in the interviewee field, and we have added the name as they are commonly written in the title, the abstract, and the bibliography field. This allows users to search by either form of the name and get the name results. Regarding subject, we use the Library of Congress subject heading as a primary reference. In addition, we included supplementary keywords normalized and unified for consistency to make it easier to search about interview using common or locally used terms. The following steps were adopted by the library for the creation and the preservation of the GOHA digital collection: collecting and organizing data received from the project team, performing quality control and standardizing file format, ensuring consistency in metadata and file naming convention, transcribing the interviews and adding timestamps, generating access copy for upload to the digital collection. This is actually how it goes in real workflow, not unlike the previous linear task mode. So the library began by gathering and collecting material from the GOHA team, and then based on the type of the material, different workflow were applied, one for the metadata, another one for the interview recording, and another one for the accompanying material. For metadata, the received content was validated, and all required fields were completed and standardized according to the library's metadata guideline. For the interview recording, final names were standardized, formats were verified, and the quality check were performed with necessary correction applied. Transcription with timestamps were then prepared and reviewed for accuracy. All accompanying material were organized, categorized, and converted into consistent format. Once all components were collected, processed, and standardized, they were combined into a single digital object. A permanent URL was then generated for each digital object. Finally, an access copy was created and uploaded to the digital collection, while a preservation copy was produced and ingested into the library's digital preservation system. The digital preservation system is very important for digitized item, but also for born digital content, such as oral history, but also for the website, social media, and emails. It's a significant risk that they are at significant risk of disappearing due to several factors: technological obsolescence, platform dependency, ephemeral nature. Unlike printed material, digital content can be deleted instantly, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Legal and privacy challenges, copyright law, data protection regulation, and terms of service agreement often restrict how digital content can be archived and accessed, complicating long-term preservation efforts. Lack of institutional archiving. Traditional archiving method focus on physical material, while born digital content requires specialized tools, infrastructure, and expertise. Many organizations and institutions lack the resources to systematically capture and maintain digital records. Storage and format challenge. Digital files are susceptible to corruption, degradation, and loss if not properly backed up. Changing format and software updates can make the old content unreadable over time. Human factor. Individuals and organizations often fail to prioritize digital preservation. Emails get deleted, websites are abandoned, and social media accounts are closed without thought to their historical value. To combat this risk, digital preservation initiatives such as web archiving project, institutional repository, and metadata standardization are crucial. Going back to oral history project, the main challenges are mainly ethical and legal issues, such as consent, privacy, copyright, and sensitive material. Technological sustainability, keeping up with evolving format, analog tapes or digital audio, and now with cloud repository. Metadata and discoverability. So making oral history material searchable and usable requires specialized description and consistency. Resource constrained, oral history projects are labor intensive and require funding, staff, and infrastructure. Bias and authority, and decision about what to collect and whose voices are prioritized. And if I list some of the main opportunities we discovered when working on the oral history project, is digital tools and AI. Transcription, translation, indexing, and discovery are now faster and more scalable. However, we still need to check how much reliable these tools are for different languages and dialects. Community-centered archives, collaborating with community to ensure ownership and agency partnership. Pedagogical integration, using oral history to connect with students with lived experiences. Global collaboration, shared platforms and network foster resource exchange and funding. In expanding access, online platform democratize access to voice that were previously inaccessible. Our aim goes beyond publication. We want to make it accessible to as many people as possible and ensure its sustainability for decades to come. Preserving our root is not just about safeguarding the past, it's about ensuring that future generations can learn, engage, and build upon it. Libraries and archives are at the forefront of this mission, using research, technology, and community-driven initiative to bridge the past with the present. So if you just go to the AUB website, okay, and then you can go to the libraries, and from here you have the digital collection, okay, or you can just put the link directly to libraries.aub.lb/digital collection, or even /DC. And then in here you have access to all our digital collection, and we have the Gender Oral History Archive. And if you want, I can minimize because as you can see. Okay, so in here you have, we have featured the two oral history archives, Dar al-Fata al-Arabi and Arab Women of the 70s, and we build it in a way that we can have more collection to come. So we just add them as we progress. Or we can even, the one that we already mentioned, we have probably in our archives, we can like digitize them or prepare them to make them available into this platform. And then you can either choose to browse one of these collections, or you can even search or browse in both collections at the same time. So it really depends about your research and interest. So now I accessed all of the connection, all of the collection. I'm browsing in everything, or I can just select one of them. Let's say Dar al-Fata al-Arabi, and then in here you have the metadata and you have the facet for the subject, interviewee, interviewer, personalities, organization, and year. And then if you click on it, so now you have the metadata also here with all the information, personality, organization. You have the unique identifier if you want to reference it in your research. And you have the IIIF manifest, which allow you to actually open it on your own viewer if you are familiar with such viewers and technology. We cannot hear the voice. Probably it's not linked. It's from the Zoom, they can hear it, but we cannot hear it, unfortunately. So, but as you can see, so whenever he's talking, we can follow with actually the transcript that's happening. And what's good also, you can just click here, choose to download the interview, or you want to download the transcript and to be able to search within it. And definitely you have you can search globally. For example, I'm going to search for Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. Sorry? Okay, and just because I can't type Arabic quickly, so I already prepared those. So I just want to show you, so if you go to the collection, to the main collection, and now I'm searching within the whole collection, and if I put Dar al-Fata al-Arabi, what's nice is I will have all the information about Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. For example, in Al-Hayat issue 1989, they mentioned Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. I can click on it and check what they talked about Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. So for example, if I go to, in addition to Dar al-Fata al-Arabi interview or a history, if I go to Al-Adab, for example, I can see that in one of their article and one of their issue, they spoke about Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. So this is Ghassan Kanafani mentioned in Dar al-Fata al-Arabi. So building on top of this, we'll be able to actually, whenever we add information, we'll be able, we allow the researcher and whomever is interested to do this connection between different collections. And this Ghassan Kanafani, so I'm only selecting Al-Adab. If I close Al-Adab, so now I can see whomever mentioned Ghassan Kanafani in Al-Adab, in newspapers, in Al-Hayat, Al-Nahar, in Arab Women of the 7th century, or Dar al-Fata. So if I go, for example, Dar al-Fata al-Arabi, I can see in the transcript where Ghassan Kanafani was mentioned, and this will facilitate our search to be able to look for a specific topic we are looking for. And thank you for the whole library team.
Thank you, Elie, and thank you, librarians, for the amazing work. It's a lot of work and thorough and, yeah, very engaging and captivating. Maybe one or two questions for Elie, if I guess he explained it well, explained how to, Okay, thank you again. Thank you, Elie. Thank you, libraries.
I'm Lina Abou-Habib, and I'm the director of the Asfari Institute. And I'm really grateful to my dearest friend and colleague and mentor and boss, Professor Nadia El Cheikh, for being here, for hosting the conference with the Asfari Institute. I'm really grateful. And the one particular reason is that what we try to do is to bridge, the slogan is very nice, which is bridging academia and activism. Now, doing it in practice is another thing. But we're doing it from a very feminist perspective, which is there's research and there's feminist research, there's activism and there's feminist activism. And once we look at things from this perspective, the bridging becomes more important. And we've recently started to work closely on storytelling and on the stories of women, on the stories of non-binary folks, on the stories of folks in vulnerable situation. And in a context where these voices and these stories are not mediated, but they are actually the data, they are actually harnessed because the people themselves want to have their stories remain out there for various purposes. And just yesterday, I won't be long, just yesterday, we hosted with a wonderful colleague, Ola Ramadan from Syria, we hosted a group of Syrian women activists, feminist activists, and Lebanese feminist women activists who are joined together because they share a common experience of ambiguous loss. Somebody in their family was lost, has been forcibly disappeared, and it has been their stories, their lives, their lived experiences that have made these issues, both in Lebanon and in Syria, a political issue. And and I want to show you something that we looked at yesterday and that Ola used as knowledge, as central to her whole session with these women, which is a series of stories written by women who are members of the committee of the families of the kidnapped and the forcibly disappeared in Lebanon. Many of these women they hardly have any education, but they have been part of a very empowering process, of a very enabling process that has made themselves, their identity, their experiences, their feelings, everything they have experienced actually for some of them over a period of 40 years, they have made it central to the storytelling part. And I see this as inherent in what we're trying to do in terms of amplifying voices, particularly amplifying voices, understanding through this what does conflict mean, what does forced displacement mean, what does kidnapping mean, from the persons, the women who actually experience this. And I have a couple of copies to share. But for me, this exemplifies the role of oral history on the one hand, but then, and maybe I'm wrong, but the way I see it may be a notch more simplified, the role of storytelling in preserving these stories as part of history, but also as part of political processes, as part of peace building, as part of healing, as part of building communities that honor these lives and honor these stories. And actually, Nadia, if I had to choose which session to moderate, I would have chosen this one. So thank you for letting me moderate the session on feminist oral history in practice and in theory. And without further ado, I will move to our first panelist, our young panelist, I must say. And I'm very happy to have Rawan, who's an MA candidate from AUC, from the American University in Cairo. And I'm happy to have Rawan because our movements and our processes and all our institutions may not have been incredibly successful in creating the next generations, in letting go of spaces and giving spaces to young people. So Rawan, welcome, and you will be talking about what you say here, a simple guide to maneuvering how to practice feminist oral history. So looking forward to listening to you.
Okay, so my paper tackles how can conducting feminist oral history make you enter into a game of maneuvering the systems of discipline which you live in. It also tackles my positionality as a very young researcher. I'm familiar with the feminist and academic scene in Cairo, and also as a member of the society I'm studying, and it also discusses the ethics of this maneuvering. The ethnographic accounts used in this paper are the byproduct of a joint partnership between the Women and Memory Forum and the SARD network through Bada'il. We conducted 21 interviews across 8 organizations, 8 feminist and feminist initiatives organizations. The aim for this project was to document and archive the histories, works, and futures of feminist organizations in Egypt. But the paper here does not discuss the interviews themselves. They discuss how these interviews can be conducted through maneuvering, whether through maneuvering the systems of discipline, which we have to come across in order to enter places or enter spaces, or through maneuvering what I call performances of identifications, through creating connections with people or like narrators you engage with. So 2 of the people I had to interview, they were at Cairo University, and I am an alumni from Cairo University, but my experience with the university administration is not really on good terms right now, but this is because of the political activism I had there when I was doing my BA. So entering the college, entering the gates of Cairo University, where it has heavy police presence, I didn't have the choice of going through the official route of like leaving my national ID. So I had to maneuver the security gates at Cairo University. I did this through 3 performances of my gender, of my class, and of my emotions. First, I decided to wear very specific clothes that people said that commented on that it made me look presentable. So I had like a very long green coat and a gray scarf, but I had the very big problem that I had my hair in a boycott, which was not going according to the gendered norms. So, and it was curly, so I had to like tame my hair, put it on the side in order to make myself in gendered order. I went there, and then I had like a very, I was full of anxiety and fear, and I had to perform my emotions through being familiar with fear and living comfortably with it and sitting with it, not pushing on the side. So I had to feel apathetic and confident over my already feelings of anxiety. When I looking back through I went through the gates 2 times, and I succeeded 2 times in going through. They didn't even look at my ID. They didn't even question what I was going or doing there. So this made me think of how researchers can maneuver the systems of discipline, which can be seen as security personnel on the gates of Cairo University. This made me think of it as more of a game, and a game that the discipline can be performed everywhere and within everybody at the same time, but it also can be realized with different and contradictory degrees each time. This is why I came across that discipline follows a spatio-temporal structure, and the power presumed to be performed only by the state in the traditional sense actually can be performed by anyone, non-state actors. This is why people or like subjects of discipline can also be agents of discipline at some times. So how I see discipline, I see it as a heterotemporal structure, and for that, the maneuvering of this discipline also has to follow a heterotemporal rules. The rules are uncertain, they are precarious, they are liminal, and so the rules will be also precarious and liminal, but it is this exact liminality that allows for the maneuvering that you can go through or make maneuvering possible. Maneuvering from my paper follows a topological approach. Topology, according to Gertner, follows how objects like operate through connections between their parts, but not through how these parts were set out to be. It was actually from this connection that these parts actually work, not from how they were set originally to operate. Through this kind of connections, unintended and emergent unintended opening emerged from these connections, which allows for the maneuvering to occur. But not all maneuvering can be done through invisibility to power. It can also be done through visibility to create connections through what I call performances of identifications with the researcher and their narrators. So during this interviews I had, as Dr. Lina said, I'm very young. The people I interviewed are very established feminists. They are older. They have more experience. I was very inexperienced at that time, fresh out of college. So I had to, there was sort of an unequal relationship, but in a way, there is usually an equal relationship between the interviewer and the narrator, where the interviewer actually has the upper hand. But this time it was reversed inequality, where I didn't have the upper hand. They were very established. They were older, and I was very on the downside. So I tried to maneuver this through creating what I call performances of identifications, where I decided to share some of my personal stories as well as they would share theirs, which encouraged them in sharing theirs and made the relationship more equal. So I would share experiences of womanhood, for example, maybe wearing hijab or taking it off. I would share my time at the university, if they went to the same university, particularly for the people I met at Cairo University. Also, having a common enemy actually made a very good connections. So whether like the patriarchy or the state, so it did work. And sharing actually personal stories made them challenge the memories or like their forgetfulness when they would look back at, when I share a personal story, they would say, oh, okay, you reminded me of something I didn't elaborate on when I first mentioned it. Let me mention it, let me elaborate. And then they would talk about something they either did not mention at all or that they briefly mentioned, so they would elaborate on. But also maneuvering performances of identifications is also uncertain. So the element of risk is there. So either sharing personal stories would make them speak more, or it would make them not speak at all and become very reserved, and then the whole interview would be sabotaged. So it's very uncertain. So I end up with like final reflections on the ethics of maneuvering, and just like reflections were like questions. I asked, does the ideal historian can separate themselves from being a researcher, from being personal? Like, for example, I shared some personal stories, and I had to keep like friendships and keep rapport outside of the interview process because it was too long, and it took almost 2 years to complete all of the interviews, and it was a very long process. Also, how to separate between, or do we have to separate between being political and being personal? Because I had to be politically present, or like have some sort of politics, street politics, in order to maneuver the gates of Cairo University. So I had to act politically when I was being a researcher. So would that make me, is that ethical? Is it part of the role of the oral historian? Also, is it the responsibility of the historian to make the narrators benefit from the interviews, to make them on equal footing or have like an equal relationship, to equally benefit from the interviews of the oral history, as well as the oral historian is benefiting? And the last thing, which is I think would be like relevant for us here, is the ethics of maneuvering and dealing with the donors. Do we have to, since we were like getting like funds to establish our research, do we have to disclose how we maneuver our research in order to get it done? Is it unethical if we didn't maneuver it? And if we didn't, sorry, disclose it? So that's it, that's my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
May I say, without sounding ageist, that the advantage of a young speaker is they don't need to hear themselves talk for a long time. So thank you for... but I learned a lot, Rawan, and if you could allow me, I think the last point you finished with, the ethics, is such an important point, and I really want to thank you for raising it, because so many unethical research practices happen and they are never addressed, and people are not reflexive, and people are not honest about them. So I think you raised a really good issue. And the other point about reverse power relations, which are related to age and to positionality, are also really important food for thought, and I hope people in the room will have, you know, comments or questions about this. So thank you so much. I want to move to Dr. Lucia Sorbera from who's an associate professor of Arab studies from the University of Sydney, and I had the chance to meet her yesterday, and I want to introduce her book. If you're interested, she will be discussing her book at AUB next Monday, so, and I think you'll be talking about it right now, so this looks like a spoiler. So, Lucia, over to you, 15 minutes, thank you.
Thank you very much for taking me back actually to my first love. You know, Beirut was the city where I first came to study Arabic, to learn Arabic. And in fact, when I moved to Cairo, people were asking me if first when I was in Lebanon and I was trying to speak in Arabic, they were asking me if I was a Lebanese Australian descent, which is quite karmic because I ended up in Australia. And, and then in Cairo, they were asking me if I was somehow Lebanese. And now here, they're asking me if I'm somehow Egyptian. So the result is that I always speak the wrong language, but Malaysia. But I'm very happy to be back here. So I'm taking you to the backstage of the experience of writing this book, and especially the empirical and epistemic questions that had guided my transgenerational and transnational biographical research, tracing feminist genealogies and legacies across multiple generations of Egyptian women intellectuals and activists, including the scholarship dedicated to them, because feminist scholarship is part of this larger movement. Through this work, I translate oral history archives into collective biographies that offers new ways of understanding the relationship between women and revolution. And I would like to suggest today that the lesson that I've learned from Egyptian women's activists throughout these years transcends Egyptian borders, and I find it particularly significant today as the world faces a new wave of global fascism and genocide. I start from myself. In many ways, I've been more deeply socialized to feminist ideas and literature in Egypt than in any other country I have lived, including my native country, Italy, and my country of migration, Australia. The stories narrated in this book trace very much the history of my own encounter with feminist activism and scholarship, and the process of becoming a transnational feminist historian, dwelling in between physical, metaphorical, and intellectual spaces of transitions. The experience of researching and writing this book has entailed a lot of epistemic and physical shifts. The first was material and physical. I moved to Australia with a young family in 2011, in January 2011, when something much more important for the world was happening, which was the Egyptian revolution. So since then, I've been mostly located in Sydney, while my main field work was Egypt, and my largest family in Italy. But also, there was this continuing transition, because in the aftermath of the 2013 military coup, some of the women whose lives and work were crucial to my research have been living in exile. And some of those who remained lived what many feminist scholars have described as an internal exile. We were discussing that over lunch, yeah? A growing sense of alienation in their own country, and sometimes even in the family. There was also epistemic journeying, across various fields of research and feminist intellectual traditions. So the Italian feminist scholarship, the Egyptian, the American, and more the Australian traditions. Post-colonial and critical feminist studies, in which women and feminist studies are a core component, and more recently, decolonial and indigenous epistemologies, for whose understanding, being based in Australia, was perhaps a point of advantage. The first concept I engaged with in this context is the concept of feminist friendship in relation to scholarship. My use of the word scholarship and friendship is not drawn by the field of moral philosophy and has nothing to do with the notion of episteme of friendship as understood by analytical and moral philosophers, which is the idea that one's belief about one's friend should favor them and cast them in a good light. This is not what my work has been about. My concept of scholarship and friendship builds on the methodologies developed by feminist historians, who in times when women's archives and libraries were not as well established as they are today, overtake the challenge of not having access to traditional historical sources by building on their personal collections with other women, obtaining access to their personal archives, sometimes detecting archives in spaces that were not even conceived as such, and trace the genealogies of women's political work and ideas by following their biographies and networks. In other words, in feminist historiography, acknowledging a link between politics and friendship does not take anything away from the objective of writing a reliable account of the past, as long as both the positionality of the subjects involved in the process of writing history are declared and clear. In the case of my research, I certainly wouldn't have been able to write it if I didn't have the support of a broad network of feminist scholars and activists who over the years have allowed me in their offices, their homes, they have opened archives, created connections and opportunities for me, and they always ensured that they could navigate the complexity of the continuously changing political field in Egypt over the past 14 years. The second concept I want to discuss today is historicizing feminist as the colonial practice. And third, the need to reconceptualize the relationship between women and revolution. So my main aim in research was to historicize 2011 revolution and to situate women's narratives and actions at this core. So namely what I was experiencing with this schizophrenia between spending time in Egypt and experiencing something extraordinary in the way women were mobilizing at multiple levels, intellectuals, grassroots, legal, and everywhere, and being always on the front line. And then what I was asked to narrate, the questions that I was asked when I was back in Italy or in Australia, which were very naive questions, about the role of women in the revolution. So these led me to formulate a different research question. What if it was not the revolution that opened new spaces for women's political activism, but it's rather the long history of women's and feminist activism throughout alternate phases of open air and visible and underground invisible activism that were one of the major forces that contributed to create the space for the explosion of the 2011 revolution and its evolution in what I call a revolutionary decade. So in other words, I was suggesting that the praxis developed by women over the previous decades in diverse forms were at the core of the human rights movement in Egypt and the political culture that eventually led to the revolution. So my primary focus was not on the effects of the revolution on women, but on women's capacity to inspire revolution. And to do that, I started going back, in tracing these genealogies. So I started interviewing young women, like the generation of Rawan in 2011. But then I was always asking them about their sources of inspirations, of the figure, their mentors, the women they have been close to, and they were sending back to women who were more or less 20 years older, and I was going to them. And then I was talking to them and going back to the previous generation, etc. And meanwhile, I was, reading and trying to dig deeper in what were the holes of history in the dissident movements. Why? Because, as we know, the historiography of Egypt on the Marxist movement, the human rights movement, the students' movement is quite important. But if you read it carefully, you realize that it's very male-centered. And this notwithstanding the work that Egyptian women historians have been doing, and it's like if they are two separate fields. And they don't, So what I've tried to do was to, bringing back in the history of all these political movements, the contribution of women in shaping them, and in be part of that. And particularly important to my chronology is how the Arab world, and specifically Egypt, experienced the end of the Cold War. The experiences of the women political activists I've interviewed and whose literary work I've studied show that the so-called New World Order and the so-called third wave of democratization from the perspective of Arab women translated into war, growing authoritarianism, violations of human rights, and growing socioeconomic inequalities. Women were at the center of that, and the writing of Egyptian women intellectuals were very critical of this moment and questions, the way the narrative about this moment has been narrated, has been created globally. So I had this strong interest in genealogies that are not linear and not necessarily continuing and not unanimously acknowledged. The fourth point is power, not only in relation to government's politics, but also the politics of economy in knowledge production, and the role we all play in questioning or reproducing it. The ambiguous relationship of women with political power is at the core of any investigation on women and gender history. In the case of Egypt, what I have learned through my conversations with women's activists is that it is important to overcome the binary resistance versus submission. In authoritarian contexts, people and women more than anyone else need to negotiate and transform, adapt their spaces of activism. And last night, when you were presenting your book, that was very clear. If gender is at the core of the construction of power relationships, it's important to situate the relationship in the specific context. And this led me to problematize the same concept of feminist theory and the spaces of knowledge production. My research in this case envisages Egypt as a place to apply, not to apply feminist theories conceived somewhere else, but rather as a space where local activists and scholars have long produced theory that not only shaped Egyptian feminism, but can contribute to the substance and form of global feminism as we know it today. And through this process, here is where I've tried to engage in a conversation between Middle East and North African studies and what is called as the growing field of decolonial and indigenous epistemologies, where the idea of transgenerational transmission of knowledge, relationality, and nonlinear narratives of histories, Australian Aboriginal intellectuals represent it as a song spiral. I don't have time to elaborate on that, but it's an interesting concept. Are at the core of my historical analysis, and especially when I discussed themes related to trauma and memorializations of trauma, the idea of every when, this idea of continuity and overall, simultaneousness between the past, the present, and the future was very important, because when you narrate a traumatic experience, the experience is there, and it's in the space between you and the interviewer. And so you really need to be aware of that, and also being aware of when it's the moment to stop. If someone wants to stop and telling you, I don't want to talk about that, you just need to stop and move on. Yeah, that seems quite clear, but it not always happen. Yeah, so it's important to remember it over time. One note on the methodology, where I found obviously inspiration in a large corpus of feminist historiographies. The fact that oral history interviews are not composed of words, but the body experience and the relationship, it's extremely important. And in fact, the pandemic was a moment of where I couldn't work very much. I could elaborate the data that I had, but not really interview or traveling, so that was a stop to my work. And again, in terms of methodologies, I interviewed women across a range of ages, university students, but also older women, and I've listened to oral histories produced by other scholars, so the Archives of Women and Memory Forum, of course, but also the work done by Nicola Pratt in years before me, etc. So I use oral history for two reasons. The first is that women's archives are scattered and women's memoirs are seldom recorded in traditional and institutional archives, and this speaks very loud to the importance of your project here and the project of Women Memory Forum in Cairo. And women themselves, they tend not to keep a written record of their work. And this emerges also from excerpts of the interviews. You know, they don't give much importance to their work, and they don't collect it. And also, I'm interested in how memory relates to the present, and this is something that I can retrieve through the flows of oral history as a relational process. Yes, feminist archives, who our colleagues, you know, Leila Dakhli and Zakia Salime described as unauthorized archives, are the vanguard of a new philosophy of history that today is essential to nourish critical thinking. And I want to conclude on the importance of the feminist archives in times of upgraded authoritarianism, genocide, war, consequences of necrocapitalism, violence of borders, and the rise of new forms of fascism on a global scale. In these times, denialism and erasure of historical memory is a tangible reality, and it makes it of foremost importance to develop a feminist epistemology that can inform a renewed feminist philosophy of history that builds on unauthorized archives and that challenges authoritarian narratives about history, allowing the transmission of revolutionary knowledge. This is, in essence, a living archive, and an archive of and for the future. Indeed, in this atmosphere of general hostility for history, which also comes from our home institutions, and unavailability or manipulation of national archives, feminist historians are the best equipped to engage in the effort of building alternative archives and write contrapuntual narratives to mainstream and state-controlled history, precisely because this is what the feminist methodology of writing history is grounded on. Finally, women's political activism and intellectual production are the ideal space to engage in contrapuntal writing of history, because women have a well-established tradition of keeping the flame of dissident alight in times of repression. They've been doing it in multiple spaces, in the family, in the newsrooms, in the legal courts, and in the political parties before they enter the parliaments and even after, in government institutions, from the centers and from the margins. There is no doubt that most women who engage in politics from whichever positionality, within or outside the structure and institutions of the Egyptian state and government, helped achieve something for Egyptian women. And the magnitude of women's work in Egypt is such that there is no book that individually can pay justice to it. So I started the research in a somehow happy days, and I have completed it during a genocide. This led me to interrogate myself about, this is what led me to interrogate myself about the role and the spade of feminist research in contemporary time. And this is what I mean with collaborative ontologies, an act of resistance that engages us all together. And I leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn it off? Thank you so much. And maybe I want to pull out one key point in what you're saying, that the genealogy that is so important, because when we look at different formations, whether political parties, whether unions, syndicates, any kind of movement, they seem male-centered, and they very much promote themselves as being male-centered with male voices. But there is actually a deliberate, intentional burying and invisibilizing of all the work and all the voices of women, which really links to the ways in which women's care work in its entirety is also intentionally invisibilized. So, and I can't wait to look through your book and have our conversation on Monday. And I want to move to Alia Mossallam, who's a historian from the Humboldt University. The words in German before that are too complicated to read. So, Alia, the floor is yours. Also 15 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Lina. Thank you. I'm very grateful to be here, Bardu. Thank you to the Asfari Institute and the ACSS, and thank you, Hoda and Dr. Nadia, and all the team. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. And what I'm going to be talking about today is something that I've been thinking about a lot. During my work, in the beginning of my academic career, I did a lot of research on everyday people's experiences during important political events in Egyptian history, and particularly like the role of women, like the role of particular women during these political moments that was not known. My work mainly was through oral history, and I find that now, more than 10 years later, I listen to a lot of these oral history interviews, and I listen to them not because I'm researching or I'm writing, but because and this is what I want to think about today. How can we think of oral history interviews as more than just a research methodology? Because in most of the situations, like Lucia was describing, during oral history interviews, it's always an intimate setting, and it has to become an intimate setting for people to really trust us and start to speak to us. And there's something that grows there, but what is that? Rather than thinking of it of another sort of extractionist research methodology, what more can we think of? How better can we articulate it, or what more can we think of it in terms of a situation of building community and solidarity? For what I'm going to do today is I'm going to look at three women whose interviews I continue to listen to now. They've passed on, sadly, but I keep listening to these interviews like they're conversations with my grandmother, masalan, and I keep learning from them, way beyond the political moment that I was interested in researching at the time. I'll be looking at Zainab Kafraoui, who was part of the political resistance in Port-Said in 1956 during the tripartite aggression against Egypt. I'll be looking at Naima al-Masriya, who I didn't really interview, but who I researched for a very long time, and whose family members I interviewed. And she was a pioneer singer during the World War I time in Egypt. And I'll be looking at Nafisa Zurar, who is a Nubian woman who was displaced during the building of the Aswan High Dam. I'm looking at this in the context of an article written by Lamia Moubayed called Interrupted Writing, and it's an article she wrote after the explosion, the port explosion in Beirut in 2019, about the impossibility of writing during apocalyptic times. And she uses Octavia Butler's work, and she says, in order to survive, we need to resort to the past, and we need to resort to the past not only to draw upon it for lessons, but to build communities of solidarity across time. How did people survive these apocalyptic moments before? Which for me links to why I keep listening to these interviews, because these three women they lived through important political moments that they were involved in, but they were also estranged, and they have their stories are also stories of loss and community building and motherhood. And these are the three main issues I'll be looking at. For the first person is Zainab Kafraoui. Zainab was part of the popular resistance in Port-Said in 1956, and she was very celebrated for her role of building a group of women. She's a teenager at the time, who were helping the popular resistance by smuggling weapons that were coming in through the Borolus Lake, and they would carry the weapons and smuggle them into their poussettes and take them to the resistance fighters, or she would jump from roof to roof to the different houses to warn the resistance fighters that the British military was coming, for instance. And this is what I interviewed her about. But what Zainab really enjoyed talking about, or we used to meet, the interviews basically took place at during her afternoon tea time, which she took every day by the beach in Port Said. So we would meet on the beach, and so the interview also has the sound of the sea, you know, and the sort of relaxed atmosphere of drinking tea in that moment. And she talked about two things that were very important for her. The first is the fear that no one really talks about, and how scary it was in those moments, and how the narratives of fear and hesitation really fall out of these moments of political engagement. And you always remember the sort of accomplishments, achievements, the courage, but that is nothing without the fear. Exactly, and the doubt and the questions of the people that you're working with, etc. But then one day she said to me, if I were to choose what my butula, what my sort of political heroism would be, I would tell the story of what happened to me in 67. In 67, after 1967, the whole Suez Canal area was totally emptied for the war of attrition, and she took her family and went to Algeria. She was an Arabic teacher, and she was seconded to Algeria, where she taught there. It was a country where she knew no one, and they had no community. She had 3 children who she had to raise, and she was trying to establish herself in Algeria, but also prepare herself that they might be sent back to Egypt at any point. For how to educate them, with what curricula, to send them to school where they were learning French, but at home. These are struggles I relate to very much also as a mother, and I go back to listen to them looking for that, and she said that her biggest achievement, her العمل البطولي الكبير, like her big heroic moment, was that she used to go to the central, which is like this operator to be able to call family and friends in Egypt. And once while she was there, someone else came to call Egypt, and she got to know them, and she thought, this is a great opportunity. So she paid the operator, and she told him that anytime anyone comes to call Egypt, to forward the person who's making the call before they call Egypt to her phone number at home, so she could call them and invite them. And she developed a phone book of all the Egyptians who were in Algeria, and sort of created a community for her family. ففور her, she said, لو تسأليني أنا إيه العمل البطولي اللي عملته في حياتي, this would be it. If you were to ask me what the sort of heroic act of my life would be, it wouldn't be this jumping, over the rooftops from house to house, which everyone was trying to do, but it was this moment where they were totally isolated and stranded and not knowing for how long or until when, and she built this community for herself. But this is the story of Zainab Kafraoui. Nafisa Zurar was someone who I met when I was interested in the effect of the displacement of Nubian families during the building of the High Dam, and what their experience of it is. And Nafisa's interview, she's the young girl in the middle, and she was in her 80s when I interviewed. She was 30 years old when she was displaced in 1964. Okay. So the High Dam was a dam that was built in Egypt in 1964 during the Nasserist period, and it was a big socialist project. It was a big, I think it was more than just a dam. A number of countries in the Third World movement, in the non-alliance movement, built dams at the time. It was something that you could see, and it was more a political project than just a hydroelectric project. But the result of the building of the dam was the displacement of at least 150,000 Nubians who lived by the dam and whose villages were completely drowned during its building. And very little of that is documented. There's more interest now, but until the last 10 years, there was a documentation of all the heritage sites, for example, that were moved, including Nubian possessions, jewelry, clothes, etc., but nothing about the experience of the Nubians who were moved very far away from the Nile after having lived by it for centuries, and by no source of natural water. Nafisa was 30 when she was displaced, and I was very interested in her experience of displacement. And she had a very interesting story because her uncle was someone, so the Nubians in Egypt are known to be, they're like an indigenous community who live by the water, and they're known to be very kind, very peace-loving, etc. And she actually revealed to me that her uncle was part of a group who were resisting the heightening of a reservoir built by the British also in Aswan in 1933 that resulted in one of the first displacement of Nubian people, and that they wrote petitions asking the Nubians to unite to resist the building of this reservoir, and also wrote it to the British and to the, and it was a moment of significant resistance that we don't have in official history, with all the signatories from all the different villages. And in this petition, there's a lot of progressive ideas. They tell the British that they don't want to be like the Americans and what they did to the Native Americans when they colonized them. But they talk about settler colonialism. They talk about indigenous people's rights, which in 1933 is extremely progressive compared to how little this discourse is used even now. And so this is like a community history, like you're saying, that could only, I found these petitions eventually because she had all the minutes of her uncle's meetings, and then I went to the UK, to the Foreign Office archives, and I found the actual petitions. It's a community history that doesn't exist otherwise. But she told me, but if you were to ask me what the most difficult thing about the displacement was, it was that in the old Nubian villages, we totally depended on the Nile people. And the Nile people are like spirits that live in the Nile. And they depended on them for centuries. They're the ones that help the women give birth. If you're poor, you ask them for help, for money. If you're in trouble, they can appear and disappear. And there are clear rules guiding the relationship. You give offerings to them in the Nile. You never visit the Nile at night. You never pollute it, things like this. When they were displaced, they didn't have the Nile people anymore, but they had il-Jinn. They had the jinn. And she said, and even though the jinn are Muslim, you could not rely on them, and you could not deal with them the way you dealt with the Nile people. And she went into like details of the experience here and the experience there. And these series of interviews were in her home, and so there's the sound of her grandchildren and her children sort of giggling while she's telling the story. And this, at the time, I could not use in my PhD because like I couldn't put my finger on it. I needed something more sort of real, but it was the story of how for Nubians, the community is more than just a human community. The Nile is not a piece of nature or an element, natural element. It's really a member of their community. And the displacement, with the displacement, there was the loss not only of their homes and their livelihoods, but it's a loss of a community that they've always lived with. And this took me into a sort of deep research process that I'm still in understanding what it means to be in relation with water. And finally is the story of Naima al-Masriya. This was research that I did at different points in time, but again, what's connecting them is how these are interviews that I still go back to. And Naima's story is about motherhood, and they all are. But Naima al-Masriya was a pioneer singer in Egypt in the World War I era. Because of World War I, there was a curfew in Egypt, and so a lot of the parties that usually happen very late at night became matinees. And more women could attend, and more Egyptian Muslim women could start to sing. So there was Naima al-Masriya, Munira al-Mahdiya, Fatma Sirri, and a number of others. And Naima is someone whose trail I've been following for a very long time, and there's a chapter that I and Hiba Farid, her great-granddaughter, wrote in the upcoming Gendering Oral History archive volume. But Naima was a single mother. She had separated from her husband when her child was very young, and she was not yet a singer. She was just living in her parents' house and hanging the laundry one day while she was singing, and then her Syrian neighbor heard her and told her, wow, you have a wonderful voice, you have to work on it. And she ran away and she went to Syria and she worked on her singing, and she worked on her oud playing. came back, picked up her daughter, and she started a career in singing and set up one of the first sort of spaces for singing called El Hamra, and made a total career out of it. Naima's history is very much silenced because the songs that she wrote and lahanithum, composed with Sayyid Darwish, for instance, are attributed to Sayyid Darwish. But the songs that are sexually explicit, because women of the time were coming out and singing in public, there were sexual elements in the songs that were not there in public singing before, are of course attributed to her and the women that are like her as being sort of debauchery. What happened with Naima is that her daughter, who she put through medical school and was one of the first women to graduate from medical school in Egypt, was going to marry someone who was a sort of rising up-and-coming economist in Egypt, and he told her that, you know, if he marries her, he would like her mother to stop singing. She agreed, and she stopped singing, and this marriage eventually ended in a divorce. And once her daughter divorced, Naima took her daughter and they moved, and she bought a whole building next to where the man lives so that her daughter could be closer to her children. And when she was unpacking, she pulled out her music records and broke them on her knee one by one. And I still hear the sound of that crack from the time the story was told to me, and she totally transformed herself. She stopped, her grandchildren and great-grandchildren don't know her as Naima, but as her original name. This Naima al-Masriya was her singing name, but her name is Zainab, actually. They know her as Ninna Zainab. And she re-established herself as a matriarch. She started in this building she started funding the education of all the girls in the building and the neighborhood. She became a Kudiyat Zor. And she, Kudiyat Zor, like she would do Zor ceremonies in the home. She would tir'i, so she continued a sort of musical practice, but in a totally different realm, and became a big and famous matriarch. And the only thing left of that previous life was her piano. It's this recreation of herself. I'll skip this for the sake of time. But this is her with her daughter when she was the famous singer, and this is her with her great-granddaughter, Hiba Farid. And in both cases, she sort of established herself as this matriarch. When she was a singer, like part of her repertoire is that she also turned a lot of folk songs into political songs, and this is one of them. Is it translated? No. Okay. It's a lullaby that says, you know, take the breast and sleep, but she sort of turns it political. No, I can't play this one. She says خذ البزة واسكت خذ البزة ونام أمك السيدة وأبوك الإمام, and she turns the last part of it about the 1919 revolution. She turns the last bit of it about the 1919 revolution, but with a little bit of coy. She says, your uncle is Saad Zaghloul, he's asking for independence, even though it looks like it's just going to be a couple of words. And it's true because this was a nominal independence that Egypt won at this time that was pursued after many struggles. But yeah. She was very politically engaged through and with her motherhood as well. And finally, I want to talk about the work of Nancy Munir, who engages. She engaged with Naima al-Masriya. She's an Egyptian musician, and she worked with the music of this generation of women singers, and produced an album called "Those Who Were Not Invited." And she refers to women who were not invited to the 1932 Cairo Music Symposium, which is an important movement, an important moment in musical history in the region. To which none of these women or people like them were invited. But what Nancy did is she actually researched the life of Naima al-Masriya and her relationship with her, with her daughter, but also her sort of the songs that were a bit sexually explicit in her repertoire. She worked with Fatma Sirri, and Fatma Sirri was one of these singers, and she got pregnant with the son of Hoda Sha'rawi. And he denied that the son was hers, and she took him to court and was able to prove that that the son was his, and produced a series of articles about that process, because she said it's not enough to win in the court of law, but it's important to win in the court of society. And the point is that all of these women's achievements, when we don't remember them, then we also start from scratch. As sort of artists, mothers, political activists, intellectuals, if we don't remember the fear, if we don't remember the hesitation, if we don't remember what it's like to rebuild a life in an apocalyptic time, what it's like to continue to work, what it's like to mother, what it's like to survive despite loss, we start from scratch. The importance of these, the significance and the magic of these oral history encounters is that they're not just interviews. They really are sort of building a bond across time to understand what the internal experience of struggle and of popular struggles are. But this is how Nancy sort of engaged. Probably have to go out to play it again. With, oh no, it's me.
That's you.
I'm going to play the song. And
it's okay.
So Nancy basically refurbished the records of these women, and she plays with them.
This is
no, yeah. This is
okay, let me just.
But you can find Nancy's whole album online. But what she does is that she doesn't engage with them just as musicians, but she really goes deeply into their lives, all they had to fight in order to become who they wanted to become, and all the achievements that are totally lost in the writing of their history by men. I end with a quote again by this is Zainab Kafraoui. This is me with Zainab Kafraoui. And Yeah. And this is, I end again with a quote from Lamia Moubayed's paper, where again she talks about, the paper is about the impossibility of doing the day-to-day and of working and of producing knowledge in times when the world is falling apart and where there's so much insurmountable loss. And she says the move from suffering to doing is not an invitation to abandon the emotional and focus on the behavioral, thus creating new binaries. It's about attending to a new kind of affective belonging in a collapsing world, of inhabiting the threshold of the apocalypse, a kind of apocalyptic empathy, a radical form of affect directed towards rebuilding, survival, and recovery. Like you started, Lina, you know, we look to the past and we bring up the past for resistance, to raise moments of struggle, moments of revolt, moments of change that might have been buried, but we also look for moments of survival. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alia. That was amazing. There's one thing that I will keep thinking about, amongst other things. But when you think that what we end up studying, for instance, is the building of the high dam, its political significance, a seriously male symbol to malehood, and who's the bigger man, and all of this, that is what remains in history. Whereas actually, everything that you have described from your second story, I think, is all the history that is intentionally lost. So there's a lot to think about. I'm going to open the floor. I think we have 20 minutes, a little bit less than 20 minutes. So I will take a couple of, or a little bit more.
I'm Leila Dakhli. I'm a historian. I'm still part of the Gendering the Archive working group, ACSS. I was just wondering, I'm curious, did you actually ask them what was the most heroic thing you did in your life, or were they just coming with this? I don't know, like, this is a very interesting thing, because we tend to, you know, put aside this idea of heroism and like try to deal with interviews with women. And then there is this, you know, the question is quite usual for historians, but it's also like very intimate in a way that they frame it. So it's just curiosity.
My name is Sophie Richter. I'm an honorary fellow at the University of Exeter and a presenter in this conference. Thank you so much for this fascinating panel. It was really very enriching. I have a question for Lucia. You were referring to Native Australian conceptualizations or cosmologies of history and of relations as spiral, and you said, I have not time to talk about it now, but I of course that got me hooked, and I would like you to talk about it. And if I may, also a question to Alia. It was not really the focus of your presentation, but of course I would like to know more about water and the people of the water and what.
I'm going to ask each of you to comment, but if I may also add another question to all of you, because I want to go back to Rawan, because I think the issue of ethics is a burning one, and maybe if you would each share a reflection of what it means in the context of the work that you're doing. Not necessarily an answer, but what does it mean? So maybe I'll start the other way around, maybe with Rawan, and then Lucia, and then Alia. Tfaddali.
For me, ethics, I think it mainly tends to be Eurocentric in a way, in the sense that we have to disclose everything, or that would be there would be an issue in our research, but they don't account for living under, for example, living under authoritarian regimes. Sometimes some of the information has to be hidden for our safety as researchers and for the safety of the narrators. So I think it depends more on who defines ethics and how we define it, and in one context it was defined. so some people would say it is unethical to be a political subject, but also a researcher, and you cannot mix the two together. But I think it's very ethical, or otherwise, under an authoritarian regime, we won't be able to conduct research if we committed to how ethics we're seen in a Eurocentric way, that we have to disclose everything, that we have to not lie or tell the truth to the security personnel. Then I wouldn't be able to go into the university. But in case of the identifications or like building connections with the narrators, I think it would kill the vibe if I just told them. I mentioned this just because I want you to elaborate more on this. That would be like very weird to do so, but I don't think it is manipulation. I don't think it's maneuvering, but I don't think it's unethical. It may be unethical when I'm dealing with the security personnel, unethical between two quotes. That's it.
Thank you. I think the operative word is don't kill the vibe. That's all. Thank you. Lucia, there was, if you could reflect on this, but there was also a question to you directly.
Thank you, shukran. Okay, first of all, I am very aware of my positionality. You know, I traveled to Egypt with two passports that are, you know, one is Australian and one is Italian. I normally enter with an Italian passport because I trust the Italians much more than I trust the Australian diplomats, and this puts me in a privileged position, yeah, which I really need to be aware of in terms of risks and you know, especially in certain moments. Then situations can fluctuate, but you know, it's this is something that we need to be aware of. And but my ethics is mostly about developing a long-term commitment to the people I work with. And this is something that in many ways goes against what our home institutions would demand from us. Because what we are required to do in theory is writing a project, doing the fieldwork, writing the output, and forget about it. Yeah, and that's what is that's the request. And be quick, produce everything you can very quickly. Otherwise, you will not get funded the next time. Now, a little bit you need to play the game. Otherwise, you don't get, you know, any support from your institution. But I refuse to, you know, to be the parachuted. I've tried in many ways not to be the parachuted academic that you know, spends 2 weeks in Egypt and then publishes and then disappears. And for instance, you know, last June, when the book came out, I went back to Cairo, and I spent a couple of weeks in Cairo just for the pleasure of visiting the women I had interviewed and giving them the book. And for the first time, finally, not being in the position of asking them things, but giving them something, yeah? Because I was in constant contact with them and asking for clarifications, for information from, you know, stories. For the first time, I could just meeting them over coffee and giving them something. And one of them told me, and she made me think about that, and she said, you know, most researchers, including Egyptians, just disappear after they have done the interview. And they don't understand that we give them our time, our stories, a piece of our life. And I think this is totally unacceptable, but it's more and more happening, especially because, you know, the way the polemical economy of research is structured, so you get a big grant normally on things that you have no idea what they are, and countries that you don't speak the language and you have never been to, and you interview 10, 15 people, write the book, and that's done. So I think this is something that we all need to think collectively about, because this creates a work that is not relevant. And also another element of ethics in the methodology that I've learned from indigenous scholars is to work on themes that are relevant for the people I'm working with. And this translates in the way I write history. So if I write the history of the feminist movement in the 90s, I focus very much on the campaigns that they were committed to and they were interested in. And that's very important as I come from outside, because the debates that are developed outside of the countries, but in the generally speaking, the Western world, are basically two, veiling, unveiling, and violence, with a victimized role of women, and etc. It's no. I think it is important to amplify the voices from within. So that's a little bit the architecture of my methodology. And instead, coming to the sound spiral, it's an image that, in a way, we also find it in the Renaissance Italian philosophy. Giambattista Vico was writing about the courses and recourses of history. History does not repeat itself, but there are elements that come back. But in Aboriginal philosophies and cosmologies, it's more about a continuity between the past, the present, and the future. It's like if all times are inseparable and no times is ever over, and they are all unfinished. And these, it's very important, I think, when we think of history as something larger that persists beyond times and can still speak to us. And as I was listening, for instance, to Alia's presentation, I was feeling that very much. The moment she was in Port Said, even the moment she evoked the interview in Port Said, we could be there, and we could hear the sea, and we could feel the intimacy of the two of them drinking tea. Yeah, so this is a moment of everyone that in many ways can inspire our conception of history and the relationship with the non-human as well. So, yeah, that's.
Thank you. And the last word, Alia, to you. We're getting close to.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be quick. So, did I ask them about heroism? No. Well, I think this is also this. I mean, all of these stories that I told were not the stories that I was looking for, but they came out in this sort of intimate setting when لما كلام ياخد بعضه, and more comes out of this, like, but you're going to hear the real story. يعني Zainab Kafraoui مثلا, she was celebrated in Port Said and honored sort of regularly for what she did, and only for the story of being with a pram with her nephew inside and keeping the weapons under. And then the British patrol stopped her once, and they asked her, what's the name of the boy? And she said, Gamal Abdel Nasser. She said that she really hates the story, because it's been told so many times, and she feels it's very convenient because she's a woman with a pram, and because she said Gamal Abdel Nasser, she said, forget all these stories. In the beginning, the interview was with other members of the resistance, and then she took me to the to the side. She said, the more important stories are these, the jumping from building to building, and then we came to, what the real political challenge was in life, and for her it was to have to move, during a war. Yeah, with Nafisa Zurar also, I was interested in, do Nubians feel critical of Abdel Nasser? And she refused to talk about that, because for her it's not about that. There was something much more disastrous happening. And eventually, when she trusted me enough to think that I wouldn't make fun of her, and I didn't make fun of her, but I never used the story. Because I couldn't at the time, and these are bardo stories that I never used in my research that I'm coming back to now. So the Nile people are literally spirits that live in the Nile, that have always lived in the Nile, and it tells you something. There's also philosophy of history and of historiography in every community. I was also thinking of Samia Khatoun's work while you were talking, and this idea of history as a story within a story within a story, and the Nubian philosophy of history is very related to the Nile. So when I talk about displacement, I'll talk about 1964, 1933, 1912, and I keep going back and saying, no, I want to think about 64, and for them it's not like this. It's about you know, the experience of displacement. That is their history. It doesn't matter when it happened. The Nile people are ancient. They're a connection with forever, you know, and that is the Nile to them. It's like the sky, you know, to us, if we believe in heavenly gods. Yani they're Muslim, but this is something that came before the time of religions, and it's you know, I think it's how the Nile became personified to them. If a woman's giving birth, a midwife will help, but the last moment when the baby's coming out, everyone will close their eyes so that the Nile spirit comes in and pulls the baby out, because only she can pull him out safely. And they close their eyes to respect her so as not to reveal her. There are good ones, there are bad ones. There are some that come to rob you, and there are some that help you through things like this when you're in a calamity. But it's how they exist with the Nile. And it was for her the biggest loss, you know, because this is how they lived forever, you know, and it's not just a blessing, but it's also how you learn to circumvent danger in the world, and then it didn't exist anymore. And finally, in relation to ethics, I think the most difficult for me was in working with Naima al-Masriya and working with an archive. With the oral history, I could always go back and ask people, and I could always do something like a workshop in a place where they lived and bring them, like that picture, bring Zainab Kafraoui to speak to people as an expert on her life. With Naima al-Masriya, she wasn't there. And so the more I put pieces of the puzzle of her life together, I asked myself, if she ended her career in that way, would she have liked it to be historically documented for her? I imagine yes, but maybe not. Maybe she decided she was done. I try to overcome this a little bit, that when I write with Hiba, because Hiba Farid has different pieces of the story. She's her great-granddaughter, and her granddaughter, who is Hiba Farid's mother, has a totally different story of Naima. And for them, the way they tell their grandmother or great-grandmother's story is important because it's a story of the family. But you also have to be very sensitive with that. So I think this for me was the biggest challenge.
Thank you so much. Spot on time. This was very rich, and it's been an honor to be able to talk to you. So thank you, the three of you, Rawan, Lucia, and Halia. Thank you so much. And we have 15 minutes break, and then I'm giving the floor to my colleague, my friend, Dr. Makram Rabah. Thank you.
I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Nadia El Cheikh and to Kaoukab on giving me this chance, as well as to the Asfari Institute. I myself is a practitioner of oral history. 2 decades ago, when I spoke about oral history, some of my professors made fun of me that oral history is not history. However, having this conference here is another affirmation that the whole field is transforming, particularly also when it comes to the gender lens. I myself have written about trauma, about civil war. I studied the Druze and the Maronites and collective memory when it comes to the War of the Mountains and the Lebanese Civil War. I intended to extend my research to include more gender, but I, like all PhD students, ran out of time and money, so I had to write my thesis. But also recently at the department, we have an app called Lebanon Memory Map, which tries to document the experience of men and women. And I made sure that they were equally divided, 25 men, 25 women. And we tried to go beyond the regular militia men or even the militia women. So we had nurses, we had school kids, we had different people. So having this talk today about trauma and oral history and how this can bring in the unheard voices of women and women's suffering is very important. And with this, I would like to give the floor to our first speaker, Dr. Sarah Tobin. Her talk is entitled, "It's Not All Bad, Navigating Oral Histories of War from Exile." And as I agreed with the ladies, we'll talk about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will open up the floor for Q&A. Thank you very much, and tfaddali.
Great, thank you very much. I also would like to extend my thank yous to Nadia and to Kaoukab for this lovely, amazing gathering of fantastic voices in a beautiful space. And also thanks Makram and to the co-panelists for this amazing panel. I feel as though I should apologize because I'm not a historian, I'm an anthropologist. And so the way that I think about these questions of narrative and narrative retelling is ethnographically sort of based and oriented and thinking about the various sensory experiences and spaces in which people feel like they can talk and how they can talk. And for those of you who may be familiar with my work, I've been working in Jordan mostly, but in the region on questions of earlier financial inclusion, and then with Syrian refugees. And of course now the Syrian war is over, and we have a new sort of area of research and inquiry to start thinking about, which is what happens when people leave and they make homes somewhere else? What happens to those spaces, right? I think myself and many other people started thinking about these questions of trauma and the war and how to make sense of them, but now what? And so I open with a little sort of ethnographic bit, and then I'll sort of work through with you where I'm thinking about going with this paper and what I've been mulling over these days. So it wasn't all bad, said my Syrian interviewee Fatima in 2002, which was 10 years after her displacement from Damascus. She looked around the room hesitantly, uncertain if her fellow Syrian refugees in Norway would share her ideas or if they would disagree and instead support a narrative of primarily negative experiences. When met with silent assent, Fatima continued, I mean, I got a PhD in Europe, which I never would have gotten otherwise. I met my European husband here. We have 2 children. I have a really good job. My life is very different, and it's not all bad. Some good things came out of the war, too. And I have to tell you, when she said some good things came out of the war, there was this very pregnant pause in the room. So in this paper, it's that moment and thinking about that space that I want to dive into a bit. So in this paper, I argue that Syrian refugees like Fatima have struggled to share stories of positive experiences and outcomes of the war for 2 primary reasons, of course, among others. These are the ones that I think about, though. The first is that such narratives and oral histories defy the expectations put on them that refugee governance regimes use as a qualifying refugee experience. It renders invisible the possibilities for such stories. The second is that geographic and mobility pathways are often, and even now, for Syrian refugees, indeterminate and uncertain. Even a decade after the initial displacement, and thus the ability to make more positive narratives more concrete or potentially fixable are undermined by the still persistent uncertainty of what's next. In other words, knowing where the arc is going, where one is heading, what one is becoming, and ultimately where it lands, is part of what enables narrative coherence. When the present and the future remain unsettled, narrative recounting of the war and the trauma remains necessarily provisional. Furthermore, that such experiences are deeply gendered, I believe, is important, as women often manage perceptions of themselves and their families, and also the networks that they are part of in this process. So thus, I'm thinking about this paper intervening in broader debates in the anthropology of displacement and narrative, like Heath Cabot and Melky, by showing that narrative is not simply an expressive, sort of self-generated kind of moment or space, but it is actually a site of governance, refugee governance, and also self-making, where legitimacy and belonging as a person and in family and in community are adjudicated. So I'll present in a moment here an in-depth case of one of my interviewees, Ibtisam, to point to these in more depth. And then I'll conclude with some methodological challenges and things that I've been thinking of. But taken together, I argue that these dynamics shape not only what stories are told, but how they're told, in order to be legible to humanitarian, bureaucratic, and peer audiences. Refugees do not narrate their lives in this open field of experiential possibility, but rather they speak within the structured narrative economies in which suffering is a primary currency of recognition. I refer to these patterned expectations as narrative economies. So these are the way I'm thinking about this. They're systems in which certain forms of testimony, pain, dispossession, and trauma accrue value, while others, like adaptation, self-making, pleasure, and fun, and growth, can risk moral misrecognition or even administrative penalty. This does not mean that positive experiences do not exist. In fact, they do, but that conditions of listening determine whether and how and when such experiences can be voiced. So the first idea I want to sort of dive into is, well, then what qualifies as a real refugee story? So in this opening vignette with Fatima, I told you, it's not only what is said that's notable, but the contours of the peer group hesitancy that become remarkable. The hesitation was shaped by the listening environment. Refugees are often expected to narrate their lives through harm, displacement, and loss. Many of my interviewees over the years have indicated that speaking about what has gone well for them as a result of the war and in displacement risks the idea that others may perceive that they themselves believe that their own suffering or others' suffering was not real. It invalidates their struggles, dismisses or diminishes those who did not survive or did not succeed as having somehow failed. The silence that followed Fatima's statement was as much a part of the story as what she actually said. The silence speaks loudly. It signaled caution and care and the weight of her judgment by her peers. So the expectation that refugees should speak of pain is institutional. It's built into governance regimes at every level. Suffering animates asylum interviews, humanitarian assessment forums, public discourse, often aimed at building openness among host states. I mean, this was a huge push in Europe and beyond, right? They have suffered, we need to help them. Perhaps well-intentioned, but then what, right? What happens to the narrative thereafter? The political economy of vulnerability runs deep. A refugee is asked to tell and retell in asylum cases and with lawyers over and over how they were harmed, how they remain harmed in exile. And this harm is what validates and acknowledges their humanity and the deservedness for care, compassion, and at least for some their legal status. The attachment to loss and its narrative entrenchment structures access to rights, residency, aid, and recognition. This narrative expectation is not incidental. It's reinforced through these formal procedures. So for example, as I mentioned, asylum interviews explicitly require applicants to demonstrate past harm, ongoing vulnerability as well in order to qualify for protection. Humanitarian assessments routinely categorize beneficiaries into hierarchies of the most vulnerable, and less vulnerable, right? The UNHCR vulnerability assessment framework was such a framework that oriented this. Therefore, not only creating spaces in which speaking of vulnerability and harm and loss are perpetuated, but then hierarchized, is that a word? In which those who are the most vulnerable, right? A push to representing the harm in the worst kind of ways. The VAF scored households according to deprivation, dependency ratios, psychosocial fragility. These are metrics that reward this narration of loss and limit the articulation of stability and growth. In this system, to be seen as doing well can jeopardize your access to the very protections that the war and displacement have made necessary. Thus, the governance of displacement makes suffering a credentialing condition. And narratives of the good become morally, socially, and materially fraught, even if they're totally true. In the interest of time, I'm going to just move to the next section about something else I've been thinking about, which is that retelling of these stories, or telling of these stories, or telling of them anew, sort of wherever on that scale one may sit, the indeterminacy of the future plays a continuous role. So as my and others' previous work has shown, family and kin networks structured mobility for Syrians both into Jordan and then within Jordan. These networks, often anchored in men's working networks, provided knowledge sharing and trust-based interactions for then women that guided decisions about where to settle, how to find housing, and how to secure work and income. So we see there's a gendered element here where men's pre-war networks resulted in women's social sort of pickup. Right? So there's this pragmatic aspect. Once Syrians were in Jordan, then women's networks would provide access to ongoing mobility across the northern urban areas, as well as within Zaatari camp, for example. But these networks are not stable, right? We all know that social networks can change and shift, especially within displacement. And as displacement lengthened, the capacity of these networks to provide financial, emotional, and logistical support, of course, have weakened. Or they've changed or shifted or grown in some other ways. I mean, the things aren't the same. And the desire and the need to sustain ties, often women's work, the work of maintaining social ties, falls also to women in this room, have remained, but the resources needed to sustain them have changed. So one woman in Zatari described this shift to me. She said, quote, "We can turn ashes into life. We can make the impossible possible. We make reality. We are agents, but it's like we're living in a grave in Zatari. Now I find that contact with my family increases the pain. The internet is weak, and we can't afford the bus fare to visit family outside the camp. We try to comfort each other, but it's only to try to provide good feelings. We are all in difficult financial situations. We try to help my daughter and sister in Syria financially, but I can't find anyone anymore who can get them the money. The support is almost vanishing. There's very little left. What is left is not enough for a family to have a decent life." So in the paper, what I'm arguing is that in these transitions into sort of shifting and changing networks, the emotional cost of maintaining the ties can intensify. And what this does is create uncertain horizons for the networks into the future. And the result of that is that women, especially, although men as well, can have a hard time sort of anchoring their narratives. What's next? We don't know. What's happening now? We're not even sure. So then crafting a narrative can be very difficult, right? I mean, everyone has picked up a book and stopped halfway through and wondered what happens. And without the timeline or the horizon having some clarity, it can be a harm to generating these narratives. So the problem is not that refugees lack stories of growth or transformation or meaning making, but that the narrative, institutional, and temporal conditions of displacement foreclose the possibility of telling them without risk of moral misrecognition, administrative penalty, or narrative incoherence. So I interviewed a woman, Ibtisam, in Norway recently, and I want to tell her story in a bit of depth to sort of illuminate these 2 points. I'm keeping a close eye on the time as well. So she arrived to Norway in 2016 with her husband and 3 children. They're Kurdish and came from Kurdish Syria. In the early months, she entered the Norwegian state's introduction program, where she was encouraged to take work placements in the care sector. She said, they assumed I would work with children, she recalled. They said, this is the best for you, not because I chose it, but because of who they thought I was. The decision was already made. It seems her identity as a Syrian, as a Kurdish Syrian, as a mother, as a refugee, dictated what kind of work counts as appropriate. Her first placement was in a public daycare. Parents questioned why she was there, and colleagues avoided speaking with her directly. She said, I was there, but not really there. She asked for further training that would better align with her previous education as an accountant, but her request was refused, and she was reassigned to similar placements. The underlying message from the Norwegian state and from her colleagues those days, she felt, was that she should be grateful. Grateful to work at all, grateful to be in Norway, grateful for the chance to integrate. Gratitude in this setting was not simply an emotion, it was an expectation for her narratives of what she should say and how she should act that shaped what she could ask for and ultimately what she could try to refuse. Again and again, she emphasized that her motivation to work did not come from a desire to satisfy the requirements of this program, but she said, I'm here because of my kids. She said, I want to see them I want them to see that I didn't give up. So this is her framing, right, the narrative about why she's continuing to work at the daycare. Not because, in this case, she doesn't pin it on the state, which is what I think would be an appropriate response, but instead she pins it on the idea that she is a resilient person and she doesn't want her kids to believe that she gave up. So it shifts this, the administrative apparatus shifts the narrative, the history, the oral sort of retelling. So her reasoning became relational, oriented towards her children's future and her own sense of what it meant to be a mother in a place where everything familiar had been unsettled. The question for her was not whether to work, but what kind of work would allow her to narrate the kind of person she would like to be. Over time, she built new skills, learned Norwegian, etc. She says, I became stronger. I learned to do things I never imagined. So this is similar to Fatima's story at the beginning, that it kind of opens a space of imagination to be able to work in these new spaces. But then she follows up quickly and says, that doesn't mean it was easy. But I don't know how to say both things at once. To say she had learned, adapted, and cared was not to deny the difficulty, but she knew that the narratives of improvement could be misunderstood as narratives of the denial of the suffering. So she had to manage both, saying, this was so difficult and I've succeeded at the same time. I have more detail. I know Makram's going to tell me to stop here. Okay, 4 more minutes. What stands out in Ibtisam's account is not a linear movement from loss to resilience and renewal, nor a fixed opposition between suffering and resilience. Rather, it's that quiet work of living in a space where both are present, where pain coexists with learning. And I think that this is because of the state apparatus and the requirements of the refugee governance regime that requires that to be reinvigorated and pushed again and again into these spaces. And at the same time, that resides with how Ibtisam herself saw her narrative as a parent and wanting to show her children and model certain things for her children. So to wrap up, I've been thinking about some of these methodological challenges in narrating the good, not like the good versus evil, but like the purposeful, the forward movement, the ideas that people themselves attribute to something that looks like good or positive. And I've done these interviews in Jordan, Sudan, and across Europe, and I have found that, especially with Syrian refugees, there was this pause before describing experiences that could be characterized as positive. The pause itself was meaningful. It signaled an awareness of how narratives circulate, how they're heard, and how they're judged. Refugees knew that humanitarian and scholarly environments often value stories of pain. I mean, I think that this is also hard for us to get away from, right? I mean, we're also subject to these same sort of regimes of knowledge production. Stories that demonstrate harm, vulnerability, and need. And to speak differently can risk misunderstanding or moral scrutiny. I think it can also risk a valorization of the refugee experience, this, ethics of entrepreneur. I very recently heard a business entrepreneur professor from the University of Copenhagen say refugees are just inherently more entrepreneurial, which is problematic at many levels as well. But this valorization that somehow that refugees are better, that they're better equipped. I mean, it's problematic the way that these stories are being understood and characterized, I think, throughout. But nevertheless, methodologically speaking, listening in this context requires pacing and attunement to both what is spoken and what is silent. And that role is not then to extract a kind of polished narrative, but to sit with those spaces. It also requires some temporal flexibility that can be a challenge, I think, for a researcher. So what did you do first, and then what's next? We have to let go, I think, of storytelling in this kind of linear fashion, even if that's what we need to produce for the academic requirements. So to ethically document these accounts, I think it's necessary to recognize that ambivalence is itself a valid narrative form, that these things can sort of coexist at the same time. People can speak of loss and still describe learning, care, repair, and new forms of life. And to treat ambivalence as an analytically meaningful space requires resisting a narrative closure. To keep ambivalence open keeps things contingent and unfinished, with the recognition that futures against which they may one day be evaluated have not arrived yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. I'm sure there's a number of questions and comments from the audience. We'll come back and circle back to these. Now I give the floor to our second speaker, Ansar Jasim. She'll be speaking on resistance and hidden histories on Iraq. She is a PhD student in political science at the Free University in Berlin and a fellow also at the Berlin Graduate School of Muslim Cultures and Societies, fellow Orient Institute Beirut. أهلا وسهلا تفضلي.
I'm happy to be here and to learn a lot because the topic of archiving came up probably rather as a background story of my fieldwork in Baghdad, but it turned out to be quite important for the kind of ethics I started to develop. So I reframed the title of my presentation, Burning the Archive, Living the Memory, Iraq's History Between Archontic Archives and Feminist Counter-Archives. And I'm going to talk first about grassroots archiving in post-2003 Baghdad. Coffee and Books, Ahu Kitab, is the name of a known meeting location for people in Baghdad. Abbas and me meet there for the first time. I first contacted him on Facebook in 2024 while looking for interlocutors for my research on Baghdad's post-monarchic housing projects, the actual topic of my PhD. His profile showed the emblem of the First Republic of Iraq that came through the 1958 revolution under Abd al-Karim Qasim. It bears the red star, golden sun rays, and symbol of agriculture and industry, the pillars of the new republic. A sign that he supports this political current, debate that has recently resurfaced in Iraq. Abbas often shared on his account small pieces of research he had done on historical topics related to the projects of Abd al-Karim Qasim, and that's how he caught my attention. We met on one of those scorching Baghdadi August days, sitting in front of the air conditioner, its cold air of 70 degrees hitting us, while outside it was again over 50. Abbas came well prepared. He had asked me before what I was interested in, and now he arrived with a folder containing an incredible archive of Iraq's social history. Look here, he said. This is an authorization document to practice prostitution during monarchical times. Then he handed me a Ya Nasib ticket. It must have been from the 1920s, and a copy of the achievements of the ministries under Abd al-Karim Qasim. That's a present for you, he smiled. He jumped quickly from one topic to another. Finally, he showed me his favorite document, the diary of a female doctor from Karad, the very area where we were sitting. She had practiced in the 1990s during the embargo in Medinat al-Thawra, then called Medinat Saddam, the vast impoverished district that I was researching. Abbas was fascinated by the details of her tragic love story, and from time to time he would post excerpts and social historical reflections from the diary on his Facebook page. Abbas, who is in his early 30s, earned his money as a state employee. Collecting documents was his hobby, and he usually found his material in Al-Mutanabbi Street. Located in the old city of Baghdad, this street hosts hundreds of established and grassroots bookstores, publishing houses, and book storages. On Fridays, it turns into a public forum. Booksellers spread their stalls along the street into the adjacent Rashid Street, and people gather to read, debate, and exchange ideas. Abbas introduced me to several people sharing the same hobby, collectors of material artifacts of Iraqi history, each drawn to a different period. They didn't only share their research on social media. They also met here in the open air, sometimes sitting on camping chairs beside a bookseller, other times gathering in the Qaysariya at the end of the street, drinking tea. Some held opposing political views, especially over the important question of the monarchy and Abd al-Karim Qasim. Among them, this was the main dividing line. Not only a historical disagreement, but a statement about their stance towards the present regime. Each had their own motivation for collecting. But Abbas and his companions shared a dream, to open a small museum and tell the history they had assembled. Others, who had made a name for themselves as professional historians, dismissed them as nothing more than document dealers. Indeed, you could also find such dealers too in Al-Mutanabbi Street, men walking around with plastic bags carrying fragments of Iraqi history. Taqi, with a full beard and grey hair, was one of those dealers. He had rented a small shop in one of the back alleys of Mutanabbi Street. Inside, he sold all kinds of oddities, old cameras, jewelry, coins, and also documents. Yet for him, this was not just simply a business transaction. One day, while we were drinking tea, he made sure no one else was in his packed little shop. Then he took a file from a folder and said, "This one I don't sell." He told me he had found it among a pile of documents from the flea market of papers, located next to the Nahra garage. People like him act as middlemen, buying huge bundles of old books and documents, often by the kilo, sorting through them,
reselling what they consider valuable. I asked why he wouldn't sell this particular file. He's the son of my area, he said. Taqi too was from Sadr City, the post-2003 name of the district I was researching. The document he showed me was a security file from the Ba'as area, a long bureaucratic paper trail. He allowed me to take pictures of it, but not to share it, explaining his own ethics of dealing with such materials. These persons mentioned in the file might still be alive, and he didn't want them to get into trouble. For now, I will call this a grassroots archivist circle. While most discussions about archives in Iraq begin from a sense of absence or loss, I want to show how this movement of people in post-2003 Baghdad claims history for themselves without falling into a single monolithic narrative. The looting and plunder of Iraq's archives and institutions and the relocating of the Ba'as files to the United States led researchers to focus almost exclusively on this particular part of Iraqi history, often without developing alternative methodological ways to tell history. Scholarship on Iraq has since reflected extensively on the use of the Ba'as archives, but it has largely revolved around two questions: the moral debate over the use of stolen archives and the attempt to read them along or against the grain. Yet, these discussions have often taken place in a one-eyed manner, implicitly suggesting that such archival-based knowledge production could not happen in Iraq itself, simply because the physical archive was no longer there. As Sarah Farhan has shown in her remarkable work, Iraqi students have had to perform immense labor to overcome the lack of access to these archives, now stored abroad. What I want to draw attention to here, however, are the potentials that emerge when we take Derrida's idea of the death drive of the archive seriously. For Derrida, the archive is not a neutral repository, but the expression of psychic and social drive in the Freudian sense. Archiving is animated by the same ambivalent force that governs all drives. It unites the life drive, which seeks prevention, continuity, the archive, with the death drive, which tends towards dissolution and erasure. So when we archive, we are actually allowed to forget his ideas. So this is the paradox that lies at the heart of what he calls archive fever. The very impulse to record and preserve already contains the impulse to destroy. Every act of saving is shadowed by the desire for forgetting. Thus, the archive is both a safeguard against loss and repetition of loss itself. Its existence testifies not to immortality, but to the inevitability of disappearance. The removal of the Ba'as archive from Iraq then became an act of imperial preservation. Its erasure in Iraq enables its rebirth in the United States as an object of study, prestige, and control. Yet, by displacing the patriarchal, state-centered, and militarized form of custodianship, the departure of the Ba'as archive also left a void. Paradoxically, probably, this very displacement opened the space for new forms of archival power in Iraq. People began to create their own archives outside the state's classificatory gaze. These archives are not mere substitutes, they represent a redistribution of archival agency. The loss of the centralized archives thus became a condition of emergence, a space in which new political and social movements, especially feminist ones, could reimagine the meaning of preservation. Derrida reminds us that the archive is patriarchal because it rests on the authority of the archons, those who possess the right to keep, interpret, and classify. The Ba'as state embodied this patriarchal order literally, through its cult of fatherhood, secrecy, and the party. The Hoover Institution, which now hosts this archive, reproduces this logic symbolically. The documents are once again housed in the magistrate's home under Western custodianship, gated by law and access protocols. After 2003, this archontic structure in Iraq collapsed. There was no longer one house of the archive. It is here that feminist and grassroots archive emerge, replacing custody with care, classification with interpretation. They do not aspire to unite closure, but to heterogeneity and relation. They allow contradictions, emotions, and voices to coexist. This is a feminist deconstruction of the archontic principle, an archive of lived, embodied, and shared forms of knowing. Hence, I want to argue that the breakdown of the patriarchal archive marks not a loss, but a possibility, a shift from the state's monopoly over memory to a plural ecology of remembrance. Now I want to talk about domesticating history and the limits of alternative archives. I visited Hanan one evening in her new apartment in the Iraq Gates, that you can see here, one of Baghdad's so-called new cities, a gated community of high-rise buildings where an apartment costs more than a house in a middle-class neighborhood. From her balcony, we could enjoy the now privatized view at Zawra Park, one of the city's few public parks, its lungs. Hanan, who studied architecture at the University of Baghdad, is now in her 50s, never practiced her profession. With her children now grown and married, the rented family house in Karade seemed too large, so they decided to buy an apartment and move here. During the move, she had unearthed her father's old photo albums, images of him as a young professional in the 1940s traveling across Europe. It struck me that she still had all these pictures. During my fieldwork, I had spent hours listening to communist militants telling me how their families had burned their photo archives out of fear. Many not even kept pictures of their childhood. But Hanan could reconstruct her family story without rupture. She had photographs from every decade of the past century. Amin al-Sadan has theorized the opportunities that arose from the destruction of the state official archive as a chance to rethink historical method. Echoing Akhil Mbembe and Nadia El Cheikh, he argues that the void that was created generates new imaginaries and new modes of historiography rather than paralyzing scholarship. He suggests that Iraq's modern art and architectural culture emerged in domestic spaces, homes, studios, and informal gatherings, rather than state institutions. Building on al-Sadan's insight into how the destruction of state archives reconfigures the sites of cultural production, I want to push his argument further by asking what happens when the archive's absence concerns not artists or architects, but the urban working class. This became relevant because the district I'm working on, Sadr City, is a working class district. So how to be able to actually understand the history. These archives do not, so the architecture and artists archives, they do not contain the histories of these kind of working class neighborhoods. They do not contain the any documents on the demonstrations, leaflets, or even the histories of how people build their houses in a collective way. So how, so whose story can actually these kind of middle class archives tell? Perceiving the private archives of the professional middle class of post-war Baghdad as a counter-archive recenters a class cultural memory, more than it actually challenges the archival hierarchy. It risks once again obscuring the histories of Baghdad's working class, those who quite literally built the city with their labor. So we need to be attentive to how even counter-archives can reproduce the privileges of those who can afford to keep memory intact, to the infrastructures of safety, property, and the continuity that makes archiving possible in the first place. Now I will go to the subaltern politics of erasure. Nabiha is probably around 70. Her face, with only a few teeth left, tells the story of a hard life. Yet her skin remains smooth, and beneath her black scarf and dishtasha runs a long braid of white hair and dyed light red hair. She is the patriarch of a 10-person household in Medinat al-Sadr. Nabiha has no children of her own, but the two grown sons of her younger brother that live with her in the same building are like her children. She grants them an almost sacred status that everyone in the household must respect. While she is strict with the 4 young women in their 20s, 3 of them unmarried, all of them educated, the boys can do whatever they like. Still, what Nabiha says counts for everyone, even for them and their father. Perhaps unexpectedly, Nabiha's soft spot is love, though within her own parameters. Sect and skin color matter more to her than class. The girls now in their know this tenderness and sometimes gently and sometimes fearfully play on it. It gives them a small margin to form acquaintances with boys provided they confide in their aunt. The reason is that Nabiha herself lived an extraordinary love story in her 20s, one that ended tragically. Everyone in the family knows the details of the love story and agrees that the man must have been handsome, just like my oldest nephew, as she likes to say. Yet nothing from that period was kept, apart from the stories that circulate orally within the family. Nabiha decided to tear up all the pictures of that time, though there couldn't have been many, as the family was quite poor and only managed to rebuild their mud houses in stone by the late 1980s. Still, in her retellings, poverty never figures, love does. Her younger sister, Ibtisam, who hasn't spoken to her for nearly 20 years, though she lives in the room next to her, also destroyed part of the family archive. After our brother was killed in the Iran-Iraq war, she told me, I couldn't stop crying, so I decided to burn all the pictures. Still thinking with Derrida's archive fever, if every act of archiving acknowledges loss, then to destroy an archive can also be an act of reclaiming agency. Nabiha loved to tell her love story, and everyone in the family knew it. Ibtisam, too, constantly spoke of her brother, though he died over 30 years ago. Was destroying their archive for them not a negation, but a liberation of memory, I wondered? Why did they choose the right not to be archived? Perhaps they sensed that the archive was too fixed a form for their memory. In families where oral storytelling is so strong, destruction can become a form of subaltern agency, a refusal to be preserved as objects of someone else's knowledge. In that sense, the erasure of photographs could be read as an assertion of authorship over how love and loss should circulate in memory. Ibtisam chose mourning over record by burning the pictures of her brother. I still have
2 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, so I will jump to something else, which we maybe can call a living archive. It's about also an old communist Safira Jamil Hafiz, a 94-year-old. She's tall, white-haired, and unmistakably alert, and she moves through her house in Baghdad's Karada district with calm authority and someone that has lived many histories. She's born in 1931 and became a quite known children's story author, and even won a couple of prizes in the 1950s for a strong way to portray stories of poverty and social injustice. But she was not only a writer, she was also an organizer. During the 1952 students' uprising, for example, she became quite known as a students' activist against the suppression of the monarchy. After the fall of the regime in 2003, Safira, like so many others, became active again, founding several social organizations. Finally, in 2020, she transformed her family's modern two-story house from the 1950s into a public library and cultural space. Around her, the district was changing rapidly. 6-story apartment blocks rising where gardens once were, and the old houses of Baghdad were disappearing. So she founded this library she called the Son of Motherhood. And this library itself, as an architecture itself, kind of stands against this changing neighborhood where you just have the high-rise buildings, and by opening this library in her old family house, she also preserves the family house, but she also makes an archive in a way that kind of can survive in a changing Baghdad. She archives there books, music instruments, but also archival documents. And in the upper floor, Rosa Luxemburg, pictures of Rosa Luxemburg, Naziha Dulaimi, and Safira itself are displayed. And her house, for me, embodies probably what we could understand with Mbembe as architecture of life. So he reflects on this idea that the architecture where archives are also usually reflected in the houses where they are. But what we can see in Safira's archive is that it's actually a breathing archive. People meet there, they discuss there, they can use the documents to produce knowledge. Safira's living archive translates this struggle into space, and I would understand this as an act of care and feminist practice. And now I will jump to the conclusion. In recent years, debates around the Baas archive have largely centered on the demand that it be returned to Iraq. This return has now actually happened, at least formally, yet the archive remains inaccessibly to the public. And this is precisely the point. As long as it remains a state archive, its nature does not change. Its very architecture and custody, this is what Derrida called the archontic principle, and remember the institutional power of the archive, continues to guard, classify, and restrict. It remains a patriarchal structure that withholds knowledge in the name of authority. On the other side stand the epistemologies of feminist and subaltern archiving practices I have presented here, and I will just finish with the sentence.
Thank you, Ansar. I actually very good friends with Hassan Mnaimni, who led the project, and I believe that our states should not have access to these archives because we know for a fact that they end up being in a parking lot or they're not accessible to the public. But this is something that we can come back to in the Q&A part. With this, I would like, last but not least, Dr. Katrina Yeaw, Associate Professor of History at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. Her talk today will be about women, oral history, and the writing of Libyan history.
Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone. This has been a very informative and thoughtful conference so far. So I work on Libya, so I'm going to take us all on a little trip further west. And it's always interesting to talk about Libya for audiences that are not Libyan specialists. Because I have to usually start with the assumption that most of my audience knows nothing about Libya. Libya in weird ways stands apart, both from its North African neighbors because of a different history of colonialism. It's kind of jammed between Egypt and the rest of Francophone North Africa. So it is both distinct and similar to some of its neighbors in many ways. So today I had planned on talking about kind of the official version of Libyan nationalism and the attempt by the Libyan government to create an oral history archive that fit within that nationalist narrative. And I'm still going to talk about that, but I think I'm going to go a little bit off script tonight. So forgive me if my thoughts are not as well organized. Because I want to bring in some additional thoughts I've been having sitting in the audience that I hope will be useful to others. So part of what I was thinking about is that besides the fact that I'm a Libyan historian, which means I have a somewhat different experience than many of the historians here, I have also never done an interview. I am much more similar to the students who will go onto the AUB website or the researchers and will access the Gender or Oral History Archive and will watch the videos or the transcripts and will eventually write books or papers on those archives. And I think it's a somewhat different experience of the archive and of oral history when you have never sat face-to-face with anyone that you are writing about. And I had to say I was feeling a little jealous of Alia and her talk about tea on the beach, where my experiences are sitting in front of a computer, reading about people who have largely passed on. So I was bringing those thoughts and also the opportunities that having access to an oral history archive that was recorded decades ago brings to researchers, but also some of the challenges it creates. And I think for my own particular case study, I want to highlight some of the limitations. And this isn't to criticize anyone. I think oral history offers a lot of opportunities to reach voices that otherwise are not preserved. And people have talked very beautifully about the challenges of that. But I deal with an archive that has a lot of limitations in terms of the ideology of the people who collected it. And that limits the perspective of the stories that are told. As a historian, I'm very conscious of the questions of reading between the lines, or looking for meaning and not for events within oral history. But there is a sense of actually just like loss I was feeling today while listening to people of all the stories that aren't preserved and that even with access to an oral history archive, I will never know. And I always think about all the stories that aren't preserved whenever I do research as a historian of gender, that we get so little of what people experienced already in an archive, and then the way in which archives are collected even more limits the voices that arrive to us. So I want to talk a little bit about kind of the ethos behind the oral history archive in Libya, because I'm sure most of you aren't aware there is an oral history archive in Libya. Some of its limitations and how I've tried to read some of these sources. So for those who are not familiar with the history of Libya, Libya reaches independence in 1951. It's actually the first country in Africa to officially get its independence under the Senussi monarchy. The monarchy is overthrown in 1969 in the aftermath of the 1967 war. It is one of a series of coups that take place in Iraq and Syria. And Muammar Gaddafi becomes the new de facto president, leader of a new Arab republic in Libya. And he is faced with questions that I think we're all been talking about, is how do you write history when there are not sources? So he very much wanted to create a history of Libya, but the only sources available really for the colonial period are Italian sources. And that has shaped a lot of the way that people have written about Libya, is because the sources available are mostly in the Italian archives. So he decided that the best way to do this was that he was going to create an oral history archive. He was going to preserve the voices that had been lost to history, the subaltern, the non-elites. You know, I mean, Kaoukab is laughing, and actually, but some of the things you were saying, I'm like, coming from us, it sounds so like, so noble, and then I like read an archive, you read like the Libyan state doing it, and you're like, ugh. So Libyan state decides to do this. They hire Jan van Sina, the African historian, to create an oral history archive in Libya. And they send out tens of thousands of trained anthropologists to rural Libya to collect interviews. And the estimate that I have heard is they collected 40,000 interviews of the colonial period of people who were involved in the anti-colonial resistance against the Italians. Quite a noble project, I would say. Quite an amazing archive of interviews. To have 40,000 interviews that deal with what happened under colonialism, particularly between 1911 and 1932. That was a period in which there was active resistance to Italian colonialism. For those of you who are not aware, the Italians, to try to crush resistance to their colonialism, eventually put a large percentage of the Libyan population into concentration camps. And actually a huge number of people are also exiled, particularly into Western Egypt during this period. So they attempt to document these accounts through oral history. And here is where we run into, I would say, issues, because while I think this is a very noble project, Muammar Gaddafi wanted to create a narrative of a revolutionary class of anti-imperialist fighters fighting the good fight for the Libyan nation against the evil Italian imperialists. And he was interested in using oral history to, in a sense, document events that would be more commonly found in, say, traditional archival materials. So if you read these oral history narratives, they are primarily ask about specific battles and the events that took place. Who died, what happened, those sort of things. Because that's what the interviewers are interested in. And I've used them primarily as a gender historian, as I'm interested in the women who are found in these documents. And I can tell you, there aren't a lot. This probably is not surprising. And the women that do make it into the documents are usually chosen for very specific reasons that I'll talk about in a minute. But I found when I was reading them that women's narratives of loss, displacement, and war do not fit very neatly into heroic definitions of the nation. So when I look at these kind of things, I've been using theorists who talk about heroic versus traumatic memory, how there is kind of the heroic memory of the nation, and then a subaltern that includes women and non-elite groups that remembers history in a much different way. And I found that for me, women's history almost always fits into a traumatic narrative that doesn't fit very neatly within either the goals of the Libyan Studies Center or the goals of nationalism. So the Libyan Studies Center is founded in the 1980s and starts doing these interviews. And the collection of interviews that have to do with women are primarily the women are chosen because they have a strong relationship or are related to an important male figure. So there's a particular volume, there are also several published volumes of these interviews that are accessible outside of Libya, which is how I access them. You start, and the first two women who are interviewed, who both happen to be named Fatima, are the wife and the daughter of Omar Mukhtar, the famous resistance leader. And we're talking about events, interviews that were done in the 1980s. Both these women were in their teens at the time of the Italian invasion, and based on their birth dates, which I take as highly suspect given their backgrounds, anyone who knows anything about birth dates in the rural Arab world in the 1910s probably can agree with me that probably these are estimations and not factual. His daughter was maybe 15 or 16 when her father was executed by the Italians, and his wife was around 17. And Omar Mukhtar would have been in his 70s at that point. And you can tell by the way the interviewers ask questions that the only thing that they are interested in is for the women to valorize Omar Mukhtar as a figure. So all the questions are, was he a good person, more or less? And I found it really interesting that the women always are like, yes, of course, he was a good person, but they never elaborate. They never provide any addition. There's no story that goes with it. It's just like, yes, of course, he was a good man. And it's one of those points where I have, again, envy for people who can sit in front of someone who can push a little more to be like, well, tell me what it was like to grow up with a resistance leader as a father. Like, what kind of experience was it? What was it like to be married at 17 to a resistance fighter and later? But those are questions that the Oral History Archive cannot answer for us, that are largely left out. And even when you do get into women who are more active, let's say, in anti-colonial resistance, their narratives are really interesting because of the fact that in these cases, they tend to actually be much more detailed than men's narratives. So when you read a male narrative of an event that takes place, the male narratives almost follow a textbook-like definition of an event. So this battle took place at this place on this date. These are the people who were martyred and went on in the path of God. And women's narratives are never so neat, and they're never so objective. So one of the women I work with, her account, her name is Jamila, she tells the story of being on the ground during an engagement with the Italians. And women often tended to be on foot, while men tended to be on horses. Women tended to be unarmed, and men tended to be armed. And what this meant in practice is that women were more likely to be captured and interned than men would. Because a lot of the times men escaped the Italian by horseback, and women and their children were left on the ground and were eventually rounded up and taken to concentration camps. And she tells the story of her husband attempting to get her to flee with him, but she was concerned about the weight on the horse. And sometimes sometime during the battle, she comes to the realization that her infant son, who is on her back, is dead. A heart-wrenching thing to read in an oral history archive, but also a narrative that does not fit within a heroic definition of the nation by any stretch of the imagination. And the reason that this interview is included is because the interviewer wants her to talk about the fact her husband downed an Italian plane, because they want to document that event. And that is why she's being interviewed. But around all of this kind of formal documentation is a very tragic story of a woman's loss during this war. And overwhelmingly, that is what I've found in comparing narratives, that women's narratives are so incompatible with kind of the Libyan state's official goals for the archive. And, you know, there's plenty of reasons why many women were probably not included. But I think that that's maybe an unofficial reason, was that when you're trying to build a nationalist history, women's narratives do not work within it. So while women's accounts overlap men's, they often tell of different details. The other thing I just wanted to talk about a little bit, and I was having a conversation right before I got up here about this, is I keep using the word jealous of other researchers, which is my oral history narratives have no details after the Italian period. They often have no details after a single battle, unless the information is of relevance to the researchers. I'm sorry. So often the only end story that they end with is I was involved in these battles with my husband, or with my tribe, or with my family. Here, you know, this is what happened to me. And a lot of them end with, I ended up in a concentration camp, and the hardship I faced in a concentration camp. And then my narratives end. And it's such a difficult thing to, you know, be trying to face with, looking forward sometimes, to end with really what is probably the most tragic event in someone's life, with no narrative of what might have come after that. What life did this woman build after she lost her son? What life did Omar Mukhtar's daughter build after her father was executed? And these are the stories that I never get. And they're one of the, I think, most glaring limitations of the Libyan Oral History Archive, is that they're so uninterested in the lived experiences of the people that they're interviewing past these very specific events. And, you know, as people around me who do, who do oral history, I'm sure many of you do ask your subjects questions about their lives after the event that you were interested in. But I think it can be a failing, and it's not only these oral history archives I've read, but other ones that are so hyper-focused on that heroic moment. So the woman on the roof, with a pram, women placing bombs, some kind of event that we can write on as exemplary, and we don't capture kind of the lived life of our subjects. And as a historian who is really interested in the lived life of Libyan women, it's something that I feel a great loss for, because all these women have now passed on. There's no way to reclaim the story of any of them post-independence. Given some of the politics of the Libyan state, I'm not sure that they would have necessarily agreed with the ultimate project of the Libyan state after independence. So I'm just going to wrap up. I don't have any idea how long I've been talking. Oh, okay. So I'm just going to wrap up by saying I've really enjoyed this discussion. I hope that in 40 years there are historians looking at the gender archives, historians like me, who are coming to these interviews with new ways of looking at them and asking new questions. But I think I'm interested in thinking about the process not just of gathering oral history, but of the process of how it's used later. And if anything, I think that's a conversation that, and a lot of times I don't hear a lot of discussion about, because many of the people who write oral history are doing their own interviews, and then they create an archive. And I think there's a lot of discussion of like preserving that archive as a, through infrastructure, but not as what are the politics of that site as it moves forward. Because I think the idea that somehow official archives are neutral and oral history archives are revolutionary, creates some issues in terms of the fact that, even among unofficial or alternative archives, some of them survive because of certain politics and some of them don't. So I would love to hear more discussion about how archives have been gathered by others move forward in time, how they continue to be used and thought about as a living space of memory and not just as a frozen artifact, which I think the Libyan archive very much has become a kind of frozen monument and not an ongoing discussion about Libyan identity and the work of memory making that continues forward. The questions we should all think about in terms of how our own research questions shape the questions we ask, and our own biases in writing oral history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, before I give the floor to the audience, I have a couple of comments or even questions. Sarah, could you tell us about how the host communities of these refugees telling positive stories about their survival, how do they react, and how does the second generation of these refugees who are now basically incorporated into Germany or Norway, do the refugees refuse to propagate these stories because ultimately they believe that their kids should go back home?
So this is not like a scientific assessment, but in my own experience, I found that host communities often expressed jealousy. Jealousy, from the very earliest research, I was one of the first researchers that was granted access to Zaatari camp. And, I would go back and share what I was seeing with my Jordanian friends, and they said, that's not fair. How is it fair that, Syrians get this much water per person, from the wash stations, but we don't get that from the Jordanian state, right? So there was already, at the very outset, concerns about differential or preferential resource distribution. Access over time has also been one that I've seen, even in Norway, for example, the educational preference could be given for refugees or their children. And I think that has ultimately created some backlash in some of these communities as a result. So I think that the push to maintain narratives of suffering sort of first and foremost is also part of trying to sustain host community support. And I think it's problematic. It's problematic. It's well-intentioned, but it's ultimately not fair. At the same time. So that's my first sort of reaction. Again, it's not like a scientific, kind of thing, but those are the kinds of conversations I've had across. It was the same in Sudan. I did a big project with Syrians in Sudan, and the transitional government. There were before the sort of ousting of Bashir and the turn to the transitional government, there grew a wide public sentiment of resentment towards the Syrians, in part because the perception was that they were coming in more educated, better equipped, whiter skinned, more preferential treatment was given to them. They had more access to things, right? And so that backlash ultimately was part of some of the political turmoil that they had at the ousting of Omar al-Bashir. So I think that carries in all the research settings I've done. Now, as for second generation, this is actually super interesting, is that many of them, at least in the Norwegian case with the interviews that I've done, have really I don't want to say released or subdued, but their identity has become very Norwegian at the same time. And so in the interviews that I've done, even in the mosque setting, they talk about the children of Muslim immigrants of all kinds, of refugees of all kinds, Somalis and Syrians are the largest, but from other areas as well. There are some Pakistanis and Kurds, those are migrants. That's a different discussion. But the main idea being that the children have been pushed and do accept a local identity at the same time. And so some of these dynamics change. And I think the passage of time is like the temporal changes become a really important role in all of this as well, because they change the narrative, right? Then a narrative of a mother could become something like, well, look, you know, I was this role, like Ibtisam's case, I became a role model. My children have now gone through the, you know, Norwegian education system. They got university education. They have an EU passport. Like, khalas, it's a different kind of success story as a result. So I think it does play a role, though, in crafting one's own narratives and also those of the family, the temporal aspect.
Thank you. Ansar, I would like to hear more about you working with the Iraqis. For some reason, you tend to disregard the sectarian nature of of Iraq and the fact, I don't know the people you're interviewing, but basically if you were talking to a Kurd, he will tell you another version. So how can you elaborate more on dealing with such, because we always get the rap that Lebanon is sectarian, so is the rest of the region. Syria proved to be equally sectarian like Lebanon, and Iraq basically runs a federal state, but it's basically Iraq's within a bigger Iraq. So dealing with oral history and these sectarian tales, did you encounter these with these women?
Let me think. So I think what I tried to do is, I work on the urban history of Baghdad and specifically on Medinat al-Sadr, which has a specific stigma, be it in Western scholarship or also within Iraq and especially amongst middle-class people. I was especially interested in this particular history through the 2019 uprising, because the people from this specific neighborhood in 2019 got kind of the chance to reshift their public image, let's call it. And I think this is my point of departure to look at the neighborhood, because 2019, similar probably to the discussion you had in Lebanon, was a point of healing from sectarian wounds, especially from the post-2003 sectarian violence. So I take this as a point of departure, and then I do not... I try to talk about feminist archives not in the sense of we talk about women, but that the kind of power they challenge, or also the power they assemble, is kind of feminist because it's anti-hierarchic and so on. So it's also men being involved, of course. I work ethnographically in Medinat al-Sadr, and sectarianism plays a role, but it doesn't play the main role in my research. In Medinat al-Sadr, there are, despite what is maybe common knowledge, it's a very diverse neighborhood. Even now, so even after the sectarian violence, it's a neighborhood where you have a lot of people that are from Shia families, but also from Sunni families. You have a white Kurdish community. And I think what made up this neighborhood and all these different communities is a form of displacement. So initially, people came, or this neighborhood was founded for people that were displaced from the south of Iraq, but then also the Kurds that live in this neighborhood, they were displaced from other regions in later time periods. So I'd say sectarianism might be a lens you can look at, but for me and in my ethnographic research, displacement, for example, was something that had more relevance.
Thank you. Katrina, you said that like all of Muammar Gaddafi's cultural projects, which many people made money out of, especially in Lebanon, so he was running a very strict oral history program to try to filter out what he wants. But could we say that by doing this, he had, in a way, allowed us access to other elements? Particularly, would you be able to document the Sanusi movement, the history which Gaddafi wanted to erase in a way? So did he leave us anything that we could actually, in addition to trying to figure out where women is, and is there any sort of parallel archive that we can use to make use of the Gaddafi cultural project?
That's an interesting question. So I would say, the first thing I should say is that because of the current conditions within Libya, my access even to the oral history archive has been very limited. I've only used the published volumes. So I've never actually been to the physical archive itself. That's something I'm actually hoping to do in the next year, inshallah. There are 38 published volumes out of 40,000 interviews. So a very small percentage of the overall. So I'd say about 400 published interviews out of 40,000. So I only know from what I've read about people who have gone in and looked at the larger archives. I know that I kind of ended with this point about, and I'm not the only one who's made this point, that things like oral history can be kind of living memory, but they can also just be monuments, things that have been collected, stored, and people do not have access to. And in many ways, the Libyan example is a monument. They've been very careful about the kind of researchers that they let in. And if you look at Libyan historiography, there's almost no reference to the interviews themselves. I only know one other historian who's used them, and he's in the United States, although he is Libyan. So it just isn't a source that has been widely available to researchers either outside or inside of Libya. My understanding is that the center had been closed for a year and a half, and it has been reopened in the last 2 months. My understanding is they're accepting researchers. So we may see some changes, but the political situation makes it difficult to go to Libya also. I would say in terms of the question of the Sanusi movement, probably not useful. They 100% tried to downplay any role of the Sanusi movement in anti-colonial resistance because of the monarchy. I think it is a useful archive for either for looking at how Libya configures its own nationalist narrative under Gaddafi, or for looking, kind of the work I do, which is reading against the grain and looking for little details that are in the interviews. And of course, I'm sure other brilliant researchers will come up with other ways to use it in the event it becomes accessible. Again, the other problem just with Libya is the number of researchers is very small. There's a handful of researchers outside of Libya who work on Libya who have any Arabic knowledge. Most of the research is done by Italian historians, and many of them do not have very good Arabic skills. So it's really, the historiography in Libya is very fragmented. Some people who work inside of Libya who have been confined by the state, and there's a small number of outside historians who have been confined by political situations and lack of access. So you have to really get creative if you want to research Libya. And it's part of the reason when I originally started this project, I thought I was going to write a whole book on women's resistance, and it's now a chapter because I had to turn to other sources to talk about women in Libya in other formats, just because there were not enough sources to talk about women's resistance in a book-length manuscript.
Thank you. We'll take questions from the audience, please. Let's start. Could you identify yourself and ask the question?
Yes, I'm Lucia Sorbera, and thank you very much. They were all really insightful and beautiful. I wanted to ask to Katrina, if you know, I was thinking while you were talking about the book by Masa Mengiste, the Shadow King, and how she reread the history of the uprising against the Italian occupation in Eritrea, and she mixes, you know, historical sources with personal narratives, and she also did, you know, history of objects, and she uses the method of critical fabulation to, you know, fill the gaps in historiography. So I was just curious to know if there are similar experiments in Libya, or if you can imagine as an historian that this could be useful to, you know, create the base that can encourage historians to work deeply on Libyan history. And also thank you for mentioning the situation of how the history of Libya has been studied and transmitted in Italy, because this is something that always made me feel unease, but I never found the word to mention it, so thank you. I think it's very true and very appropriate.
Sure. So Shadow King is a amazing book, and I think she's kind of pushing towards some of the methodology that historians have to think about if they're going to work in areas that do not have large archives or have archives that are inaccessible. And I always think, you know, we are unfortunately entering or have been in a period in which a lot of places are inaccessible within the larger Middle East and Arab world. Some are reopening, but if people are going to not just abandon whole sections of the Middle East and the Arab world to not be studied, then people have to find alternative ways to do that research. And, you know, there's within the university system, at least in the United States, I think there is a certain amount of hesitancy that comes out of a good place to try to not give students projects that they'll fail on. But I'm like, every dissertation cannot be written about Jordan and Morocco because they are safe. So if you're going to work on a place in which you may not be able to access a traditional archive, like what are other sources that you can use? You know, I personally ended up using many more sources in Italy than I thought I was going to end up using. Ideally, I would have liked to have a manuscript that is mostly based on Arabic sources, and unfortunately is European sources that are being supplemented with Arabic sources.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Rafiq Lamari. I'm a PhD candidate in comparative gender studies at Central European University. So thank you so much for your presentations. They were very thought-provoking and intriguing. They were nice. My question is actually twofold. The first one is, how did your positionalities, plural, as researchers from or outside the cultures that you were researching, interacted with the subjects you were working with, and how do you think that impacted the kind of data or histories that was produced? So, in other words, when and where do you think your voice as a researcher comes at play? And the second question, mostly for those who deal with people, sorry, Katrina. So do you think that, again, because of your positionality, certain things were withheld from you as a researcher? If yes, what do you think the reason was? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. So I am a middle-class, white, American woman who moved to Norway 8.5 years ago. My Arabic is much better than my Norwegian, and I have found, actually, as a result, Norway has been a pretty fruitful place to do research because people recognize I'm not Norwegian, and so the kinds of complications that can come with being viewed as agent of the state, or some people are like, how is this random, American asking me questions in Oslo in Arabic, right? And I explain, and then it's like, oh, you understand how crazy it is here. And I mean, which sounds kind of strange to say about Norway, but it's true. As an immigrant, I mean, I'm also a migrant to Norway, right? So there is a kind of space in which actually doing research in Europe has been quite easy. It was the same in Sudan. I mean, not the same in Sudan. I mean, it was a similar. The tenor was similar in the sense that nobody was interested in the Syrians in Sudan, and so I said I wanted to, come and meet people, and suddenly people were really keen to talk because there weren't. It was like a kind of undeveloped research field. I mean, in Jordan, the only benefit is that I've been there forever. I mean, at one point I was going into Zatari and telling people who were working for some of the NGOs what it was like in the early days, And so I think part of it is, I'm sure, of course, it plays a role in silencing. It's hard to deny that, especially in instances where people might think I'm linked to the state. So I find that distance from the state is actually a primary method by which I can help elicit more information, but that sounds really actually weird to say. I'm not trying to elicit. I mean, I want people to feel comfortable. I'm trying to do good research and find out what people are really thinking and feeling. But it's also the case I'm not an agent of any state, right? So I mean, this idea about positionality, I think, is also. I mean, if I can speak a bit frankly, a bit overstated at times, because I've never had problems with people telling me no. I don't want to talk about this. This is not okay. Arabs, in my experience, are not shy. If people don't want to talk about something, they'll tell you to stop. And so, I don't know. I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the extractive sort of knowledge production of research, especially the optics of class and race and nationality. They're important, but I think also, I mean, you encounter people as humans, and that requires time. And I think the passage of time and going back and sharing research with people after you're working on it, and that carries a lot. Revisiting and confirming and asking for affirmation from folks about what you're saying about them and how you're saying it also really matters. So sharing the research is a key part of ensuring that people feel represented accurately.
So maybe for me, what played a role in my positionality, I mean, I identify as a socialist, so this played a role. I did not grow up also with a father that self-identifies as Shia. He doesn't, and so I did not inherit, let's say, this plays a role, and often this is not reflected in questions on positionality that immediately go to questions of sect and religion and ethnicity. Often it's not even talked about class or political activism. So my political activism actually enabled a lot of my research. It gave me access to Sadr City, but also to let's say certain families that were sympathetic of this. I could not, and I did not care to do it. I didn't seek access to Sadrist circles, and I don't. I wouldn't understand why I should. A lot of people discussed about me why I would not seek this kind of access, and here it would have probably played a role that I'm not very knowledgeable about Shiaism or even about militias in Iraq, because this is not the kind of stories I want to tell, and it's probably also the kind of stories that I intentionally do not want to tell, because Western scholarship is telling only these stories about Iraq. So it's doing the efforts and putting my energy into kind of digging up other stories. And I think what's very important is the author in terms of positionality. I also saw myself as a researcher there. So I met with other Iraqi researchers. And this was very, very important, because in Iraq and in the whole region, there are these local researchers who, like me, study political science. Often they do not have the access to the same resources, but we meet as researchers and can discuss as researchers. And Iraq has a digital archive of all the graduate theses of bachelor and master students and PhD students, and these are not used at all in Western scholarship on Iraq. They are there, and then we have narratives of there's no research being done on Iraq. No, there is plenty. Like, I do not, for my PhD, I will not manage to go through all of the theses that have been done on Medinat al-Sadr by ethnographers only, and by architects, and so on. So there is a lot, but we really have to shift the way we think about the research in the region, and have to make an effort, I think, also to not only to see our privileges, but also not to take ourselves as so important. Like, seriously, like a lot of also the Iraqi, maybe just as a last comment, what I found super interesting is that this digital archives of graduate theses, it's really taken seriously. You will not find and you will not get good grades if you haven't read the past master theses as a master student on your topic. You have to read it. And this is completely missing in Western scholarship. It's like, okay, people with us in the same class probably worked on the same topic, but we haven't read their work. This is kind of tradition in Iraq, and you go in the library, in the libraries of the universities, and you will find them printed there. So I think it's also a different valuation of knowledge, and yeah, I think we really need to take this more seriously.
So let's take the last two questions, Kaoukab, and we have someone in the back, right?
You said you're jealous of oral historians. I'm jealous of your perspective, because you really raised some important questions regarding, the ecologies of remembrance across time. And this is not something that institutional oral historians often think about, I think, enough. I think, like there are different types of archives, oral history archives. Sometimes they come from a researcher who has specific questions in mind. But when we build like an institutional oral history archive, I think it's important to keep in mind, the usefulness, the long-term usefulness of what we're building. And I have two questions. Maybe they're unfair questions, and they are two or three of you. I don't know if you can comment on this. My first question is, do you have any views or any advice to how we could teach using these existing archives, which are by nature always fragmented, always missing, to learn to listen beyond the perfect victim or the heroic nation story? How can we teach with those existing archives to go into deeper listening? And this is one. And the second is, do you have any advice for us, oral historians, or aiming to be oral historians? What methodologies could we use that could have that long-term preservation and value? I mean, like, I don't know, like with the DAF archive, for example, we adopted the personal story. And we allowed people to just tell us whatever they wanted. And we said, you start from wherever you want. This was criticized by many, both the interviewees as well as fellow colleagues, like maybe this is not structured enough. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we had people like, maybe in previous projects send like kind of like structured interviews with questions, prepare your questions. So there is a whole spectrum of oral history methodology that could lend itself to capturing that testimony. Do you have any views regarding this?
Ansar, I really love your work, and I was thinking about a number of things, especially this idea of like the destruction of archive as agency. I daydream about that a lot in Germany, but Ted Swedenborg also in his work on the Great Revolt in Palestine in the 1930s, not the Great Revolt as well. He talks about that, like about internal silencing. Also, it's interesting, and I'm wondering how you think about that, and how you think also about all these the domesticated archives and the gated archives, etc. About it as like a sort of, because it's also a decentralized archive in a way. Is there still these issues of because it's the same in Egypt in a sense. There's still this question of accessibility, but I mean the formal archive is also not accessible, and they would become even less accessible. But then, how do you think about that in terms of accessibility and what the alternative would be?
Sure. In terms of advice, so the thing that was coming to mind actually the most when I looked at the existing format for me is that as a researcher, I always want more information about the process of collection. And a lot of oral history archives just give you information on the interviewee, the date the interviews happen, those sort of things. But they often have nothing about the researcher's methodology, who did the research, maybe their positionality, because this kind of goes to the question of positionality when you use an archive that's already prearranged. For the Libyan one, I have a blank spot as the positionality of the researcher. I know nothing. I don't know their gender, their background origins. So every time I see an oral history archive online, I'm always like, I want more. I want people's research notes. I want bios for the interviewers. I want the methodology that the project used. I want their reflections on how all those things happened. And I feel like that's a process that we do as academics kind of in these kind of conferences, but we often don't present them with the archive. And to me, I feel like that's a big loss, because when you're evaluating an archive, it's always easier to have more information, if that makes sense. In terms of the question on how to teach this, I wish I had some great answer for teaching methodology. For me, I think it starts with what are your research questions, and what are you trying to learn from a particular oral history archive. And people have, talked about kind of, some of the greats of oral history and about the ideas that, it's about feelings and not about events, which I 100% agree with. But I think having students think about what is it that, besides from somebody telling them, this happened, this was an important event, what other information are you interested in? Because I think unless you're drafting really good research questions, you're going to struggle with reading other information out of them. And to be honest, I've been using my oral history sources for 10 years, and I still go back and be like, oh, I missed this detail. And I'm not even dealing with a recorded text. That's the other thing I actually didn't talk about, which is language. So in my case, I am using transcribed oral history interviews in Fata. I do not know what language those interviews were done in, but I can take a wild guess. It was not Fata. So I'm reading someone else's translation of an existing text. I do always love it. I love the combination for accessibility of a transcription and a recording. I love that that was included, because I feel like transcriptions have a kind of ease, especially if you are a non-native Arabic speaker who is working through difficult language. But there is something always, I think, lost in transcription, and even more lost in translation.
Okay, so the post-2003 official state historiography is quite sectarianized. So there is this interpretation of all the resistance, that it was only resistance by the Shia political parties, to come back to the sectarian part, right? Also last year they cancelled the toppling of the monarchy as an official state holiday, and of course this was very much motivated by a sectarian nature of the post-2003 state. And for this very reason, I think exactly this kind of disseminated archives are so relevant, and also this is why the whole discussion shouldn't be on the Ba'ath archives, because even now that they were returned, and it's not only that they're not accessible, even when they become accessible, just as they're used in the US to push a certain narrative, they will be used in Iraq to push a certain narrative of the political class. It's very so one thing is the decentralization, and then I felt even it's almost everywhere. So once I bought a used book for $50, and I opened it, and I found a document from 1967 where the Iraqi government calls on all doctors to go to Palestine to support. This was like an official document just in some used book, and it kind of shocked me how this is everywhere. And then you have these young people I talked about that find it very important to collect these documents, and not only to make them accessible in in physical places, but they're constantly they're constantly practicing history, but in a kind of really non-hierarchical manner on these Fridays. Like it's super fascinating. But, like people also write their memoirs and then they publish them, often without editing, and then they invite people to discuss these memoirs. So I would completely agree that it's so decentralized, and this, I mean, makes it, or maybe this was also something very dear to my heart then to understand when thinking about offering another history of Sadr City, that it's so much already in the structure of our material. So to translate kind of this non-hierarchical manner of my material into trying to assemble this history of the place, like kind of in a discursive manner.
Thank you very much. Join me in thanking the panel, and thank you for following. As you know, we continue tomorrow on the second day with more interesting panels. Thank you very much and have a good evening.